Chapter 12-18 Confrontation. After a couple more minutes went by, the final result of the Viandu Egg Challenge was on display for everyone to see. 1. Planet Earth 42 Viandu eggs greater than 16,800 points. 2. Planet Fixic 41 Viandu eggs greater than 16,400 points. 3. Planet Diaperonian 22 Viandu eggs greater than 8,800 points. 4. Planet Draconet 21 Viandu eggs greater than 8,400 points. 5. Planet Osius 20 Viandu eggs greater than 8,000 points. 6. Planet Hixto 17 Viandu eggs greater than 6,800 points. 7. Planet Diov 17 Viandu eggs greater than 6,800 points. 8. Planet Traunvida 15 Viandu eggs greater than 6,000 points. 9. Planet Oxlark 15 Viandu eggs greater than 6,000 points. 10. Planet Ingulus Prime 14 Viandu eggs greater than 5,600 points. 11. Planet Tribites 14 Viandu eggs greater than 5,600 points. 12. Planet Gundabalt 14 Viandu eggs greater than 5,600 points. 13. Planet Zillion 13 Viandu eggs greater than 5,200 points. 14. Planet Klaxosape 11 Viandu eggs greater than 4,400 points. 15. Planet Taurin 11 Viandu eggs greater than 4,400 points. 16. Planet Cyrus 11 Viandu eggs greater than 4,400 points. 17. Planet Osiris 11 Viandu eggs greater than 4,400 points. 18. Planet Orion 11 Viandu eggs greater than 4,400 points. 19. Planet Eustenbid 10 Viandu eggs greater than 4,000 points. 20. Planet VA 10 Viandu eggs greater than 4,000 points. 21. Planet Roidenstack 10 Viandu eggs greater than 4,000 points. 22. Planet VB 9 Viandu eggs greater than 3,600 points. 23. Planet Kivendale 9 Viandu eggs greater than 3,600 points. 24. Planet T429 9 Viandu eggs 3,600. The final results displayed on the scoreboard undoubtedly solidified Earth's place as number 1 in the Egg Viandu Challenge. The handler went on to congratulate the Earth's candidates for winning, ignoring loud chatters that reverberated across the vicinity. It had been a very long 3 weeks, and the handler went on to announce that there would be about 4 days of rest before the next major challenge. During this time frame, only sub-challenges would be ongoing, so the main team from every planetary group could recuperate. While the handler gave briefings, Gustav wondered if they were going to mention the other dimension in between the 4th and 5th disc. He eventually realized they weren't going to mention it, neither were they going to say anything about the Diaperonians, who went in with 20 participants and came out with only 10. The Diaperonians weren't the only group that lost teammates during the Viandu Egg Challenge, however, they were the only group that had purposely sacrificed their teammates. The other groups had lost teammates in accidents or dangerous situations. No one that lost their life did so due to another participant. Gustav figured that since the handlers were not going to say a word about this, then there was a high chance footage within the other dimension on the 4th disc was not displayed. He was right. The spectators, as well as every ISOP participant besides Earth and the Diaperonians, no one was aware of the other dimension. I wonder why they decided to keep all of it a secret, Gustav thought. Well, I guess it's normal for every great planet to have a secret or two, or more than two, the system responded internally. So long as they don't put anyone I care about in harm's way, it's fine, I guess. Gustav felt he had more things to worry about than the intricacies of an alien planet. He recalled he wouldn't have a moment of rest after ISOP ended because there was something he instantly had to do. If he could leave ISOP midway he would, since he considered that more important, but as the captain, he couldn't just abandon everyone. Currently Handler 1 was announcing that they were closing in on the mid-phase of ISOP and it was finally time for the first round of disqualifications. The main scoreboard appeared on the floating screens above, displaying the points every planet had acquired since the start of the competition. The Earth has an allocation of 20,000 extra points after coming first in the Viandu Egg Challenge. Planet Earth, 55,800 points. Planet Draconet, 34,400 points. Planet Osius, 31,000 points. Planet Ingulus Prime, 27,600 points. Planet Tribites, 27,100 points. Planet Fixic, 25,400 points. Planet Osiris, 24,400 points. Gustav stared at the main scoreboard and could see that the results had been updated. Earth was initially 6th place overall with a score of 19,000 points. Now, with the combination of the points from the eggs gathered along with the bonus from being the first place in the latest challenge, they had given Planet Draconet quite the gap. Planet Fixik may have lost the first place in the Viandu Egg Challenge, but they gained enough points to climb to 6th place from their initial 542nd position. The Viandu Egg Challenge was said to be the challenge where the highest number of points can be gathered compared to other major challenges, and there was no doubt about that right now. The current scores would make it difficult for others to contend, but they still had hope due to the fact that not even 50% of ISOP challenges had been scaled yet. Teams that have acquired lower than 5,000 points will now be disqualified, Handler 1 announced as everyone placed their focus on the bottom parts of the rankings. There were still close to 3,000 participants' planets at this point, but now that it was time for disqualification, over 900 planets didn't make the cut. At number 1927, Planet Vorisha was the last with the 5,000 points required. Every other number after had less than 5,000 points. Zing, 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 zing. Groups began to disappear one after the other from the middle of the arena. This obviously marked the disqualification of weaker and less remarkable planetary groups, leaving the other nearly 2,000 planetary groups remaining. While the number had whittled down by a lot, there were still many groups left. I'm guessing the next disqualification round will happen after the next 2 major challenges, Gustav said out loud. So long as our points are high, we should be fine, right? Timmy questioned from the side. It depends on what the next requirement is placed upon. This time it is points, but it might be something else next time, Gustav responded with a dismissive tone so as not to make anyone worry. I feel like I've been getting really nefarious glares, Glade voiced from the side. That's normal. We're first position, remember? Timmy stated from the side. It feels different from that, Glade added with a slightly creased eyebrows. You're just overthinking, Falco chimed in. Everyone felt this was the usual since they had all engaged in battle with a couple of participants who were still here. Handler 1 mentioned a few more things before finally dispersing the crowd as he officially announced once more that the Viandu Egg Challenge had ended. The participants began to make their way out of middle of the arena at this point, when suddenly Gustav's path was blocked by a figure with multiple limbs and star-shaped patterns all across his body. We have unfinished business, Captain Strum stated as he emitted an outburst of energy. Woohoosh! Blaring winds blasted across the vicinity as dust was stirred up as well. Oh! The participants in the vicinity instantly moved aside to avoid getting caught in as they spectated. The official spectators in the spectators' corners all paused as well. SSS 1. Planet Earth, 17 Viandu eggs greater than 6,800 points. 2. Planet Diaperonian, 15 Viandu eggs greater than 6,000 points. 3. Planet Osius, 12 Viandu eggs greater than 4,800 points. 4. Planet Draconet, 11 Viandu eggs greater than 4,400 points. 5. Planet Hixto, 10 Viandu eggs greater than 4,000 points. 6. Planet Diov, 10 Viandu eggs greater than 4,000 points. 7. Planet Indulus Prime, 10 Viandu eggs greater than 4,000 points. 8. Planet Tribites, 10 Viandu eggs greater than 4,000 points. 9. Planet Gundabalt, 9 Viandu eggs greater than 3,600 points. 10. Planet Zillion, 8 Viandu eggs greater than 3,200 points. 11. Planet Klaxosape, 7 Viandu eggs greater than 2,800 points. 12. Planet Oxlark, 7 Viandu eggs greater than 2,800 points. 13. Planet Cyrus, 7 Viandu eggs greater than 2,800 points. 14. Planet Osiris, 7 Viandu eggs greater than 2,800 points. 15. Planet Orion, 7 Viandu eggs greater than 2,800 points. 16. Planet Eustenbid, 7 Viandu eggs greater than 2,800 points. 17. Planet VA, 6 Viandu eggs greater than 2,400 points. 18. Planet Roidenstack, 6 Viandu eggs greater than 2,400 points. 19. Planet V-B, 6 Viandu eggs greater than 2,400 points. 20. Planet Kivendale, 6 Viandu eggs greater than 2,400 points 21. Planet T429, 6 Viandu eggs 2,400. Gustav reappeared before a flaming frosted tree in the next instant. Up ahead he could spot another familiar-looking cave. This was one he already looted, so he didn't bother going in. Instead he turned to another direction before heading forward. Since these flaming trees that don't get consumed signify checkpoints for areas with caves possessing the same colors of eggs, there's no point in checking the other caves. Gustav was well aware that he would find the same eggs colors he got from this cave earlier, which was still in his possession. He needed other colors, so he had to leave this area. Fauhuhum tilde Gustav leapt into the air and disappeared from sight in the next instant. That is exactly why I have come here. The leaders of the Alliance need to be warned. Within the seating area of Earth's spectators, Miss Amy voiced out. Are you sure? For such a claim, proof is needed or no one would be willing to take your word for it, Grand Commander Shen responded. 62C5B2942708 FD12A9 AD 975E follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1219 Reunion with an old friend. Oh, but then, wouldn't it be delusional to think you could win against an opponent that is clearly more powerful than you are? Wong had an expression of confusion as he questioned. If the disparity in strength is immense, then yes, but if not, then there is definitely a chance of winning. Loss or win in a battle cannot be decided by strength alone. Uncertain and unexpected factors can lead to a completely turn of events during a battle, Gustav responded. Do you think you can defeat him? Wong asked. A smile appeared on Gustav's face after hearing this question. I guess we'll find out soon enough. The group also followed side by side with Gustav as they headed towards their accommodation area. As the participants witnessing the initial events by the side dispersed, two figures with transparent skin, green-eyed and white radish-shaped head, glared in the direction of the Earth participants leaving. We shall revenge the humiliation they brought upon my brother. That human must die by our hands. Their eyes displayed a solemn resolve as they swore. Gustav, a loud and cheerful voice rang out the instant they arrived back at their accommodation area. A warm, soft, and feminine figure had jumped into Gustav's embrace, enveloping him in an alluring fragrance. Gustav slowly wrapped his hands around the slim waist of the familiar figure that had just hugged him. Angie, he muttered while slowly caressing her back while her body meshed onto his. The tip of her short horns poked his chest area, but he was unbothered by that as he held her tightly in his embrace for a couple of moments. Cough cough we're still here guys, Matilda voiced from the side. Squeal Angie quickly separated from Gustav as a red tinge appeared on her cheeks. She looked up and down shyly while greeting the rest of her teammates. Are you all right? Matilda hugged Angie with a smile. Oh, did you get larger? Matilda voiced while cupping Angie's boobs and softly squishing them. Eek. No. Angie scurried away like a flustered chicken while Gustav shifted his gaze. You had us pretty worried when you passed out, Falco voiced from the side. I just used something I wasn't supposed to, Angie replied. We're glad you're all right, or Homburg here would have gone back to being grumpy and cold, stated from the side as well while pointing at Gustav. The group laughed while Gustav ignored their taunts, taking his seat at the corner. The group seemed relieved that Angie was back. She was no doubt a valuable asset to the team as well as someone who was cared about by all. They hoped she would have recovered enough to join the next major challenge. You guys won. Angie was both delighted and slightly low-spirited at the same time. The group can function well even with my absence. They don't need me, she thought. It was difficult without you. A hand that had reached out to touch her shoulder brought her out of her reverie. We had to put in more than 100% effort due to your absence, which is something we can't do all the time. The group is incomplete without you. It was as if Eldris had read her mind as he spoke with a warm smile. Angie's face lit up as she nodded in response. Man, I need to take a shower. This is the first time I didn't take a bath in 3 weeks. He had a look of self-disgust as he voiced out. Make that 2. Timmy yelled from the side. Make that 3, Yonder stated as well. Make that 4, make that 5, make that 6, make that 7, I'll just create a hot bath then. All the boys soon joined, turning to leave for the exit. Are you not joining us, Gus? EE questioned. It's a hot bath. No, Gustav replied with a dismissive expression. Or come on man, don't be boring, let's bask in nakedness together. Everyone turned to stare at Abestos with a suspicious expression as soon as he said that. I mean. He chuckled wryly. You mean bask in dirtiness together? Hard pass, Gustav waved his hand. Minutes later Gustav sat in the hot bath together with the rest of the boys who were playing around and splashing water all across the place. Why did I even agree to this? He voiced in regret. Lighten up. In a flash 3 days had gone by, and during this time period, the Earth participants had spent their time recuperating and preparing for the next major challenge. Gustav had allocated the rest of the 30 substitutes to different subcategories to participate in. None of the main teammates took any part in the subcategories in the last 3 days. Gustav made sure to pick substitutes suiting for each sub-challenge, and even though a few of them failed, he wasn't bothered about it. During this time, unrest had been growing amongst the participants as rumors of the supposed next major challenge spread. There were a couple different thoughts on what it might be, but Gustav couldn't believe any of them since the Osis hadn't announced it themselves. Gustav was sure that information was getting leaked from somewhere, and some alien teams had access to it, just as the Diaperonians were aware of the other dimension before entering the 4th disc. He knew it couldn't be mere coincidence that they just happened to possess knowledge of rituals and sacrifices that would lead them to the other dimension. Gustav couldn't mention this to just anyone since he didn't have concrete evidence that someone amongst the board of handlers was spilling things. However, he did mention it to Miss Amy. It must be a rotten mouse. No planet is void of corruption, Miss Amy said as they walked through an open market area on the 9th disc. The triangular structures stacked atop each other with the long rods poking through their middle into the sky above, gave off a spectacular sight. The golden roads were an even more delightful sight as floating boards flew across the air on the night disk, which gave off a slightly similar vibe to Earth. No doubt, but this could harm our chances in the future. If I had never encountered that other dimension by mistake, the Diaperonians would no doubt have one, Gustav responded. I can't go talk to those old geezers since I confronted them only recently. I'll have to investigate on my own, Miss Amy voiced. Wait, who did you confront? Gustav paused while questioning with a suspicious look. Those old geezers, what do they call themselves? Council lords, I believe, Miss Amy replied with a ridiculing tone. You confronted the council lords? Why? Gustav questioned once more with a worried tone. About the incoming danger. The eye that appeared in the Milky Way, Miss Amy responded. But we don't know much about that yet, Gustav nearly facepalmed. Exactly. If there is a joint investigation from the resources powers all across the universe, it would make things faster and ease the burden on your side too, Miss Amy explained. True, Gustav agreed. Those geezers were annoying. The idiots think I am out of my mind, Miss Amy voiced with a calm but cold tone. I hope you didn't kill anyone. Gustav stared at her from the side of his eyes with a suspicious look once more. Miss Amy. He yelled her name when she failed to respond. I didn't, but next time I might not be so nice, she voiced with a straight face. I see why they say I took after her, Gustav sighed in relief as they continued moving about. Gustav and Miss Amy went on to tour the 8th disc after their time on the 9th disc. Gustav was still unaware that Miss Amy's real body had arrived in planet Osius and was floating in the stars above. She was currently staring down upon the planet like a guardian angel from space, but not a single soul was aware of her presence except for Grand Commander Shen, who only found out because she chose to tell him. Now to find the corrupt mouse responsible for spilling information, Miss Amy muttered in space as she peered forward. Before the day ended, Gustav happened to meet a familiar individual he hadn't seen in about a year. Stark. What are you doing here? Gustav was pleasantly surprised to see the leader of one of the biggest families on Earth right here. Did you forget that my family is very rich? Stark responded sarcastically as his dark braids swam in the wind. You're late, I didn't think they'd let anyone join the spectators at this time, Gustav said with a light chuckle. Yeah, there was a lot going on back home which caused my lateness, but let me not bore you with the details, Stark voiced with a strong tone. 62C5B2942708FD12A9 AD975E. Follow current novels on tapnovelful.com. Chapter 12:20. Yeah, there was a lot going on back home which caused my lateness, but let me not bore you with the details, Stark voiced with a strong tone. Something about him has changed, Gustav thought. How has taking on the responsibility of the family head been treating you? Gustav questioned. Well, it for sure isn't easy, but somehow I made it work. Stark had a slight change in expression that Gustav caught for a second before it went away. You've gotten way stronger since the last time I saw you, Stark voiced with a tone of astonishment. So have you? You're an alpha now? Gustav said with a surprised expression as he finally sensed Stark's bloodline rank. It's the emblem. I'm not a true alpha, Stark responded quickly while waving his hand to dismiss the misconception. Are you just saying that to make you look weaker than you are? Gustav eyed knitted as he voiced out. No, it's true, haha, I'm not really an alpha. It's the emblem fooling you. I'm not actually supposed to tell anyone that. Stark started off with a laughter before turning into a whispering at the end of the sentence. But no doubt I can sense that you have really increased Jaean's strength. Gustav decided to take his word for it, but was also sure Stark had increased in strength. Well, I can do the three-headed draconic transformation now, Stark revealed as they moved around. Congratulations on that. You should be able to rule much easier, Gustav voiced in response. I guess. Thank you once again for your help back then. You really saved my life in more ways than one, Stark said with a smile. I was just doing my job, Gustav nodded. Speaking of job, do your guards need to keep following us? I doubt you're in any form of danger around here, Gustav added while squinting his eyes. Ha ha ha, I knew you would be able to sense them, Stark laughed lightly as he turned to the side. Viltru, ask him, Stark called out. Thea. 3. Two figures class in robe-like outfits appeared beside Stark in the next instant. Family head, they both voiced out simultaneously. He was aware of you guys' presence, Stark chucked. That is quite remarkable, Officer Crimson, Viltru voiced with a tone of astonishment. Gustav didn't even know how to respond to that. He had noticed them since the start, so he didn't even find it remotely remarkable since it felt normal to him. There's no need to keep following me everywhere in disguise, I'm not in any danger, Stark voiced out. We cannot comply with that, family head. We have to remain at close proximity at all times, Viltru stated while the other guard nodded. Stark shrugged in defeat as he stared back at Gustav. Follow me back to our accommodation quarters, Gustav voiced before leaping into the air. Fuehuai tilde wings sprouted out of his back and a loud flap reverberated across the vicinity. You're on, a smile appeared on Stark's face as his skin turned smooth and shiny. Golden scales appeared all over his body as he increased immensely in size while massive wings spread forth from his back. In a couple of moments, he had completely transformed into a nearly 30 feet large draconic figure, with 3 heads, 16 horns, and blazing yellowish eyes. A powerful aura spread forth from his being across the vicinity, attracting the attention of everyone in the area as he flapped his wings. Fauhumshumsh tilde Stark figure instantly ascended into the sky, disappearing into the distance as powerful winds blasted across the vicinity. He caught up with Gustav in barely a few moments. You're still slower than me, his deep and menacing voice was heard along with a light chuckle. I let you catch up, Gustav responded from the side. Then by all means, go all out, Stark kicked his draconic feet in mid-air like an excited little child as he spoke. We're here, Gustav voiced before pausing his flight in mid-air. Oh, that was short, Stark responded as he quickly made a turn in mid-air after flying past the structure below. Within an unknown accommodation area, a group of 5 could be seen having a meeting of sorts. They all had similar body features. Transparent skins, green eyes and an oddly shaped reddish-like head. One of the members within the gathering seemed to be currently speaking. She humiliated my brother. He is still recovering and cannot join us for the next major challenge. Even after ISOP is over, this humiliation will follow him for the rest of his days. Everyone witnessed what he became after that earthling used her power on him. They witnessed his utter nakedness and the form he would take in old age. His tufaka out on display. He will never be the same. Never. The person speaking happened to be seething with rage. And that is why she must pay, he added, with her life. The problem is, we cannot kill a participant on purpose without getting disqualified, another one of them voiced. Then we shan't kill them on purpose, or at least we will have to make it look like it wasn't on purpose. DNOM, you're right, Yuziki. We still haven't paid their captain for what he did to Under. Let's see how he feels after he loses one of his teammates, the first one responded. How can we make it look like it is not on purpose? Last I checked, the Earthlings are very strong, so killing any one of them without getting into a fight where attacks are traded doesn't seem possible, one of them stated. There's only one way. It had to be done in a single attack. We have to make sure that Earthling loses her life with a single attack. That way we can pretend it was a mistake, especially since the mixed-blood Earthlings are known to be quite durable, Oromon voiced. If that is the case, we need an ultimate killing attack. One that will guarantee instant death no matter how powerful the opponent is. One that cannot be guarded against, Yuziki voiced. We have to ask Master Sherman for help without letting the captain know. In another accommodation area, a group of 20 formed a circle. They all had bandage-like black clothes wrapped around their bodies from bottom to top, leaving only their eyes exposed. However, even their eyes were pitch black and soulless looking. They stood in place for a bit with dark mist emitting from their figures. In their midst, the dark mist formed a pair of one-shaped green eyeballs that seemed to be speaking. Have you made confirmation? We need more time, Prime Vessel G, the captain spoke with a raspy tone. The kid, is he worthy? He is fighting the possession of the crown. The next day arrived very quickly and the ISOP participants began to make their way across to the arena. SSS, anyone would think they have arrived at the edge of the fourth disc if they saw this, Gustav muttered. Indeed, however, you and I are aware that there is something down there, the system added. It is pretty deep though, Gustav's eyes squinted. There was no way to tell if anyone was down there from this height, but Gustav's intuition told him there was definitely danger and fortune at the bottom, or at least on the way to it. You're not telling me everything again, right? Gustav said with a suspicious tone. Since you already know how things are, why do you still bother asking? The system retorted. TCH, Gustav proceeded to step forward at this point. His body began to rapidly fall through the air into the depths of the unknown. Surprisingly, as he descended, the darkness had reduced due to the glowing lines which he occasionally phased through during his descent. However, mist became visible upon further descent, which became denser and denser, impairing visual capabilities. The mist around him had become too dense that one couldn't even see their own body, but Gustav's high perception made it so this wasn't a problem. 10,000 feet tilde 20,000 feet tilde 30,000 feet tilde 40,000 feet tilde 50,000 feet tilde. It felt like Gustav had been falling for ages, but he didn't wish to increase his speed just yet because he was unaware of what to expect. D times 110,000 feet tilde 120,000 feet tilde 140,000 feet tilde 160,000 feet tilde 200,000 feet tilde 300,000 feet tilde. As Gustav continued to descend, he began to feel moist. Usually the dense fog was enough to make one feel moist, but this was different. His body began to rapidly fall through the air into the depths of the unknown. Surprisingly, as he descended, the darkness had reduced due to the glowing lines which he occasionally phased through during his descent. However, mist became visible upon further descent, which became denser and denser, impairing visual capabilities. The mist around him had become too dense that one couldn't even see their own body, but Gustav's high perception made it so this wasn't a problem. 10,000 feet tilde 20,000 feet tilde 30,000 feet tilde 40,000 feet tilde 50,000 feet tilde. Chapter 1221, Beast Haven Survival Challenges. Upon Handler 1 appearance, the arena quietened. It was time for the briefing of the next major challenge. Welcome back to you all, and I commend the lots of you that have made it this far. I believe you are all ready to dive into the next challenge as well. Handler 1 began with this as everyone focused their attention on him. The participants, who were over 60,000 in total initially, were now around 40,000 down there. The arena, without a doubt, was still large enough to accommodate them all. A wheel with multiple weird images appeared on the screens floating above. Some of the images happened to be crossed out as the ISOP candidates already participated in these challenges. It turned out that they were going to use the wheel to decide the next major challenge. This was contrary to the rumors that had been flying around, since the next challenge would practically be decided on a random. Handler 1 gave the other for the wheel to spin and it began rotating immediately. The arrow placed in the middle signified that the wheel had stopped before a challenge that had already been scaled through in the past. After 2 more tries, the arrow tip was finally pointed at a different image. This happened to look like a bunch of unknown creatures stacked together. Survival in the Beast Haven. Handler 1 voiced with an interesting tone. This one seems interesting, EE voiced from the side. Survival? Doesn't seem thrilling to me, Timmy shook his head. As for this challenge, participants are required to survive in the Beast Haven for a particular amount of time. As the name implies, you shall try to escape the onslaught of thousands upon thousands of beasts gathered from all across the universe. The versatility of species makes things more interesting as the beasts have different capabilities and traits that makes them dangerous. To add, the supernatural abilities of all participants shall be restricted, Handler 1 stated. See, I just knew it couldn't be good, Timmy nearly yelled out as he heard the last sentence. Our abilities will be restricted. Meanwhile we have to survive being in the same space with a bunch of beasts from all across the universe. EE voiced from the side. That seems unfair, Sheila complained but instantly turned excited. This will be fun, you're crazy, Glade stated. Only my hubby can call me that, Sheila responded while staring at Endrick with a loving gaze. Pedo. There are 3 zones within the Beast Haven. Handler 1 went on to continue explaining. The participants listened carefully as it seemed like this Beast Haven survival challenge was more tricky than it seemed on the surface. Participants shall be provided with a IOV bracelet. This bracelet helps you with 2 things. First, gathering life points. Second is the possession of 3 random generated attacks that might assist you in a dangerous situation. Only 3 random attacks are stored within the bracelet and after the usage of all 3, your bracelet will only be useful for gathering life points unless you manage to acquire an attack crate which is usually located in the red zones. Handler 1 kept explaining to them about the entirety of the challenge and all the needed to do while it was ongoing. He didn't skip any details and informed them properly of what they were meant to look out for. While it seemed like a very dangerous challenge, there were still a couple of safety measures put in place. Zing tilde 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 zing tilde. A purplish plated bracelet with 3 glowing red dots on its surface began appearing before everyone. The participants figured that this was the IOV bracelet and wasted no time in equipping it. A protective purplish helmet of sorts appeared on their faces after they equipped it. As for the alien participants who didn't have a face, it appeared on the parts of their bodies that were capable of air inhalation. A red-like hueish glow covered everyone's figure as well and a numeric figure appeared above their heads. This numerical figures were also displayed on the screens of their helmets from within so they could see it in their line of sight like how Gustav would usually see notification panels. 00125 points. Everyone had the same figures and according to the handler, this was called life points which would have a 5-point deduction after every hour spent in the Beast Haven. If all points were deducted before the challenge came to an end it automatically meant disqualification. Handler 1 also happened to mention that attacks from the beasts caused deduction in life points so of course the participants had to be careful. Handler 1 explained a few more things to the participants before officially announcing that the challenge would begin in 30 seconds. Is there a plan, Captain? Shirama questioned from the side. I have a couple but let's go with the safest which includes using our limited attacks in moderation. Gustav went on to explain to the group about his plan. Since they couldn't use their abilities, they were really handicapped especially since they had no idea about what random attack was stored in their bracelet. There was no tell if it would be useful in the whatever future scenarios they might find themselves. The main aim was to stick with a large group especially if they left the green zone. The Beast Haven Survival Challenge will commence now. A loud automated voice rang out across the 9th disc. In the next instant, the participants were teleported out of the arena. They reappeared on a particular location on the 6th disc afterwards. Everyone had been briefed, so they were instantly aware that they were in the Beast Haven. We were teleported to a green zone. It looks like we might not need to move for a while, Eldris voiced as he looked around. Gustav could see that they were currently at the summit of a pillar-like black rock that was around 2,000 feet tall. The top of this rock was circular but covered a small radius of around 300 feet. The summit emitted a green light from the ground, which obviously meant they were in a green zone. Anyone could easily fall off due to the number of participants that had gotten teleported here. However, one could instantly tell that not every participant was teleported to the top of this particular rock. In this area, there happened to be hundreds of similar-looking pillar-like rocks scattered across the place. They protruded from the ground below like they were pieces of massive nails. The ground was quite the distance away and no one could leap off this giant piece of nail-like rock without breaking their bodies to pieces since supernatural abilities were restricted. Luckily, we all appeared on the same place since we were close to each other. Timmy heaved a sigh of relief after speaking. Indeed, but we cannot stay here forever, Gustav stated while standing at the edge and staring down. The ground below was rough but void of any creatures as one would expect. One couldn't see into the distance, so it was hard to tell what laid beyond. It was really a long way down and without abilities, they'd have to climb down carefully or they'd fall to their death. Based on the briefings, even though this was a green zone, they had limited time here. There were 3 types of zones in total. The green zones happened to be areas where the beasts couldn't get to no matter what. They were completely safe. The yellow zones was where they could head to gather life points. The Beast Haven was not conducive for any living creature, but the beasts within were all immune to the toxic nature of the environment. No other living creature would be able to bear it no matter how powerful they were. The bracelet gave them enough protection with the helmet and the life points which would dwindle with time if they didn't try to renew it. The green zones made sure that the participants were safe, but they really couldn't stay there forever since they were bound to run out of life points. Despite Gustav being immune to any toxin, the bracelet would still dwindle in life points since its sole purpose is to stop any toxin in the vicinity from coming close to a participant. So long as it was functional, Gustav would have to participate in this challenge normally. As for the red zones, it went without a saying that places like that were filled with the beastly creatures they were supposed to avoid. The yellow zones were not safe from the beasts, but the red zone were hellish areas. The red zones were only useful for one thing: restocking attacks in the bracelet. A participant had 3 one-time use attacks. However, in the red zones, there were restocking crates that would help renew the attacks after they have been used. Chapter 1222. Every participant bracelet was equipped with 3 one-time use attacks. However, in the red zones, there were restocking crates that would help renew the attacks after they have been used. The participants had crossed out the idea of ever going to a red zone because they deemed it too dangerous, so everyone threw thoughts of restocking to the backs of their minds. Gustav could feel the restriction of his abilities as he stood in place, but he didn't try to fight against it. The system abilities, on the other hand, couldn't be restricted in the slightest, so he instructed the system to restrict itself. Gustav didn't see the need to cheat, neither did he feel it was smart to do so considering the footage of their time spent in the Beast Haven was being broadcasted across the planets under the Alliance. One would easily be able to tell if supernatural abilities were used. Unlike the Bloven Tree Challenge where usual physical strength was allowed due to the weight of the trees, this time even supernatural physical strength had been dampened. It went without a saying that some would still be stronger than others physically, but nevertheless, no one was capable of performing any unusual feats with their current physical capability. 71, 55, 27. The timer could be spotted in the eastern skies, which of course was quite darkened. The entire sky was dimly lit, which also made visibility on the 6th disk very low. It was said to always be like this. Guarate. A loud roar suddenly rang out from the northwest area downwards. This drew the attention of everyone, who instantly turned to stare in that direction. We should be safe here, right? Matilda voiced with a wary tone. That's what the handlers said, so I believe we are, Timmy replied from the side. Death room. A giant rectangular-shaped monstrous-looking face suddenly appeared before her across a few centimeters away from the ledge. Kiara. Matilda screamed in terror as she fell backwards and quickly crawled away from the ledge. The other participants close to the ledge instantly moved away from it as well upon the sighting of this creature. It had appeared so suddenly that everyone had been completely startled due to their slower reaction speed after getting restricted. Gustav could tell what exactly happened even though he was restricted just like the others. This creature had green rough patchy-like skin, rectangular head with a massive yellow eye that covered a third of its head and red like glowing strains extending from its eyeball to its entire lizard-like body. Its 20 feet long tail, which had spikes covering its entirety, was currently extended above the creature's head, rotating with intense speed that allowed the creature to levitate in front of the ledge. The creature was currently like a chopper with its tail rotating like a blade, which was obviously responsible for its ability to fly. The creature had flown from the distance below to the top of this rock at a speed Gustav wouldn't have considered incredible if he had his supernatural abilities. Gustav remained in place, standing before the ledge as he inspected the creature while the beast also tilted its head sideways. It almost looked like they were checking each other out. This will be troublesome, a flying beast. If there are more like this, it would make things even more difficult, Gustav thought. Bang! The creature suddenly swiped its claws forward in a bid to decapitate Gustav when a green wall of light stopped the attack. Bang! The force of impact was redirected at the creature, who ended up getting blasted across the air with 3 claw marks appearing on its body. Ki! The creature shrieked before its rotating tail tilted in a direction and it flew off. "Do you recognize that creature?" Falco questioned after it had flown away. "Unfortunately, I do not," Gustav shook his head. This was to be expected since the beasts here were said to have been gathered from all across the universe. Gustav not having any information on one or more of them would absolutely be normal. What do we even avoid a creature that has flight abilities? Fildhor questioned from the side. "We'll have to be careful when leaving the green zone," Gustav stated while bringing up the map of the Beast Haven with his bracelet. "The terrain is what matters. We have to pick rough routes that lead to the yellow zone. Routes that make hiding possible just in case we encounter any of these beasts," Gustav added while staring at the map which had green, red, and yellow spots. Heaven-piercing rocks, the name of their current location, was displayed on the map and they could see how much ground it covered. Gustav proceeded to reiterate the plan as he explained why some terrains will be favorable for passage than others. "But it's faster to go this way. It would take around 2 hours of hiking to go back and forth with this one. The passage you're suggesting will take us at least 5 hours, Yonder voiced. "It is safer, we will have more spots to hide so as to avoid detection," Gustav stated. Gustav was loud enough while concocting this plan for everyone around to hear, but at certain times he would speak very low, restricting the others around from knowing his full plans. There were about 400 participants on this heaven-piercing rock in particular, but a couple of groups were incomplete since they were close to the ledge upon arrival here. It would seem their teammates had been teleported elsewhere. "Can we join?" This question was what Gustav had been waiting for this entire time. He hid his smirk while turning around. "Why would we want to help anyone besides ourselves? It is a survival match and I don't intend for my group to lose," Gustav voiced with a tone of disinterest. "It's a survival match, but it doesn't matter if more than a single group remains after the timer counts down completely. We will all just receive points," the reddish 5-foot-tall leaf-like figure spoke with a logical tone. It turned out only himself and 2 more of its teammates were on this platform currently. Then if you wish for me to agree, you must surrender one of your 3 attacks as contribution to the team. You can use the other 2 as you will, but whenever I demand for you to make use of one, you must do as I ask," Gustav demanded with a serious expression. The 3 reddish leaf-like creatures went silent for a bit before moving aside to chat privately for some time. "We agree, but you must ensure that we will all move in one accord," the first reddish leaf-like creature who spoke, voiced out once more. "Not a problem," Gustav agreed. After this, a couple more participants asked to join as well and Gustav gave them the same offer. In a couple of minutes, the group had grown from 20 to 53. More bodies to be sacrificed if push comes to shove. Things were going exactly as Gustav had planned unbeknownst to everyone. Some of the teammates were not stoked about having others join them, but Gustav was the captain after all. His decision was ultimate. 4 hours 20 minutes of traveling back and forth, but just in case of any issues let's bump that up to 6 hours, Falco voiced from the side. We are all restricted currently, so fatigue is to be expected and a couple other inconveniences as well, Eldris nodded. We had 25 hours from the 125 life points we started with, which of course can be deducted if we receive damage from a beast. Leaving when we have around 30 life points left wouldn't be very smart since we have to put uncertainties into account. Well, leave when we're down to 50 life points, Gustav voiced lengthily. He calculated that they still had around 14 hours in the green zone till only 50 life points were left. The others agreed with Gustav's thought process and they all made a conscious decision to rest in the meantime while preparing their mental state. Time went by very quickly and before everyone knew it, close to 15 hours had gone by already. 57, 123 at this time, not a single participant had been disqualified. Everyone was teleported to a green zone upon arrival here, so this was to be expected. It didn't seem like anyone had left the green zone yet, but that was about to change. It's time to go, guys, Gustav voiced as he stood to his feet. What if those creatures can see us right now? We didn't put that into account. Matilda still seemed scared. It doesn't matter whether or not they can see us. We can't stay here forever or we will lose, Gustav responded while moving towards the southern ledge of the tall black rock. Chapter 12:23 Crossing the sinking highlands. Whether or not they can see us, we can't stay here forever or we will lose, Gustav responded while moving towards the southern ledge of the tall black rock. At this point everyone had gotten up as well and began making their way to the ledge Gustav stood before. Gustav slowly lowered his figure and turned around while firmly holding onto the ledge. He made sure to position his feet properly on the rough parts of the rocks protruding out than normal before slowly letting go of the ledge. We don't have all day, guys, Gustav voiced out while looking up, after noticing no one else had gone over the ledge like him. Technically we have over a day. Shut up, you know what I mean. The group began to carefully climb down along with Gustav at this point. They descended as quietly as they could. It's good that we're picking a different zone to hide out after stacking life points. Climbing back up this would be death, Timmy voiced with both frustration and relief. The group was climbing down the back of the rock, which was in the opposite direction of where the beast that gave them a jump scare approached from. Minutes into the descent, Yonder Fingers pulled out a small pointy rock he had held onto for support. Clack! His body nearly slipped as he struggled to hold on while his lower body dangled due to sudden imbalance. Clark! Clark! Hey, what the hell? Rhea yelled from below as some of the small rocks that pulled out slammed onto his head and that of a few others. My bad, Yonder voiced as he tried to place his hand on another protruding rock, only for the same occurrence to repeat itself. Clack! Clark! Bam! 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 Some of the rocks slammed into Rhea's forehead, causing him to completely slip as more rocks rolled out making loud noises. Arga! Rhea yelled as his body fell through the air. F-who? Gustav quickly reached out and grabbed Rhea the instant he descended to his height. I got you, Gustav consoled as his left arm trembled from Rhea's weight. Rhea swiftly reached out and clamped onto the rough rocks with his limbs. Gustav's arms were finally free from the weight, but he felt like his shoulder was a little out of place. Getting a feeling of déjà vu here, Gustav thought as he shook his left arm before placing it back on the rough parts of the rock. Ki-aha! An incredibly loud screech suddenly rang in their ears, announcing the approach of an incoming beast. Everyone seat. Gustav voiced internally with an expression that demanded silence. Everyone paused at this point, holding onto the rock firmly and completely keeping quiet. There was no doubt that the rocks that had pulled out of the surface of this giant rock had attracted the attention of whatever beast made that noise. Bang! The rock trembled a little as something rammed into it at the bottom, but the tremor was so light, it could easily be ignored. Gustav could tell that it wasn't because whatever rammed into the rock was weak. It was because this was a green zone and the heaven rocks were very sturdy. The beast at the bottom must have gotten blasted away after ramming into a green zone, so Gustav had a look of relief at this point. Let's keep going, Gustav voiced with a low tone. The group resumed climbing down at this point and tried not to make any noise this time. In about 30 minutes' time, the group finally reached the bottom. Now that they were on the ground, they could see how tall the heaven-piercing rocks in the area were. It was like staring at a bunch of skyscrapers scattered all across the place with only around 20 feet distance away from each other. The visibility seemed even worse at the bottom as the towering rocks hindered proper vision. Fortunately, the map helped with this situation. The group began making their way forward quickly but carefully. Around 40 minutes of their time had already been spent climbing down the rocks, so they had only a little over 5 hours left. It took around 20 minutes of walking and scouring around the towering rocks before they finally left the region of heaven-piercing rocks. The sinking highlands the map displayed their current location, which was neither a green, red, or yellow zone. This was one of the few places on the maps that served no purpose besides being a route to other locations. It might have beasts lurking and might not. There was no way to know till they scaled through. The region had several moutaines by the sides and paths in between that had exalted as well as sloppy areas. However, as the name suggested, it was definitely a dangerous location. Gustav had picked it because they would definitely have an advantage here so long as they knew how to properly tread past this region. There were splits on the ground all around them as they moved forward. The spaces in between the splits were wide enough for them to see through it. Green bubbling liquid which emitted a light glow could be spotted in between the splits. A small sizzling sound escaped from the split on the ground as Gustav took the first step forward. The ground descended upon contact with his feet, which Gustav quickly reacted to by stepping forward. As that part of the ground sunk in, sizzling greenish liquid spilled out, spreading a little further than 1 foot radius. "Be careful," Gustav voiced as he continued to move forward. "Why in the hell did we agree to pass here again?" Timi voiced with a low tone as his forehead scrunched. The group quickly followed after Gustav as he stuck close to the left side of a huge moutaine while moving forward. They did their possible best to avoid sinking into the green liquid below with the ground. Fortunately, not every part of the ground sunk upon contact. The group couldn't catch a break as they quickly moved forward to avoid the sizzling greenish liquid. Over 20 minutes went by and the group luckily had not encountered any beast in the area as they moved forward. They had made it more than halfway past the region at this point and it looked like they would be out soon. "Stop," Gustav suddenly voiced out after a few minutes of movement. The group quickly paused as they moved to the sides upon Gustav's gesture to hide. Since there were a couple of rocky areas, they had places that could conceal their figures. Up ahead was a group of 4 beastly-looking creatures who seemed to have not discovered their presence. These creatures stood on 4s with 3 square-shaped pointy heads that made it look like their faces were drills. These creatures had eyes at the tip of their horns which were curved backwards along with a 14-feet-long body and very short tail. Compared to a lot of creatures Gustav had seen in the past, these looked less scary, but that didn't mean they should be underestimated. Gustav was about to give an instruction when a loud yell rang out behind him. "Arg! Shit!" One of the one-legged aliens behind them screamed out as they jumped away from a sinking land. The participant happened to have side-stepped subconsciously, causing the ground to sink as a small portion of green liquid made contact with their leg. Key. The creatures ahead were instantly aware of their presence and turned around. "Go! Go! Go!" Gustav yelled as he quickly turned to the side and began running. The group of 50 also followed suit as the beasts began to give chase. "You just couldn't keep your goddamned mouth shut," Yonder yelled with a tone of anguish as they ignored the sinking terrain while running at full speed. Thoom! One of the 4 beasts suddenly leapt forward, completely flying above their heads before landing a couple of feet in front of them. "Gustav!" Eldris yelled from the side. Gustav nodded and grabbed onto a mini boulder-sized rock by the side. Eldris grabbed hold of this rock as well and they both struggled to lift it. They successfully tossed the rock forward together as the beast charged forward while swinging its claws. The group behind found their action completely stupid as due to weakness they could only toss the rock a few feet forward, which was not even far enough to make contact with the beast. However, at the same moment the rock landed on the ground, the beast also stepped on that piece of land with its left upper body foot. That part of its body instantly sank into the ground, dipping into the greenish sizzling liquid below like chicken strips in hot sauce. Key. The creature screamed in pain as it quickly yanked its left leg out and fell to the side. That leg was already a pile of bones, but Gustav and Eldris didn't wait to witness this. 62C5B2942708FD12A9 AD 975E. Follow current novels on tapnovelful.com. Chapter 1224. Key. The creature screamed in pain as it quickly yanked its left leg out and fell to the side. That leg was already a pile of bones, but Gustav and Eldris didn't wait to witness this. They had kept on charging forward and even used the creature's body as land as they ran across it. The group behind didn't let their astonishment slow them down as they kept running forward as well, since there were still 3 more beasts chasing them. While they were curious about how Gustav and Eldris were so synchronized that they managed to pull that off, they would need a miracle to deter the rest of the 3 beasts. The beasts weren't slow, however. Due to the terrain, they were more likely to sink, especially with their size and weight. This was the major reason they hadn't caught up to the group. The sinking highlands wasn't just dangerous to the participants, it was also dangerous to beasts. At this rate they'll catch up to us. We need to separate, Gustav voiced out as they kept running. Separate, but one of them wanted to retort when Gustav continued. If we separate into 3, the beasts will be forced to split as well, and then each group can find a way to deter the beast chasing them. There's a better chance of doing so with separation, Gustav stated. Then we all can circle back and meet on the path that leads to the yellow zone after this, or we meet at the yellow zone, Eldris voiced in agreement. Chatter. A lot of them seemed reluctant, but Gustav's plan was making sense. I'll go east, Endrik voiced as he turned to the side, breaking off from the main team. Who's with me? Endrik questioned as he ran off. One of the beasts paused at this point while the others kept chasing Gustav and the rest. A small chunk from the team quickly broke off to follow Endrik. I'll go west, Eldris stated before turning to the run in the opposite direction that Endrik had taken. A small part of the team broke off once more following Eldris, and Gustav was left with around 20 individuals. 6 of which were Earthlings. Angie, Falco, Abestos, Matilda and Finks had stayed on this size, while the other 14 were alien participants. Just as expected, the separation had slowed the beasts down a bit as each of them began chasing after one group. Gustav had told the group before they set out that they should never use any of the attacks in their bracelet unless it was an impossible situation that they were 100% sure is inescapable. Gustav believed their present predicament to be escapable since they happened to still be within the sinking highlands region. There. Gustav voiced loudly as he spotted a hole by the side of the bottom of a mountain. Everyone quickly followed after him while the creature behind was catching up. Fortunately, they arrived in front of the boulder-sized hole before the beast could get them. The group of 20 wasted no time in filing into the hole despite their various sizes. The beast dived head first, straight through the entrance of the hole after them, but got stuck halfway in. The middle part of its body clogged the entry point of the hole as it struggled to push itself in. D*MDA. The ground suddenly began sinking in from the entry point of the hole. Key. The creature screamed loudly as its upper body, which was stuck, sank into the green sizzling liquid below. Its body, which was stuck, soon became unstuck, but at this point it was too late. The surroundings at the entrance of the hole had sunken. Half of the beast's body was already well dipped into the greenish liquid. It's dead, Matilda said as they peered backwards. Yeah, nothing would be able to survive that, Falco voiced. We need to head back, Wardoli, one of the reddish leaf-like participants voiced out. Turning to stare forward, the space in the hole was very tiny, but it seemed to extend further ahead. Meanwhile, behind them, which was the entry they had used to get here, all that could be seen was a puddle of greenish liquid bubbling with intensity. Since none of them currently had supernatural abilities, avoiding the greenish puddle up ahead while trying to leave through the entry point would be impossible. Not only was the puddle covering a distance of 19 feet, the hole was also really small, so their heads were kissing its ceiling despite their hunched backs. We can't go back there, Gustav shook his head before squatting to move forward. The others could see that there wasn't a choice as well and followed after him. The hole was getting much smaller the further they moved that at some point, they began to crawl on 4s. Minutes later, Crawling on fours had turned to crawling on their belly for the Earth participants, and for the others, they had to lay completely on the ground. The group could only hope that they wouldn't come into contact with a sinking area, or it would be really difficult to escape the greenish liquid due to their crawling speed. "We've arrived at the end," Gustav voiced from up ahead. "DNOM finally," the group voiced with tones of relief after hearing that. "There is no way out." Their relief was short-lasting, disappearing the instant Gustav made this announcement. "What do you mean there's no way out?" one of them asked from behind. Gustav tilted his body to the side for everyone behind to see. It was just as he stated. They had arrived at a dead end which was completely sealed up with the same composition the mountain was made up of. "Try hitting it, maybe it's soft," one of them suggested. Gustav shook his head before knocking on the mountain wall up ahead. From the sound of collision, it was obviously a strongly sealed wall. "What do we do now? We can't go back and we can't go forward. Are we stuck here?" So this is where it ends. The group soon descended into despair upon realization of being stuck here. "Hold on guys," Gustav, whose expression had been indifferent this whole time, called their attention as he voiced out. "Before we got into the hole, I took note of the size of the mountain. Height and width," he began speaking. "Based on my estimation, we have crossed 835 feet since we went in the hole. I also estimated that were we to travel in a straight line through the mountain, we'd reach the other side after 800 feet. We crossed 830 feet, and from the structure of the path within the hole, it's not completely straightforward. It's a little snaky at some areas, which would also mean we'd cross longer than. Where are you going with this?" Everyone was getting really anxious, so Finks cut Gustav off, seeing as he was taking really long explaining. "What I'm saying is, we should be very close to the other side of the bottom of the mountain. There is a high possibility that what awaits after the wall before us is escape from the encompassment of the mountain," Gustav stated. "Are you saying that if we could find a way to get past this wall here, we'd be out of the mountains?" one of the alien participants questioned. "The possibility is very high, yes," Gustav responded. "This is where the agreement we had at the top of the rock comes in," Gustav added while staring at the additions to their group. "Oh, has it left? I can still hear its footsteps. I think we should wait." Behind a stack of rocks positioned atop a highland area, a group of around 15 people could be seen squatting. They seemed to be hiding from a menacing-looking beast, parading the vicinity. "We can't stay here forever," one of them voiced. "We also can't just go out there while it's still around. We have to be patient," Endrik voiced. "Listen to my hubby, he knows what he's talking about," Sheila voiced with twinkling eyes. One of them was about to retort again when a loud explosion went off. Boom! It caused a minor tremor which they felt from their position. This proved it happened quite a distance away from them, however, it was loud enough to attract the attention of the beast roaming about. The group could hear the footsteps of the beast slowly reducing in volume before completely disappearing. Finally, I thought it would never leave. We got lucky." The group expressed their relaxation after hiding here for nearly 30 minutes. "Let's go before it comes back," Endrik voiced while standing upright. The group checked their map and began making their way northwards as quickly as they could. Were alive. Phew, that was quite the explosion. Chapter 12:25. The group checked their map and began making their way northwards as quickly as they could. Were alive. Phew, that was quite the explosion. The individuals with Gustav wiped dust off their body as they stood to their feet. They were on the other side of the mountain, and although a hole was blasted through to help them escape, they had nearly gotten buried in. Phew. Gustav and Angie pulled out the last individual in their group from the sand coverings, who also began clearing the dust from their body. According to the agreement Gustav had with the others who had joined them, they each owed Gustav an attack from their Iove bracelet. Gustav had made one of them use an attack from their bracelet to create an opening for them to escape. Before the participant made use of it, Gustav instructed everyone to hold onto the participant in front of them so it would make it easier to get pulled out if the ones behind got buried, since the ceiling of the hole they were trapped in would most likely cave in. Fortunately, things had gone exactly as Gustav predicted and everyone survived, but now they needed to get out of here. "Let's go," Gustav voiced before turning around and running off. The group followed right after him. They hurriedly moved at fast pace, which made sinking into the ground avoidable. About 20 minutes later, the group had arrived at the outskirts of the sinking highlands. They were only a mile away from the path that led to the yellow zone they were heading to at this point. They had managed to avoid a couple more beasts they came across along the way. Fortunately, these beasts didn't notice them and couldn't sense their presence when they hid from sight, so they were able to take detours around. "Are we gonna wait for them?" Matilda questioned as they arrived on Sloppy Plain. "It wouldn't be wise to do so, we're practically out in the open, so avoiding beasts here would be close to impossible," Gustav responded as they kept making their way forward. "But what if they need help? Shouldn't we check for them at least? They may still be back there," Angie voiced with a tone of worry. "We can't. We have to trust that they'll be fine, and if they're not, we cannot jeopardize more group members." Gustav shook his head. His thought process was, even if they got caught by any of the beasts and lost all their life points, they would just get disqualified and teleported out of the sixth disc. So long as the others from Earth group were still safe, they would still be participating in the challenge. Since it was a survival challenge, a planet group wouldn't be disqualified unless all its 20 participants lost their life points. Gustav's decision to split them was also based on all of these. "They'll meet us on the charred wasteland then," Falco noted. The group continued to head forward along this sloppy path. Although visibility in the Beast Haven was limited, the current location happened to be a wide open space, so they watched out for the others. Soon enough, they spotted a small group ahead of them, and Gustav was able to recognize the body features of some of them from behind. Since the group was trying to maintain quietness so as not to draw any beasts to themselves, they chose not to call out to them. Gustav could tell that those were the participants that went with Eldris. He had used this to confirm Eldris and the rest's safety, but he was still unaware about that of Endrix. The group had already spent over 2 hours journeying from the heaven-piercing rock region to their current location. This meant they had a little over 3 hours of life points left. They should have spent only 2 hours, but due to all of the disturbances they faced on the way, they spent longer. They continued to follow behind as silently as they could, heading down the sloppy path. "It's finally in sight," Angie announced after a couple of minutes. In the distance, the group could spot a tar-like terrain with dense purplish dried-up-looking trees standing firmly in multiple areas. These trees looked extremely dried up with purplish outer covering, yet they had blood-red leaves sprouting from their branches. The ground of the tar-like terrain emitted a faint yellow glow, depicting that this was a yellow zone. They had finally arrived here. The charred wasteland. The map displayed its name as they approached it with expressions of relief. "Gustav," Eldris called from up ahead as the two groups finally reconnected, with the exception of Endrix. "Glad to see that you got here safely," he said with a smile. "Likewise," Gustav responded as they stepped onto the yellow zone. The instant the group finally stepped foot on the yellow zone, their IOV bracelets emitted a little glow as numbers appeared on its surface. DNOM 00017 points, plus 1 point, 00018 points, plus 1 point, D times M 00020 points, plus 1 point. Every second they spent in the yellow zone increased the life points displayed on their bracelet. Gustav calculated that they needed around 240 life points to be safe for the entire duration of the challenge. If they managed to fill up that much and found their way back to a green zone, they would be safe till the timer counted down completely. 4 minutes. Let's make sure to watch out for beasts. Gustav knew the vicinity was not safe, so even a single minute seemed like a stretch. About 1 minute in, they spotted a group approaching from up ahead. "Endrick, looks like they're safe," Matilda voiced with a tone of relief. Endrick and the others from his side soon arrived, and the whole group of 50 were completely reunited. Some of them recounted their experiences, relaying how dangerous each of their predicaments were. 00127 points, plus 1 point. Gustav stared at his IOV bracelet with a calm look, but internally he felt impatient. Only 2 minutes had gone by since they arrived here from the looks of things. It almost seemed like time had slowed down at the one moment he wanted it to be fast. His eyes suddenly knitted as the sound of loud footsteps drifted into their ears. The group turned around to stare in the direction of the incoming footsteps. As a group of alien participants appeared in their line of sight, the group emitted a look of relief. "Looks like we're not the only ones who picked this place to recharge," Fildhor voiced. "Run." The yell from one of the approaching group caused their already calm nerves to rise. "What do you mean by?" This was when they noticed that the approaching alien participants were not walking, instead they were running. Gustav's forehead scrunched as he set his sights on what laid behind the approaching alien participants. "Go. Everyone move now," Gustav yelled as he turned eastwards. "Oh shit." EE yelled as he also spotted the multiple beasts chasing the participants from behind. The group quickly reacted by turning around and running as fast as their legs could take them. "Arag." Loud cries were heard behind as it seemed that the beasts had caught up with some of the alien participants. Thoom. A mechanical-looking ape-like creature leapt into the air and suddenly landed in the midst of Gustav and the others. Its red glowing eyes flashed with violence, leaving the participants with no time to react. Fuhum tilde Gustav lowered his body the instant this creature arrived in their midst, and the moment he did, a massive metallic fist swung past his head. Bang! The fist crashed into Yonder, who was directly behind him, causing his body to be forcefully thrown into the air. 100 life points. Bass, Tard, Yonder groaned. His life points were instantly deducted as his body slammed into another alien participant behind, causing them to be forcefully pushed backwards as well. How in the hell is this thing considered a beast? It's like an artificial intelligent death robot. EE screamed as he kept running with a look of horror. "Disperse," Gustav stated. The group understood exactly what this meant and quickly ran off in separate directions. The beastly robotic figure paused for a bit, staring at its targets that were escaping in different directions. Its violent brimming red eyes flickered as it suddenly spread both of its arms in separate directions, which began increasing in length while holes appeared on different parts of its body. Multiple mechanical arms phased out of these holes, increasing in length and speedily shooting in the direction of the escaping participants. Gustav and a few others managed to dodge as they descended, but about 6 participants were not so lucky. The multiple arms that had extended grabbed hold of them and yanked them towards the mechanical beast. Chapter 1226. The precarious situations. The multiple arms that had extended grabbed hold of them and yanked them towards the mechanical beast. Gustav resumed fleeing as this was the beast course of action. This beast wasn't the only one on their tail, other beasts had began chasing after them, and these ones had flesh. "If I'm gonna get disqualified here, I might as well make use of them," Yonder cursed as he tapped on his Iove bracelet. A mechanical arm was about to grab Finks when a massive green energy beam slammed into the mechanical beast, sending it flying across the air. Bang! "That's what you get for messing with me, bastard," Yonder yelled with a look of delight as he lowered his left hand. The beasts in the vicinity were instantly alarmed by this action and turned to glare at him. "Oh!" He turned around and began running. Some of the beasts instantly gave chase while others still went after the rest of the participants in the vicinity. The mechanical beast jumped back to its feet after a few seconds with its entire body smoking. "Grua," it growled, causing the entire vicinity to radiate loudly. "That is going to attract more beasts. Keep running," Gustav voiced to the participants around him as they stormed off into the unknown. The participants who weren't able to escape the onslaught of the beasts made use of the attacks available in their Iove bracelet. Blasts rang out all across the charred wasteland. Unfortunately, some participants didn't get to use their attacks before the beast's ambush laid waste to all of their life points. Currently, a couple of participants in the charred wasteland had gotten disqualified from the attacks. However, this wasn't the only location where such scenario was playing out. Since only around 3 hours were left till the life points that were originally imbued in the Iove bracelet would be depleted, every single participant was currently on the move. After leaving the green zone, safety was no longer guaranteed for anyone. At this same moment, participants in multiple locations were getting jumped by all sorts of beasts that were kept here. Handler 1 hadn't given them much information on the types of beasts they'd encounter here, but he mentioned one in particular that they should be wary of. He mentioned that should they come across this one, disqualification is certain. However, on the bright side, it only lurked around the red zones. Gustav arrived under a canopy of rocks that were stuck in between the large walls of two mountains. The space underneath the rocks that had formed a sort of roofing was large enough to look like a passageway of sorts. The mountains on both sides had such steep surfaces that would make climbing an hassle and would also slow him down since supernatural strength was currently restricted. The best route forward was the path underneath the rocks that formed a roof in between the two steep mountains. The path was dark and even rougher, but Gustav didn't see a better option. It also seemed much better to move on a terrain that was well hidden than one in the open. "How are we sure there are no beasts hiding in here?" Angie questioned with a slightly worried look as they began treading this path. "If there are any, well, feed EE to them," Gustav voiced with an indifferent expression while stepping forward. "Haha, nice joke, Gustav." EE tried to keep his laughter down. "I wasn't joking," Gustav said with a light chuckle while staring at EE. "Suddenly it's not so funny anymore." EE paused while displaying his set of white teeth with a grimacing expression. "Lighten up." Hehehe, Angie chuckled while tapping EE as her face threatened to burst with laughter. This wasn't the time to be making jokes since they just got out of a precarious situation, but Gustav's short dialogue with EE and the expression he displayed on his face after Gustav's statement was just so hilarious that Angie found it extremely difficult to hold back laughter. "Yo, why can't we just feed Angie to the beasts instead of me?" EE complained while Angie kept laughing. "Because she's my girlfriend. Come on man, bros before." Don't you dare finish that sentence. The initially gloomy air and dreadful aura around had dissipated at this point due to Gustav and ES presence. Gustav, Angie and EE had ran off in the same direction during the scuffle with the beasts, so they just kept moving together at this point. It was unknown if the whole group, minus the ones who were already disqualified, would reunite. However, the green zone they were supposed to head to together was where this trio were currently headed. The triangular waterfalls that was close. Timmy sat in a body of water while breathing heavily as the noise of water falling from the air reverberated across the vicinity. "If we had been any slower, we would have gotten disqualified by now," Endrik, who seemed to be in a much calmer state, said with a look of relief. Just like how Gustav, Angie and EE had moved in the same direction, so did he and Timmy. Both of them were initially being chased by a beast who had specifically chosen to follow only them out of the many others. Timmy had cursed their luck repeatfly as they nearly lost all of outwit the beast for long enough, till they arrived in a green zone. The direction they stormed off in happened to be very close to their life points due to this beast. Fortunately, they were able to outwit the beast for long enough, till they arrived in a green zone. The direction they stormed off in happened to be very close to a green zone, so they were the first amongst the group to arrive in a green zone. This was the same green zone Gustav had picked that they would head to after stacking up enough life points in the yellow zone. The triangular waterfalls. This location happened to have a small circular breach in space a couple thousand feet above. The breach happened to be the source of the waterfall, which descended upon the place in the form of a triangle. If one were to look at this location from afar, the triangular descent of the waterfall seemed quite spectacular. Its tip pierced the skies while its lower parts spread like the tail of the peacock, cascading down with intensity that defied the laws of physics. This of course had formed a body of water which currently emitted a green glow, depicting that this was a green zone. There was no danger staying in the water body since it was quite shallow. Even while sitting in it, the surface of the water body only reached Timmy's belly area. "Will the others be fine?" "I'm a little worried," Timmy voiced as he sat upright. "That isn't what we should be worrying about right now," Endrik replied while looking around. Timmy too had noticed it at this point and squinted his eyes in suspicion. Surrounding the body of water were a couple of beasts who stayed put. They had kept some distance between themselves and the entry point of the green zone, but they remained in place like guards. It almost felt like they knew exactly what was going on. "If these beasts stay here, we won't be able to leave the green zone," Timmy voiced out. "And we only have enough life points to last us for another one day," Endrik stated. They would get disqualified if the beasts stayed here for longer than their life points could sustain them. "They definitely can't stay here for an entire day, right?" Timmy said with a look of hope. "I don't know about that. They seem intelligent," Endrik responded while pointing in a direction. Right before their very eyes a beast smiled at them while shooting them a condescending gaze. Timmy gulped down saliva. We might be screwed. It looked like the creatures were going to stick around, knowing that staying in the green zone would cause them to run out of life points and coming out would mean facing an onslaught from them. It was a lose-lose situation. To make matters worse, more beasts kept arriving as time passed. What do we do? Timmy asked. For now we wait, Endrick voiced in response. It's going to take us another 3 hours of non-stop moving to get there, EE voiced with a slightly disturbed look as he stared at the map. They were currently transversing across an area with an uncountable number of mammoth pot-sized holes on the ground. They of course avoiding falling into the holes as they walked in their midst. I know, but right now we're in danger until we get to a green zone. If the others are there, we could all move together in large numbers. Gustav still felt that moving in large numbers would make it easier to have fodder in precarious situations. The large numbers quite literally saved them in the charred wasteland, since things would be way worse if Earth participants had gone alone. They might have gotten wiped out there. Chapter 12:27 Difficult decision. The large numbers quite literally saved them in the charred wasteland, since things would be way worse if Earth participants had gone alone. They might have been all wiped out there. A yellow zone is 2 hours away. Wouldn't it be more sensible to head there instead and gather enough points? Angie voiced out what was on ES' mind. Exactly. EE stated. Yes, but then it would be safer if we reunited with the others and then went there, Gustav responded. But you said that so long as any one of us managed to remain, we'd still be fine as a group. We don't even know if the others made it there. Wouldn't it be a waste to head there and meet it empty only for us to double back to the closest yellow zone, which would now take us 5 hours if our journey is uninterrupted? Angie voiced out lengthily. You make a good point, but like I said, safety. If we're the only ones left, heading to the yellow zone immediately might not be the best option. It would be better to find a safe haven and then make proper infallible plans before heading out, but like you said, the time well spent doubling back would increase him. Gustav had to admit that Angie was making sense, but it was really a tough decision. If they headed left now, after 3 hours of uninterrupted hiking, they'd arrive at the closest green zone. However, if they headed right, after 2 hours of uninterrupted hiking, they would arrive in another yellow zone. The choice had to be made now. SSS he wasn't even aware that she was conscious or would be able to see through the structure and discover his existence. It took him completely by surprise. Stop whatever it is you're doing and let me go, Gustav spoke in his mind. Please save me. I'll free you if you promise to save me, the Diaperonian voiced. Let me go now while you still have the chance. You can get yourself out of whatever pickle you got yourself into. It is none of my business, Gustav replied. Please save me, they will turn me into a sacrifice. Please save me. 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 Her voice kept ringing in Gustav's head, causing him headache. His face squeezed up with annoyance. Enough. Gustav yelled as a small pink and reddish glow emitted from his being. Fisk. He was instantly freed from the hold of the Diaperonian. You just ruined your chances of getting saved. Do it yourself, Gustav stated before stamping an invisibility button on his forehead. Cognitive concealment has been activated. He tapped the button on his forehead after activating cognitive concealment, causing his entire body to disappear as he turned invisible. Are you truly not going to save her? The system inquired. TCH, why should I? Gustav said internally before swooping downwards. Don't be reckless like the last time, the system voiced. No worries, this time their ISNT a crazy internal structure with unexpected gravitational laws. Gustav was relieved that it seemed easier than the last time. Upon getting close to the ground, he hovered slightly over it, flying forward into the massive temple. More statues bearing semblance to that of the one above could be seen placed in different parts of the temple interior. Although smaller in size, they seemed to be arranged in a way meant to beautify the temple. However, some of these statues were in compromising positions, some with weapons jarring through their head or chest. Real internal organs planted in different corners as well. Gustav could easily tell. Weird rocks that Gustav had never seen before could also be spotted, which made him wonder how their sense of beautification worked. Any normal person that stumbled into this temple would be scared out of their wits instead of standing there and praising the design. Gustav immediately arrived before the altar area after avoiding the multiple creatures moving about the place. The system had once again revealed the name of this species to Gustav, but he wasn't interested in that right now. He just wanted to get the Viandu egg and move out of this territory as soon as possible. "I'll alert these creatures about your existence if you don't help me right now." He suddenly heard the voice of the Diaperonian in his mind the instant he reached out to touch the Viandu egg. She looked even more slimy and gooey in closer proximity. Gustav only took a glance at her and the binds surrounding her figure. "No. I'll be out of here before they can even do anything," Gustav responded while grabbing the Viandu egg. "Please, I'll owe you one. I'm a princess, I'll give something back in return." "Anything you want," the Diaperonian participant begged. "Why can't you just slither your way out of that thing? You're practically liquid," Gustav questioned. "The binds stop me from dematerializing," she voiced. "I promise to do anything. Please just free me," she added. Gustav paused at this point. "Anything?" he questioned internally. "Yes, anything. You have my word," she voiced. "You have limited time before they discover your presence," the system reminded. "We have a deal," Gustav said internally before letting go of the Viandu egg. "Didn't you say you weren't going to help her?" The system wanted to facepalm at this point. Gustav ignored the system and stared at the invisible lines surrounding the Diaperonian who was still bound. He had seen the lines around her when he activated God Eyes initially and assumed it was some kind of trigger but didn't understand why they didn't put it around the egg. "The lines are ritualistic design which would have sucked out her life force upon activation," the system stated. "Looks like it's not a trigger like I thought. Explains why they didn't put it around the egg. Are they really that confident that no one would be able to get it?" Gustav wondered internally. "It would still cause a trigger if you tried to save her though," the system voiced. "Yeah. I'll just disintegrate it then," Gustav decided while activating atomic manipulation. Atomic manipulation has been activated. He tapped his right feet on the altar and a milky glowing line spread from his feet to the lines surrounding the Diaperonian. A circular decline was instantly formed on the altar. The ritualistic lines had completely disappeared, however the creatures in the vicinity had been alerted. Gustav was super quick to have already grabbed the egg and the Diaperonian before flying upwards. Bang! He broke through the roof of the temple-like platform instantly, however. Fui. The moment he ascended about 50 feet above the ground, the Diaperonian suddenly dematerialized despite the binds surrounding her body. The occurrence took Gustav by mistake and before he knew it, she was wrapped around his right arm and extending further to the rest of his body. Thihai. Multiple outbursts of greenish energy surrounded the entire vicinity at once, causing Gustav to only see a world of green before he began falling to the ground. "What the hell is this?" Gustav voiced as a barrier suddenly appeared around him while he fell to his knees. Hi. The Diaperonian began laughing hysterically in his mind while Gustav struggled to break free but he couldn't get off his knees. Step. Multiple of the green-armored creatures with weapons stepped towards the barrier with cold looks. "You fell into our trap, thieving scum," one of the Zergs stated as he arrived before the barrier. He happened to be around 20 feet tall with a massive club-like weapon in his grasp. "What is this? Cosmic superiority?" "Not quite, it feels different," Gustav questioned internally with his forehead creasing. His body wasn't listening to his commands and this wasn't like the hold the Diaperonian had on his body earlier. That power made him unable to move but this power was compelling him to kneel. Looking upwards, Gustav could see the upside-down horn on the scalp of the Zerg glowing a bright green light. However, it wasn't just him. Other Zergs in the vicinity had the same green glow and it seemed to have set up the barrier surrounding Gustav. The Diaperonian goo slid down from his arm and moved across the ground towards the largest Zerg. "Good job, Fina," the Zerg stated as the ashy slime arrived before him before getting sucked into the upside-down horn on his forehead. A participant working with one of the creatures down here? This didn't make any sense to Gustav. The binds which were supposed to stop her from dematerializing seemed to have been a fluke, and she could have dematerialized anytime she wanted. Gustav had been successfully fooled. These creatures were truly intelligent, but a lot still wasn't adding up. I found Fina and made her my slave. The 20 feet tall Zerg began stating upon seeing the look of confusion on Gustav's face. After saying a couple of things, Gustav now understood everything. The Zergs were aware that someone was going to try and steal their Viandu egg, and from the looks of things he wasn't the first. The power of the chief of the Zerg's upside-down horn lets him bring back to life someone and make them his slave. He apparently found the corpse of Fina, a Diaperonian participant, somewhere unknown and brought her back to life as his slave. Being her master, he und SS 2 reasons bad match up, and that's their captain, Gustav replied. Oh, Teamy voiced. Will you be going then? Nah, I have a better match up. Elevra, you're up, Gustav announced. Elevra's face turned focused as she heard this. How far do I have to go? She wanted to know if it was necessary to go all out. Gustav had told everyone initially that they wouldn't be displaying all of their strength from the start, but eventually they would go all out. Just make sure you get to the 9th river, Gustav instructed. Elevra nodded and began heading forward. The grounds destroyed initially had been fixed and new rivers were now positioned there. As Elevra arrived before the first river, the Anusa relic appeared before her and she reached out to grab it. A few moments later, she was holding onto a massive spear with a fiery purplish flame at its tip. Elevra stared at her weapon with a look of satisfaction before pointing it at the river before her. Her entire figure was soon emitting a bright purplish glow as the ground began to quake. On the other side, Captain Shumi held onto what looked like a massive cannon. It was 4 times her size, yet she held it above her like it was nothing while pouring energy into it. A couple of moments later, they both took action. Boom! A shot was released from the cannon which flew into the river ahead and exploded with intensity. Meanwhile, Elevra, who had levitated to almost 100 feet height, flung the spear in her grasp downwards. A purplish streak cut through the air as it bore through the river instantly, emitting a shockwave that caused the entire river to be emptied. Both opponents went through the 1st to 6th river, performing the same actions and clearing it out. Her strength should be reaching its limits after this river, Captain Shumi thought as she gave it her all and cleared the 7th river as well. The purplish aura surrounding Elevra climbed as she flung down her spear from the air once more. Bang! The entire river was emptied once again effortlessly as cracks spread across the floor of the river. Chapter 1228. Above the surface, right before their very eyes, which was filled with uttermost bewilderment, Gustav stood to his feet, no longer hindered by their abilities. What? How are you doing this, thieving scum? The chief of the Zergs voiced. It's just a Yaki dupe, Gustav muttered as he stepped forward and grabbed the Viandu egg. Gustav barely activated cosmic superiority since he didn't want to bring any attention to himself. Exuding a little bit of its energy was enough to break out of the hold of the Zerg's power. Dash Yaki? Dash, that creature is dangerous, chief. Dash, what is this? The Zergs were already astonished and wary upon witnessing Gustav's feat, but in the next instant he suddenly disappeared from sight. Bang! A loud crash assaulted their ears as the barrier blasted to smithereens. The Zergs were unable to process things very quickly despite their powerful ability. Their eyes widened when they spotted Gustav in the sky with their chief in his grasp, powerless. The club-like weapon in his grasp had fallen to the ground as well. Chief! They yelled with looks of horror as they began throwing weapons upwards. LTS, time to send you to the afterlife. A smirk appeared on Gustav's face as his frame cut across the air with intense speed. Despite his size, the chief of the Zergs struggled powerlessly with Gustav's right hand holding tightly onto his throat. Please spare me. You can have the egg, the chief pleaded after seeing their immense difference in strength. I already have the egg, you don't strike a good bargain, Gustav stated as his fingers tightened around the neck of the chief, which was very small in comparison to his size. Aruraj, I have a better bargain, PL. Ease spree me. The chief of the Zergs pleaded. I don't wanna hear it, greed got me into this situation. Your power will be enough compensation, Gustav replied as he prepared to extract the chief's ability. MP. I have a MAP. I see an HELPYOUG et MORI EGGS. The chief kept struggling to speak. He says he has a map, the system voiced. I already know my way around, Gustav replied. You do, but you keep getting into these situations that delay you. Didn't you say you wanted to get out of here as soon as possible? The system inquired. Gustav thought about it for a second. He was unaware of the abilities of the creatures here, so he kept getting into unfavorable situations. However, if a native of this part of the fourth disc helped him, things would become easier and he wouldn't get delayed by falling into unexpected situations again. I guess you're right, but I really like their abilities though. Gustav reluctantly released his tight grip on the chief's throat. You're not just gonna give me a map, you will also stake the eggs for me, Gustav stated while still holding the chief up. I agree, but can my savior release our egg since we will be helping you steal more? The chief inquired. You don't get to make demands besides, what do you guys even need them for? Gustav questioned. Please savior, you might as well just slaughter us now if you still wish to take our egg, the chief pleaded. Why is the Viandu egg so important to the creatures down here? Gustav wondered internally with a slightly raised left brow. Who knows? The system answered like it was unaware too. Very well then, Gustav voiced while turning around. Fuehuai tilde he sped across the air once more and arrived above the territory of the Zergs who were still prancing around in despair. Gustav let go of the chief who fell from the aid and landed before his kin. Chief! The Zergs yelled in joy. Now listen up. Gustav floated a few feet above the ground with a menacing gaze, causing the Zergs to shudder. They meekly fell to their knees and listened as Gustav made demands on what he wanted. The creatures would do anything to make sure their eggs were not taken from them, so they accepted Gustav's demand. They couldn't even disobey even if they wanted to since their chief already agreed. With the partnership, the Zergs informed Gustav of this part of the fourth disc properly. Apparently, it was a kind of dimension between the fourth and fifth disc, but they were still a part of planet Osius. However, they weren't completely recognized by the major species existing on the surface of the discs. The Osis. They were seen as less important and inferior, and the eggs happened to be what helped them evolve and grow as a species. Gustav still didn't really understand a couple of this about this whole dimension, but he had more knowledge about planet Osius now. It was normal for a planet to have multiple species, especially one as massive as this. However, he didn't understand why the Osis choose not to acknowledge the existences of the ones here. As he stayed longer, he realized the Zergs were more peaceful than they looked on the surface. Despite the chief's special ability to revive the dead with that upside-down horn of his and turn them to his slave, he didn't think of conquering more territories. This ability could change the tide of battles if he wanted to conquer even the surface, but the chief only wanted to protect his people. This is the one we will be infiltrating second, the Buttfog territory. They have warping abilities and tend to set a lot of traps, but I can get you the egg without them ever knowing it. The chief spoke to Gustav after their first haul. They had already managed to get one Viandu egg in the last hour. It was so easy to get into the territory due to the help of the chief and get the egg out after replacing it with a dummy. This time Gustav didn't get into any scuffle. Chapter 12:29 Thum. A jet of yellow flames bursted forth with intensity, slamming into the creature ahead and sending it flying. The skeletal creature made loud noises as its wings and skull caught fire while it flapped away rapidly, trying to put it out. But Gustav, Angie was nearly in tears. He would have wanted us to continue. Let's go. Yelled once more, causing Angie to snap out of her reverie. She didn't want to disappoint Gustav and quickly straightened up. They both dashed forward together in the next instant before leaping toward the last golden board. Bam! They managed to make the jump and both moved towards the golden platform up ahead. The area Gustav had picked out for them to hide was only a few feet away at this point, so they hurried forward as quickly as they could. See! A sudden loud screed announced the approach of another of these skeletal flying beasts. Angie and were speeding forward as quickly as they could towards what looked like a gate made of golden rods up ahead. These golden rods were lined up in such a way that they had formed something like a gate before the entry point to a small space with a dead end. It was like a fairly spacious room. The spaces in between the rods were large enough for them to slither in, but with the beast chasing from behind, they might not get to it. Go, go, go Angie, Ee said while pushing her forward as one of the skeletal creatures landed right behind them. It grabbed hold of Ee before he could tap on his Iove bracelet, lifting him into the air as Angie fell forward, arriving before the gate-like area. "Ee!" she yelled with indignation while holding onto one of the golden bars for support. At this same moment, a blast of green energy shot forth from behind, ramming strongly into the creature in mid-air. "See!" The skeletal beast cried in pain as it slammed into multiple golden poles ahead. It subconsciously let go of Ee before tumbling towards the ground below. Bam! Ee landed back on the golden platform before the gate of rods up ahead with a look of relief. "We thought you were toast," Ee voiced out at the incoming figure up behind. "I guess not," Gustav replied as he ran forward. "We need to go now," he said with a tone of urgency while helping Ee up. Behind them was a flurry of the same type of creatures approaching, while ahead of them was a small space with golden-like gates which was currently detaching from the platform they were standing on. The golden entrapment was always in a constant state of change, so their current position within it was not excluded from the change. Golden rods began to shoot upwards, while some curved, forming a different look. The platform they stood on began spreading in length while Angie's position began shifting as the golden gate began moving anti-clockwise along with the space they were supposed to hide in. "Get in now," Gustav yelled to Angie, who quickly reacted by slithering in through the spaces in the golden rods. Just as she did, the platform before the space got separated, giving Gustav and Ee more distance to cover. Pa, pa, pa. As their feet drummed heavily on the platform, the creatures behind also sent out attacks, causing the path behind them to begin crumbling. "Jump!" Gustav yelled as they arrived at the ledge. "Thuum! Thuum!" They both leapt forward as the platform completely crumbled behind them due to the attacks. Gustav and Ee managed to grab hold of the golden pole-like gate as it moved across the air while the structure was undergoing change. Their legs hung far above the ground as they kicked in mid-air repeatedly, trying to pull themselves up and slither through any of the spaces in between the golden poles. Angie helped them both by pulling upwards as much as she could since she was already inside the small space. "Phew. That was close," Ee breathed in and out profusely as he laid on the floor of this moving space. Underneath his helm, sweat could be spotted on Gustav's face as he placed his back against the golden wall by the side and slumped down in tiredness. "How did you manage to survive that?" Angie voiced with a look of astonishment as she sat beside him. "DSNO, I didn't fall off," Gustav replied with hurried breathing pattern. He was just as exhausted as Ee. It had been so long since he felt exhaustion of this level, he had nearly forgotten the feeling of powerlessness. When he got hit by the attack of the skeletal beast earlier, it looked like he fell off the platform, but he had managed to hold onto the ledge. It took all of his strength to pull himself back up after taking that sort of attack. Of course it would have been way worse if they didn't have TH's protective cover of the Iove bracelet, but it still felt extremely painful regardless. Fortunately, he managed to get back the time he did, or he would have been a goner. Now Gustav and Angie had made use of one of their attacks each, so they were down to 2 each. Gustav could feel his sight blurring as he kept breathing in and out profusely. "What's wrong?" he wondered as the environment suddenly began to give off a sense of vagueness. "Tilda, Gustav, are you okay?" Tilda's sound had turned fleeting as his senses dulled as an impending feeling of doom assaulted his mind. Half. Angie could see that from the irregular movement of his body as he sat in a voluntary state, something was wrong. Angie quickly called out to with a worried expression. Skittled over and shook Gustav a couple of times while uttering words that Gustav was currently unable to pay attention to. Everything was fleeting at this moment except for the impending sense of doom. Afraid. Gustav's vision turned red for a bit before flashbacks played out in his mind. "It's a panic attack, Hes having a panic attack," voiced with a tone of realization to Angie. "What do we do?" Angie's expression turned from troubled to immensely disturbed as she held onto Gustav's head and kept yelling words that Gustav couldn't hear. "We can only try comforting him with words, but I'm not sure he can hear us," EE stated. "Gustav, listen to me, everything is gonna be fine, okay? I'm here, Angie voiced out loudly while holding his head. She proceeded to hug him to her body, placing his head right on her chest while patting his back softly and rhythmically. Gustav's body was still jerking back and forth due to his erratic breathing pattern, but soon he began to feel the sense of doom rescind. Pat, pat, pat. The gentle pats on his back slowly caused him to regain a bit of clarity as his mind, which was initially running with a lot of thoughts, began to calm. Like a baby who had relaxed in the arms of its mother, Gustav remained in place, laying on Angie as minutes went by. Phew, EE relaxed as he noticed that Gustav had calmed and stood up to stare at the gate-like entry point of the small space. Bang! The instant he was 1 feet away, the massive skeletal face of a beast appeared. Its dark wings flapped repeatedly as its body floated before the structure. See! Upon releasing a loud scream, it began attacking the golden-colored gate-like poles repeatedly. Clang! Clang! EE quickly swerved out of the way as purplish arcs slammed against the poles and some busted into the small space. Its claws repeatedly slashed against the gate-like poles, but there was no damage. However, EE didn't want the noise to attract the others or have one of the residue energy from its attacks hit Gustav and Angie. He quickly stepped forward after moving out of the way initially. See! The skeletal beast screamed loudly again, causing its mouth to open wide as purplish light gathered within it. "Ugly, your breath stinks. Do you use that to talk to your mother?" EE voiced as he tapped on his IOV bracelet. Black Bolt Transporter. The name of the attack appeared on ES bracelet as he stretched forth his left arm. Toon. A black circular beam shot forward, encapsulating the entire of the creature ahead. The creature was startled and began attacking the circular black barrier surrounding it, frantically. However, this was to no avail as the space within the black beam shrinked and it ascended further into the air. Fauhum tilde the circular beam flew off into the distance with the beast within, returning a bit of tranquility to the environment. Chapter 12:30 Fauhum tilde the circular beam flew off into the distance with the beast within, returning a bit of tranquility to the environment. Lucky, EE face displayed a relived expression once more as he moved to the side and took a seat. On the other side, Gustav hugged Angie's body to his as he fully regained clarity. "Thank you," he whispered. I'm glad you're all right," Angie voiced while rubbing his back affectionately. Gustav's face displayed a smile as he relaxed completely for a while, closing his eyes and soaking in the warmness of her body. After some time he opened his eyes with a single thought in mind. What was that? He wondered for a couple of seconds as he tried to recall what could have brought about that. Fear. Even though I told the system to restrict itself and go offline, it shouldn't be a reason for me to develop such deep fear that would cause a panic attack, he thought. After thinking for a few more minutes, Gustav finally figured it out. The encounter with these beasts here and wearing himself out, his last thoughts before he entered the state of panic was powerlessness. While he hadn't noticed it, he subconsciously feared going back to being plain old Gustav with only the ability to change his hair color and a strong penchant for suicide. He thought he had forgotten the feeling of powerlessness. He was unaware that he had been cultivating the fear of going back to being the same weak and useless person he used to for years. An incident like this was the only thing needed to trigger the overwhelming fear of powerlessness that had been creeping from deep within. Internally, he was extremely grateful for Angie and ES' presence since he had no idea what he would have done if they weren't here. "Less than 10,000 points. My life points have maxed out," EE voiced from the other end as he stared at his IOV bracelet. Gustav and Angie slowly separated from each other after hearing that. They each proceeded to check their IOV bracelets. "Mine has maxed out too, mine as well." Angie and Gustav noticed that the points displayed on their bracelets was neither decreasing nor was it increasing. Gustav calculated that this meant they had been in the golden entrapment yellow zone for over 2 hours. Although their life points had maxed out, they were still in a yellow zone. This meant they weren't completely safe even though they had found a place to hide out. This was precisely one of the things Handler 1 mentioned earlier. Yellow zones were not void of danger, but they were also not completely dangerous like red zones would be. Maybe more yellow zones like this existed where participants could find a place to hide out within. However, Gustav still felt they weren't completely safe and still needed to find a way to get to a green zone. This of course was easier said than done since the closest green zone was 5 hours away. "They are still here," EE voiced as he peeked through the holes in between the golden gate-like poles. He could still visibly spot the purplish fog across the air and hear faint wings flapping sounds. The skeletal flying beasts were obviously still around here. "They sure are persistent," Angie muttered. Gustav's main worry was them finding this place and attacking with a combined force. Although the last beast who tried attacking the gate-like poles was unable to break through, there was no telling if the same situation would repeat itself in an event where multiple of them attacked at once. Not to mention that the small space they were currently hiding in had stopped moving in the meantime. The entire golden entrapment was in a constant state of change, but there were times when certain areas would remain unmoved for minutes or even hours. "We need to find a way to sneak out," Gustav voiced. In another part of the Beast Haven, a participant with multiple limbs and bluish star-shaped patterns all across his body bolted across a dark vicinity with intense speed. DS times MTHA sound of organs ripping and body parts splitting reverberated across the environment as this participant stabbed his multiple limbs into the bodies of menacingly large beasts. He arrived before one that was over 30 feet tall, throwing a fierce uppercut with 3 of his right arms. DSN on boom. His entire body traveled upwards in speed with his arms bursting through the head of the creature instantaneously, leaving a large enough hole for him to fly through. 4 seconds. 3 seconds, fountain of blood and brain matter splattered across the place as a timer counted down on this particular IOV bracelet. A large shadowy figure reaching over 100 feet in height suddenly appeared behind him as he raised one of his left hands. The large shadowy figure conjured a massive bluish glowing spear in the last 2 seconds, before passing it to the figure with multiple limbs. The participant held onto the 30 feet long glowing blue spear with 3 of its hands at once before flinging it forward with intense force. Thoom. A shockwave spread from his location, sending a ripple of dust across the vicinity as the bluish spear shot out with immense speed. It phased through a lineup of beasts up ahead, causing them to disintegrate into blue light particles instantly. The spear made a C-turn after reaching a particular distance, stabbing into the rest of the beasts in the vicinity. 1 second, 0 second, in the next instant the glowing spear vanished along with the dark shadowy figure hovering over the participant initially. The participant raised his arms slightly as he felt power leave his body. 10 seconds was enough, he voiced with a tone laced with pride while staring at the corpses that drenched the surface of this environment. He turned around and moved towards a small black crate up ahead. The instant arrived before it, he placed his left arm into it. 3 a computerized sound rang out before he withdrew his hand. Attacks restocked, plus 1 extra attack. His multiple eyes had displayed hints of astonishment and excitement as he noticed the notification on his IOV bracelet. Things are about to get more interesting. Unlike these unworthy weaklings, I, the captain of the Draconettes, shall not cower in the face of any adversity, even powerlessness. I shall bring the Beast Haven to its knees, Captain Strum stated with a short burst of laughter while turning around. He tapped on the map display on his IOV bracelet. Scarlet Canyon, the location that was displayed on the map as his current position, showed that he was in a red zone. What he had come here for was unknown, however what was known was how he had slaughtered over 200 beasts here since his arrival. Is this to say that he still had his supernatural abilities? No, that wasn't the case. Captain Strum had made use of 2 of his attacks before his arrival here. His last attack just happened to be one that displayed, unlocking participant abilities for 10 seconds, he was allowed to use his supernatural abilities for 10 seconds due to this, and that was enough to lay waste to the entire region. He only came here to restock in the first place, ignoring that it would be packed with all sort of dangerous beasts. It was like Captain Strum was without fear or restraint despite losing the teammates who were initially around him earlier. Now that he had achieved his objective, he began making his way to the closest yellow zone. Now he had 4 attacks instead of 3 after restocking. Time went by very quickly, 23:45, 10 less than a day was left till the end of the Beast Haven Survival Challenge currently. At this point, over half of the participants had been disqualified. From the initial numbers of nearly 2,000, only a little over 600 were left. The challenge was filled with unexpected situations, and despite the participants receiving briefing before going in, it ended up being more crazy than anticipated. Some that had survived so far were lucky, since despite being capable, some participants had gotten disqualified due to unfortunate situations. Currently, many participants were unaware of one thing as they held on to whatever was left of their attacks as a last resort. Their last attack in the Eye of Bracelet wasn't an attack. Instead, it was a 10 seconds temporary unlock of the restraints on their supernatural abilities. Those who has already made use of all their attacks were aware of these, but many others still held on to their last attack, not wishing to make use of it until they were in an inescapable situation. They were certainly in for a shock if they ever made use of it. Only Captain Strum was crazy enough to head to a red zone, so he was the only participant who would get the chance to unlock the restraints on his supernatural abilities twice. Chapter 1231. Only Captain Strum was crazy enough to head to a red zone, so he was the only participant who would get the chance to unlock the restraints on his supernatural abilities twice. Gustav peeked through the spaces in between the gate-like poles with keen eyes. I'm not entirely sure if it's a good idea to leave now, EE voiced from the side. I agree with EE. We've already been here for so long and we survived. I'm sure we only need to be here for less than a day more before the challenge comes to an end, Angie voiced. Gustav had a look of contemplation as he turned to face them. You two certainly have a point, especially now since it looks like they have left. From Gustav's manner of speaking, it felt like there was a but coming. He turned to stare at the entry point barricaded by the gate-like golden poles. This looks to me like we're at one of the edges of this yellow zone. The view through the spaces in between the bars showed that they were currently on the ground and there was no crazy-looking structures and immensely long golden poles extending out of the ground up ahead. It looked like the constant transformation of the zone had put them in a position that was close to the edge of the zone and on the ground nonetheless. If any beast should wander past this zone by coincidence, we stand a high chance of being spotted, Gustav added. We could just wait till this part of the structure moves again, Angie stated. Gustav thought about it again for a couple of seconds. The structure had remained this way for the last hour and he was starting to worry. According to the map, the direction they were currently facing would lead back to the region with holes all over the ground. This was the same direction they came from. Just as Gustav was about to make a decision, a small rumble caused him to pause in place. The space they were currently situated in began to move. They soon ascended as the entire structure began to undergo change once more. There's our answer, Angie smiled while voicing out. All right, I guess we can keep staying here, Gustav stated before sitting beside Angie. As the structure underwent change, the golden poles that had formed a gate before the entry point to this space all shifted away as well and got replaced with a massive golden board. In a couple of seconds, the entry point to the small space had been completely sealed without a single ray of lighting penetrating through. The internal structure of the small space became even more dimly lit than before. The trio could only see each other due to the sensors from the purple helm formed from the Eye of Bracelet. Why does this place even exist? EE suddenly questioned. What do you mean? Angie inquired. Were the leaders of Osius bored and decided they needed to create a beast haven for fun, then bring in all sorts of creatures? EE elaborated. That's true, even creating complex areas such as this within the beast haven as well, or maybe they just did this for Aesop. Angie's curiosity piqued after hearing EE bring this up. What do you think, Gus? EE asked. I think. Gustav paused for a bit, causing both of them to stare in his direction with focused expressions as well as interest. No matter how much we try, we won't understand what they were thinking when they created this, Gustav shrugged. They both drew back with a slight expression of disappointment. I thought you were about to give me the answer, but I guess you're right, EE voiced. I don't have all the answers in the universe, but that's a pretty interesting thought you have there. Maybe we should ask the Osius later. Gustav had a slight look of intrigue as he stated. I leaning on boredom then, Angie voiced from the side. For me, I'm leaning on Aesop, EE said. They both called dibs on what the reason for the creation of the Beast Haven was and stared at Gustav, waiting for him to pick a side. What about you, Gus? EE voiced. None of the two, Gustav answered with a smirk. I'm hinging on the fact that it has been in existence since and wasn't created due to boredom or Aesop. I'm betting on the fact that they use the Beast Haven for competitive competitions between natives or punishment for criminals. Gustav's elaboration caused both of them to open their mouths. DSN omno that he mentioned this, it actually made sense. Why didn't I think of this before? EE nearly cussed. You were holding out on us before, right? Sneaky, Angie pinched Gustav's sides. Oh, no haha, Gustav chuckled while responding. While this trio stayed in the confines of this enclosed space, the rest of the Beast Haven with the exception of the green zones were in hot waters. More participants were getting disqualified by the hour. If some participants were aware that these three managed to survive in a yellow zone and even stay there for over a day, they would have curse in anger. A lot of participants that had been disqualified got ambushed in yellow zones by beasts. If they didn't need to recharge their life points, they'd still be here, yet this trio recharged to the max and even hid within. Gustav, EE and Angie engaged in different topics uncaring of the situation of the Beast Haven. They were having a blast exchanging dialogues and EE was clowning as usual, which caused occasional laughters from Angie and Gustav. 052:49 They had practically spent another day in the small space at this point and were unaware of the current status of the challenge. However, they were sure that the challenge would most likely be coming to an end soon. During the second day they spent here, the structure had changed a couple times more, however the space they hid within was still sealed at all corners without a single source of light. As they stayed waiting for the challenge to come to an end, the structure began moving again after a couple of minutes. EE exclaimed as he turned to the left side of the space, which was supposed to be a dead end. It suddenly detached in the next instant along with half of the small space. Thurry. Clang. Clang. Loud metallic vibrations rang through the air as the golden bits of the space collided with some platforms up ahead and stuck to it. Uh-oh, we're out in the open again, Angie voiced. Due to the detachment of half this space, they were currently wide in the open as the rest of the half where they sat in got moved across the golden entrapment. They could see the poles in the distance as well as multiple other structures dividing and merging with another area. I think we have to get out of here, EE stated as he noticed the structure start moving at very quick pace. They wanted to get up but soon lost their balance and fell back, ramming their bodies against the sealed part of the space. The now exposed space was no longer moving in unpredictable trajectories, it was now moving in a very straight line with the exposed part of the space pointing in a particular direction. What laid ahead wasn't something that the trio would count as very accommodating, so they did their best to quickly jump to their feet and sped forward. Now, jump now, Gustav yelled as he arrived at the exposed ledge of the space. The trio quickly leapt forward from the fast-moving space. 3-bam, bam, bam. They landed on a golden platform about 7 feet lower than the height they jumped from. Fortunately, they managed to not fall off the platform, but the instant they looked up. Multiple horizontal lined poles stabbed into the space they were initially hiding in, merging completely to it as it slowly began to take a different shape. If they were still within that space, they would have gotten impaled by the multiple golden rods. Now we're really out in the open, Gustav voiced. I don't see any beasts around though, EE said with knitted eyes. Don't jinx things again, Angie voiced from the side. Too late, Gustav stated while looking downwards. Angie and ES has stood on end as they followed Gustav's line of sight with looks of terror. Ah shit, EE voiced as he spotted the 6-limbed creature with a calabash-like upper body build. It stood just before the entrance area of the yellow zone. Chapter 1232 Ah shit, EE voiced as he spotted the 6-limbed creature with a calabash-like upper body build. It was grayish in color with black dots all across its body, while its 6 limbs, which were connected to its lower body, looked like human arms but with 6 fingers instead of 5. The creature size wasn't bigger than 9 feet. It was one of the smallest beasts they had encountered since they arrived here. "Maybe it hasn't seen us, we can still get away unnoticed," EE voiced with a low tone since they were currently hundreds of feet from the ground. It was almost like ES' last sentence attracted it, as the creature just happened to look upwards in the next instant. "Ryu!" A loud and sharp whistle-like voice reverberated across the vicinity loudly as the beast spotted them. "What the hell?" EE yelled as they all held their ears in pain while the platform they were currently standing on vibrated intensely. "You just had to jinx it, didn't you?" Gustav voiced. "It's a small beast and it's just one, we can still get away." Immediately after EE finished saying this, a loud rumbling assaulted their hearing. The group turned around to spot a horde of beasts similar in appearance to the one below them, approaching the golden entrapment from the south. "Now we're in deep shit, this thing called the others here," EE voiced with an expression of horror. The timer display showed that only around 50 minutes was left till the challenge would come to an end, but if they didn't move now, these beasts would get to them in less than a minute. "Go!" Gustav turned north and sped forward. Angie and EE followed after him and immediately jumped forward the instant they arrived at the ledge. The beasts approaching had begun climbing upwards at very quick pace. It was obvious that they were incapable of flight, however, the 6 hand-like limbs attached to their lower bodies were extremely quick and tight-gripped, making it possible for the beasts' tight climb up very quickly. The golden rods shooting out of the ground were scaled very quickly, and many of the creatures arrived over 100 feet above in a couple of seconds. The trio were trying to make their way down, but these creatures were very quick. The first one, who alerted the other, was already ahead of them as it already climbed quickly close to their current height. Gustav and the others spotted it ahead, leaping from one vertically positioned golden rod to another as it headed in their direction. They were practically jumping from one golden platform to another headed in the direction the first beast was coming from. The instant arrived at an area of golden rods positioned vertically and horizontally, they began stepping forward slowly and carefully. However, at this same instant, the first beast reached the same height as them. It sped across the rods very quickly. "Oh shit," EE voiced as the creature leapt towards them. "Sweewee tilde down," Gustav voiced and jumped from the horizontal golden rod they were currently walking on. The trio followed Gustav, wasting no time in jumping after him. The beast missed them as it leapt past their initial spot, landing on a golden platform ahead. After dropping past a certain point, Gustav grabbed an horizontal positioned rod tightly, causing his entire body to come to a stop. Angie and EE, who were falling from the air after him, were unaware of his plans before jumping. They only blindly followed him, not caring about what would happen. Gustav reached out and grabbed hold of ES' right arm. EE in turn reached out and grabbed Angius, causing all 3 of them to be suspended in the air with Gustav's right arm doing all the work. Their abilities might have been restricted, but Gustav could still do this much. "Ah," he groaned while pulling upwards with all his might. ES' right arm leveled with the golden pole as Gustav placed his hand right before it. He quickly wrapped his hand around the golden pole and pulled Angie upwards as well. They all climbed to the top of the horizontally inclined golden pole and began moving forward across it. As they were headed for the golden platform up ahead, the beasts had arrived at the position the trio were initially. "Ryu!" The whistled voices of the beasts rang out again, and in unison this time upon spotting their prey below. The trio held their ears as they speedily made their way across, trying to get out of the zone as quickly as they could. The beasts began jumping from place to place as they made their way downwards again, not willing to let the trio get away. The trio arrived at a steep golden platform that extended to the bottom of the golden entrapment. Gustav wasted no time in diving forward and landing ahead before taking a crouch. DSN Omi's entire figure began sliding downwards at quick pace. Angie and EE wasted no time in moving forward and sliding across the smoothened golden platform as the beasts also hurried down from the height they climbed to. "Go, go, go!" Gustav yelled as they arrived at the bottom. Their breaths were hurried and their hearts pumping with adrenaline as they charged out of the golden entrapment. They were still moving at human speed, but they had quickly made their way to the outskirts after running for some time. The unfathomable and inexplicable structured golden entrapment was now tens of feet behind them. However, the structure wasn't the only thing that was behind them. Rau. The incoming beasts clamored as they charged at their prey. There were over 100 of them chasing after the trio, and there was no doubt that they were faster as well. Should we split up? EE questioned as they began to make their way across the sandy area with multiple holes in the ground. No, let's keep going, Gustav responded as they swerved across large holes to avoid falling in. The vicinity behind them had been shrouded in a cloud of dust due to the numbers of these beasts making their way forward at full speed. Bam! 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 Multiple of them fell into the holes positioned all across the vicinity, causing them to slow down. They are low-intelligence beasts, Gustav stated as they turned their necks to the side slightly and spotted the creatures tripping on themselves and falling into the holes around. If we're lucky enough, we can make it across before they catch up to us, EE voiced. I'm not sure that kind of luck exists in reality, Gustav responded with a pessimistic tone. He was well aware that some of the beasts would still catch up to them very soon since there was no way they'd all fall into holes. DS times min a couple of minutes, they suddenly spotted a purplish fog up ahead. Is that? EE squinted his eyes as he noticed the purplish fog closing in. It can't be. Angie's eyes showed a hint of defeat as skeletal faces with glowing purple eyes appeared within the fog. The situation immediately went from bad to worse as these beasts flew in their direction while the other beasts with multiple lower limbs were still chasing from behind. The strong stench of dust in the air reeked ominously as the two different hordes of beasts sped towards the trio with obvious nefarious intentions. Gustav turned northwest with a still determined expression despite knowing it was an impossible situation. Looks like he'll have to use the rest of my attacks, he voiced. Angie and EE turned in his direction, wanting to follow him, but he quickly yelled, "Don't follow me." EE, he gave EE a look and EE instantly understood what it meant. He quickly turned to the right with and grabbed Angie's hand. "What are you? Didn't you say well keep moving together?" Angie yelled as EE dragged her away. "Go!" Gustav yelled, not giving any room for explanations as he kept running with speed. "Hey! Come after me, bastard!" Gustav yelled with a loud tone as he grabbed something from the ground and flung it in the direction of the beasts chasing from behind. As EE and Angie made their way forward in practically the opposite direction, the hordes began to split. This was something Gustav knew would happen, but he already decided he was going to pull their attention to himself alone. Tay. 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 He quickly tapped on his Iove bracelet and activated an attack. Energy cannon blast. Gustav turned around and pointed his arm at the ground as energy built up across the bracelet. Tuian tilde boom. A loud blast rang out in the next moment as a green beam shot into the ground from his arm. Heavy winds dispersed dust in all directions, covering up the entire vicinity in a couple of moments. Chapter 1233 Heavy winds dispersed dust in all directions, covering up the entire vicinity in a couple of moments. EE understood that this was Gustav's plan and swiftly followed up by jumping into one of the holes in the ground along with Angie while the dust covered their whereabouts. The visibility in the environment had been hindered due to the dust and the beasts had been affected as well. Fortunately, Angie and EW were not noticed when they jumped into one of the holes to hide. However, on the other side, Gustav didn't try to hide in the cloud of dust. This was a part of his plan. Fuhuwai tilde Gustav's frame sped out of a corner of the cloud of the dust, instantly becoming visible to the beasts outside of the dust-covered area. Ryu! Sai! The beasts' loud voices rang out across the vicinity, alerting the others of the position of their prey. The skeletal flying beasts as well as the multiple lower-limbed beasts all turned in the direction of the others, alerting them from outside the cloud of dust. Since Gustav was the only visible one of the three, they all rushed at him while moving further and further away from Angie and ES position. Gustav kept running as fast as he could to garner more distance between himself and the area where EE and Angie had separated with him. No matter how fast he went, He was still no match for the speed of the flying and land beasts who were catching up at frightening pace. In less than a minute, some of the skeletal flying creatures arrived behind Gustav, sweeping their wings forward. Gustav jumped into one of the holes at a timely maneuver, barely dodging the purplish sharp waves that blasted forward with intensity. With a speed that was only a little faster than the average human, Gustav was still hit by some of the residue energy, causing him to slam face down into the bottom of the hole. 50 life points, I still got a lot of that to go around, Gustav muttered as he arduously pushed himself back up, ignoring the raging pain in his joints. One of the skeletal beasts swooped down with speed at this point while baring its talons in a bid to land on Gustav. However, he managed to pull himself out of the hole in the last second. Bang! A small wave of dust spread forth from the hole as the creature landed within and Gustav resumed running forward. The beasts were closing in from every direction at this point and it seemed like Gustav wouldn't be able to evade them for more than a few minutes if he was lucky. Gustav knew there was no way out of this, but he wanted to make sure he brought the beasts a safe distance away from EE and Angie so they could get away without being noticed. Gustav was doing his possible best to escape the attacks descended from above, but no matter how much he tried, he would still get hit by parts of the blasts. He could make calculations on their trajectory and how far he would have to move to completely escape the purplish arcs generated from the wings of the skeletal beasts, but it still took speed to actually execute such successfully. 100 life points, 50 life points, 150 life points, 70 life points. He was losing life points at very high rate and his ears were ringing intensely, but he didn't stop. He would get blasted across the air for tens of feet, crash onto the ground, and slide for a couple more feet, yet Gustav remained unrelenting. He would pick himself up again and keep running despite feeling blood rushing to his head. He felt like his limbs would disconnect from each other and fall off despite still having over 8,000 life points. Some of the multiple lower-limbed beasts had arrived before him at this point and were jumping onto him and raining kicks on his body. Gustav couldn't evade these ones and rolled on the ground, falling into a hole ahead which helped him to slip out of their grasp. 100 life points, DSN 100 life points, 100 life points, 100 life points. He was still losing life points at an insane rate due to attacks were coming from every direction. Fortunately, due to their high numbers, the attacks from above was slamming into the multiple lower-limbed beasts as well. So it turned out to be a win-lose situation at this point. Gustav had not been completely caught due to this, but he was running out of steam. His nose was running, his entire body was sweaty and his vision was starting to turn blurry. He felt he must have gone far enough at this point but kept going, deciding that he wouldn't stop till he could no longer stop moving. A couple of seconds later the skeletal creatures were swooping down from above in tens while the lower-limbed beasts were leaping towards Gustav at the same time in high numbers. They approached in waves unlike before where some of them hadn't managed to meet up, descending in such high numbers that it looked like a swarm of darkness. Gustav was unable to take another step forward as they landed on him in droves, completely covering him up. Their weight pressed against him like the weight of a mountain as his face kissed the ground. All that could be seen before him was darkness along with the small glow of the computerized internal helm the Iove bracelet created. Gustav was losing hundreds of life points in a second and reckoned that it would take less than 3 minutes before his life points were depleted to zero. He struggled to reach his left arm, barely tapping on it despite not being able to raise his face from the ground. He had no idea what was currently displayed on the surface of the Iove bracelet. He could only hope he was tapping on the functions he had in mind. If I'm gonna get disqualified, I might as well take as many of these bastards with me as I can, Gustav managed to curse under his hurried breath as he pressed his Iove bracelet surface against the ground with his last strength. He barely heard the sound of the bracelet depicting that his last attack had been activated. Unlocking participant supernatural abilities for 10 seconds, if Gustav could see the display on his arm at the moment, he wouldn't have been able to believe his eyes. However, this didn't stop him from suddenly opening his tired eyes widely as he suddenly felt streams of energy flowing into him. I didn't get rid of the restrictions on my abilities, did I? He internally wondered with a confused expression. 9 seconds, the instant a beeping sound rang in his ears, He raised his head with ease and stared at the Iove bracelet on his left arm. Oh, so that's why. Gustav immediately understood as his fatigue disappeared along with all of the pains he had been afflicted from the barrages of attacks. The view from above displayed hundreds of beasts' bodies gathered in a particular area like a hill. They had piled on Gustav, and from anyone's point of view, it seemed like he was done for. Boom! A loud blast suddenly rang out as a reddish wave of energy spread forth from Gustav being. Bang! 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 The hundreds of beasts initially surrounding him got sent flying in every direction with their limbs separating from their bodies. Green and blue blood rained like a fountain as body parts fell from the air as well. Gustav stood to his feet with a menacing gaze in his eyes as the aura emitting from his figure caused the vicinity to tremble from pressure. 8 seconds, his figure turned illusionary as HS dashed across the vicinity, driving his fists into the heads of the beasts that were left. Bang! They were unable to escape his onslaught as he moved like a phantom arriving before the next target once he had finished ripping one to shreds. Fui tilde heads were still falling from the air, yet Gustav had ripped 5 more before they could touch the ground. He leapt into the air and grabbed a skeletal creature by the head, forcibly ripping it from the neck before flinging it with immense force. Bang! 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 A line of 4 skeletal creatures were instantly burrowed with holes as the head turned into a projectile that tore through them mercilessly. Gustav was like the harbinger of death at this moment, leaping from one creature to another and leaving holes in them before they could even understand what was going on. 5 seconds. Chapter 1234s, 5 seconds. Only 5 seconds had gone by since he regained his abilities, yet he had managed to lay waste to all of the beasts in the vicinity who numbered in over 200. Gustav turned his head in a particular direction as he sped sideways, managing to evade a pouring body parts that landed exactly in the position he initially was. Swooshy tilde he arrived thousands of feet away from his initial location, standing before a hole. Gustav! 2 familiar voices rang out from within. Knowing there was limited time left, Gustav grabbed hold of Angie and Ee swiftly and pulled them out of the hole. FWM tilde he leapt into the air with both of them in his grasp, leaving them with tons of questions which he was currently unable to answer. Large bat-like wings sprouted out of Gustav's back as he ascended into the air with speed. He dived forward with the wings flapped powerfully. They tore through the air at intense speed, leaving after images across it and crossing 2 regions in a matter of seconds. 1 second, bam! Gustav landed heavily on a grassy patch of land in the last second, before slowly dropping Angie and Ee. 0 seconds, he felt his supernatural strength and abilities leaving once more, but fortunately they had served their purpose. Phew, Gustav sighed in relief as he crouched, before taking a seat on this patchy grassland. How the hell did you manage to use your powers? Ee questioned with a tone of utter astonishment and confusion. You even got us to a green zone. Angie was just as shocked. The last attack on the Iove bracelet wasn't an attack, Gustav answered. It unlocked my abilities for 10 seconds, he added. Both of them had looks of understanding upon hearing this. They initially thought Gustav had found a way to cheat, but now it made sense. For Gustav, crossing a distance that would take them up to 5 hours of hiking with human capabilities, would take him 5 seconds if he was unrestrained. 0:31, 25:31 minutes left. Few. I thought we were toast, Ee voiced as he checked the bracelet. This isn't the green zone we were headed. Did you change direction? Angie questioned as she noticed the name on the map was different. Yeah, there was really no time. I just went in any direction and landed us here, Gustav responded. Who cares anyways, so long as we're safe. Ee slumped onto the land and closed his eyes with a relaxed expression. I'm down to around 1,000 life points, but it is more than enough to make it through 30 minutes, Gustav stated. Only 337 participants managed to make it this far, he added, causing Ee and Angie to stare at him with looks of curiosity. I expected more, Angie voiced. Especially since the Beast Haven is very large, Ee added. When Gustav's abilities were unrestricted momentarily, his perception had combed through the entirety of the Beast Haven. Due to this, he had managed to perceive the precise number of participants left when the horde of beasts were stacked atop of him. He happened to see a particular one that made him a little surprised due to the action they were engaging in at that moment. However, Gustav didn't think much of this as he was busy trying to make the best use of his 10 seconds. The number of beasts are too high for participants not to fall into unfortunate scenarios, Gustav reminded, hinting that they barely managed to get through one themselves. The trio agreed with Gustav as they recalled all they had been through in the last 3 days. They continued chatting as they waited for the rest of the time to pass so the challenge could come to an end. 00, 00400, 00300, 00200, 00100, 00, the Beast Haven challenge has come to a finish. A loud electronic voice reverberated across the 9th disc and the location of the Beast Haven. After the announcement, a scoreboard was displayed on the floating screens, showing how many planets had participants left. It turned out that out of over 1,000 planets, only a little over 200 managed to have participants that made it to the end. Planet Redundberg, 2 participants Planet Osius, 5 participants Planet Gundabalt, 3 participants Planet Ingulus Prime, 6 participants DSN Planet Draconet, 1 participant Planet Oxlark, 7 participants Planet Klaxosape, 10 participants Planet Fixic, 2 participants Planet Earth, 5 participants Planet Zionsi, 1 participant Planet Hixto, 1 participant Planet Tranvida, 1 participant Planet Tribites, 12 party pants. The results had both the spectators and participants astonished as they took note of the winning planets. Only the Draconet captain managed to make it all the way through. That's the fruit of recklessness. They still passed though. Who else thought Earth would have the highest number left? DS times M Planet Tribites were the most organized, that's why they have the highest number of participants left. The spectators debated about how the results turned out like they didn't witness the happenings with their eyes. Their reactions were to be expected since a lot of them couldn't keep eyes on all the screens at the same time. There was no way to observe the activities of every location within the Beast Haven at the same time. Zing tilde 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 zing tilde. The participants within the Beast Haven began to appear back within the arena on the 9th disc in successions. Yo man, did you make it? EE voiced out as soon as they reunited with the others on the arena. No, I got disqualified with Glade and Yonder, Eldris chuckled wryly. Oh I thought you were one of the last 2 who finished with us. EE was quite surprised since everyone knew how capable Eldris was, with or without supernatural abilities. He glanced at Yonder in suspicion, who in turn looked away guiltily. I was watching and rooting for you guys from here. Endrick and Timi were the last 2 besides you guys, Eldris voiced while using his thumbs to point in the direction of Endrick and Timi who had just appeared right behind them. Good one guys, EE chuckled while raising his right hand. Pa. He gave them both high fives and the group began catching up with each other. If they wanna steal from us, well steal from them instead, Gustav stated. Yeehaw. Those motherfuck *RS can bring it on, EE yelled with fired up spirit. This way we'd also be able to increase the number of eggs we have while others are stealing from one another as well. Eldris also agreed with the decision. Are you up for it? Gustav asked Falco while placing a hand on his shoulder. Of course, why not? Falco responded with a wry smile. Good, Gustav voiced. Falco walked away with a contemplative look to wait for the others outside the Iro silk cover. Darko, where the hell are you? He wondered internally as he raised his right palm. I sent alright, the system voiced in Gustav's mind while he deactivated the Iro silk. I know. But I won't push it unless he asks for my help, Gustav replied internally. Guys, shall we? EE proceeded to conjure a large vortex. The group proceeded to move into the vortex and reappeared a great distance away. EE's spatial abilities had become so powerful that he could open a vortex in space while standing on the surface of a planet. His range had improved a great deal as well as many other aspects since their time at the Oasis. The group wasted no time in searching for eggs upon arriving at a new environment. This was a sparse forest of frosty trees which happened to have a sloppy terrain. Gustav's first action was scanning the entire vicinity and telling his teammates which direction to head in to gather eggs. They soon cleared the area of required colored eggs and moved on to the next. EE ensured to conjure a vortex that was close to 1,000 miles away just to make sure they were away from the vicinity completely. Gustav would always make sure to spread his senses around so he could inform the group when there was nothing left. Occasionally, they came across different participants of other planets, but they continued on with their business and only left if Gustav sensed that there was no eggs around. After many hours had gone by, they arrived in another area that happened to be silent and very gloomy. What stood out to them were the massive statue towers arranged in rows and columns across the surroundings. These statues were around 3,000 feet in height, and each of them looked similar to handlers with insect-like head and antennas that held their eyeballs. However, each of these frosty statues held on to different weapons, each just as massive as they were, and Gustav calculated that there were at least 10,000 statues. Since the statues were lined up in rows and columns, there were passable spaces in between them despite their figures covering up the entire vicinity. Chapter 1235. Elevra and Rhea weren't the only ones who got harassed during the Beast Haven challenge, Glade suddenly voiced out from the side. The group turned to stare at her with looks of confusion upon her utterance. "Those guys came looking for trouble," Glade added while pointing at her 7 o'clock. There were all sort of participants from different groups all around them, so it was hard to make out the exact individuals she was referring to. "Which one of them?" Timmy questioned. "Those guys we met during the Viandu Egg Challenge that Gustav also had issues with." Glade didn't seem to recall the name of their species as she explained. "The Zionsis," Gustav voiced with a slightly surprised expression. "Yes, them, the transparent-skinned weirdos," Glade responded with an irritated expression. Glade and EE had a knack for insulting other species that irked them in the most natural way possible, but no one took heed of her subtle word jab at the moment. They were more interested in how her encounter had gone with them. "Two of them I came across ambushed me and are also responsible causing my disqualification," Glade stated. "You just bumped into them on a random, or I bumped into them on a random, and they were out to get me at the cost of getting disqualified because of their teammate Iron Falco battled the other time." Glade went on to narrate her experience and how she had to make use of her attacks to protect herself from them. "They acted like a deranged bunch, coming at me with so much animosity." Glade finished recounting her experience, causing the others to shoot intense glares in the direction of the Zionsis. "I suddenly feel uncomfortable," one of the Zionsis voiced while rubbing his skin. "It's the Earth participants," another one of the announced after spotting the multiple eyes glued to their direction. "Why are they staring at us like that?" The vice captain of the Zionsis questioned with a clueless expression. "I hope no one did anything stupid," Captain Illumo questioned, but the lack of reply made him overlook the whole situation. By the sides, 5 of his subordinates stared at each other with hidden intentions. On the side of the Earth participants, Gustav was addressing the issue. "Listen guys, it's obvious that we have garnered spite and dislike due to our current position along with the conflicting situations we have found ourselves in during each of these challenges. Everything you faced in the Beast Haven Survival Challenge was also to be expected because in the end only one planet can win. We are a threat to everyone. It wouldn't be beneath them to try every tactic to get rid of us," Gustav said lengthily, causing them to nod in understanding. "However, since you all know me well, you should also know that I won't let the latest events go by without appropriate payback. The Zionsis will be dealt with first. As for Captain Strum, I'll take care of him when the time comes," Gustav added. "How are we dealing with the Zionsis?" Glade questioned while squeezing her fist. She was just as angry as Elevra and wasn't interested in letting things slide. "Attention participants," Handler 1 began addressing the bunch from the platform above. "I'll brief you guys later," Gustav stated. DS times Mthay couldn't ignore it or such would continue. It was also obvious that Glade wasn't the only one being targeted by the Zionsis. Timmy had also been a part of the battle where he had given one of their teammates an injury they still hadn't recovered from completely till now. Gustav felt they were out to get both of them and he wasn't willing to let anything of the sorts happen to Timmy. 5,000 points to all teams that survived till the end of the challenge, as well as 100 points addition for each team member left. Handler 1 continued briefing them on the gains gotten from finishing the challenge. He congratulated the groups that managed to make it to the end as the scoreboard displayed the additional points added to every group based on the number of teammates they had left at the ending. Gustav already suspected that something like this might happen, but there was no helping it since only 5 teammates, himself included, managed to make it to the end. He wasn't too bothered about it since it was only 100 extra points per head. Earth had gained 5,500 points in total after the tallying of points. Planet Tributies had extra 1,200 points due to the number of participants that finished, bringing them to a total of 6,200 points acquired. They gained the highest in this challenge, while many planets had only 100 extra points due to having just one participant left at the end. The Draconettes especially were feeling bashful at the current turn of events and internally blamed their captain since a lot of them got disqualified due to his unbrazen acts. H. This is nothing but a victory for cowards. Be proud that we shamed not our great planet, Captain Strum voiced strongly, causing everyone to display looks of disgust and discomfort. Those who had gotten disqualified earlier had witnessed how Captain Strum laid waste to a lot of the beasts within the haven. He was no doubt one of the strongest captains, but they also felt he was too prideful and hot-headed. DSN Amit was only a matter of time before that caught up with him according to their thoughts. The main scoreboard was displayed a few seconds later, showing the current change in scores of every planetary group. Earth remained number 1 while a few others beneath had changed places due to the current addition in scores. Planet Tribute had climbed to 4th place by a couple of points, but it seemed like Earth's number 1 position was still indisputable. Handler 1 made it clear that they had just finished the first half of ISOP and the next challenge would be the start of the second half of the competition. Performing their best in the second half and being above Earth in almost all major challenges was really the only way to surpass Earth's current number of points for those below. Based on the image Earth had built for themselves, it was looking like a difficult task. However, the moment the next challenge was announced, everyone began to see a glimmer of hope. The next major challenge has already been predetermined, Handler 1 announced. Everyone paid even more attention after hearing this. It was no doubt that predetermined major challenges were usually more complicated and had the best gains, like the Viandu challenge. They knew it most likely wouldn't be as lengthy, but they were looking forward to it as they knew acquiring a lot of points would be possible if they performed well. Points acquisition versus matches, Handler 1 announced with a loud voice. Chatter, 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 chatter. It will hold the day after tomorrow, and as for the information on everything you need to know about this challenge, I will of course be explaining everything on that day, Handler 1 added. This caused another loud ruckus across the arena. I am aware and you're not helping. Gustav's only reason for attacking the balls were to deter them and avoid making any contact. He was never trying to destroy them in the first place. Fui. As the group made it past a quarter of the statue challenge terrain, the statues behind suddenly stabbed their weapons downwards. Bang, 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 bang. The statues behind, lined in an horizontal format, blocked the path with their weapons slamming into the ground. The ice balls chasing after Gustav and the others were completely blocked off and could no longer chase them. Phew, that was something. Heaved a sigh of relief as the group came together once more. Man, you didn't even have any issues, Timmy voiced with a slight tone of annoyance. Gustav, are you okay? Vera questioned as they stared at Gustav standing with a single leg and missing an arm as well. It will grow back, Gustav stated. Don't let your guard down. We're not out of the clear yet, he quickly added before the group could ask any more questions. We've definitely entered another stage of the challenge, Eldris stated as they peered forward with intrigued and wary gazes. We should. Just as Falco was about to suggest something, the ground began caving in around them. Kryycccda. As the icy sloppy ground caved in around them, they were forced to head towards the middle path as it seemed to be the only unaffected area. The statues remained standing in the vicinity despite the crumbling grounds. The team arrived in the middle path, which was large enough for them to stand side by side. Looking over the edge, they could see a water body hundreds of feet below where the grounds had caved in. God Eyes has been activated. It is as I suspected. The water below us is not ordinary, Gustav informed the others, the instant he inspected the liquid below. Chapter 1236 Discovering Axela. Miss Amy, Gustav responded with a warm tone before his eyes darted to the person next to her. Stark. I see you two have finally met, Gustav voiced while moving closer to them. Why does this strung-up kid say he knows you? He stopped me from dealing with the rat, Miss Amy voiced while pointing at Stark. Hee hee. A wry chuckle escaped Stark's lips as he rubbed his head nervously. Anyone would show respect to him as the head of the Vertigans, but Miss Amy didn't seem to care about that. He felt this was rightly so too, since he found out that this was the famed Amy, the mixed blood who became a goddess. Immediately after Gustav heard Miss Amy's statement, he knew what she was talking about. You guys go ahead, I'll catch up, Gustav said to the others. The group nodded and greeted Miss Amy as well as Stark before leaving. After they had left, Miss Amy, Gustav and Stark moved to a particular part of the spectators area to discuss privately. You found the person selling Aesop information? Gustav questioned. The instant Miss Amy mentioned getting stopped from dealing with a rat, Gustav knew she was definitely referring to whoever was selling info. I did, Miss Amy replied. So who is it? Which one of the handlers? It definitely has to be someone high up, Gustav voiced in quick successions. It isn't one of Osis, Miss Amy instantly dismissed. What? If it isn't one of the Osis, then who is it? Gustav inquired with a tone of curiosity. It's an individual named Axela, Stark replied from the side. Ah, who is that? Gustav was thrown into the sea of confusion once more. Hes or she or it, since they do not have a gender, is a Declaro, from the planet Declan, Miss Amy stated. Declan. The planet that got destroyed due to the intergalactic war against the Fixians about 500 years ago. Gustav recalled this from one of the books he read within the MBO camp over a year ago. Yes, their species or what is left of it is now scattered across the universe since they no longer have a place to call their home, Miss Amy voiced in confirmation. This one in particular, Axela, is a well-known intergalactic trader, guide and collector who is wanted in 4 different planets under the Alliance. Some of the activities it engages in are not entirely legal, but at the same time, it is still well known in many places as its endeavors had spread across galaxies. It is said to possess many unique collections from all across the galaxies and have sold to both questionable and authoritative figures. I've been given a mission in the past to capture it due to one of the planets after him asking for Earth's help in catching him. Miss Amy's last sentence piqued the interests of both of them as she gave them information on Axela. You didn't manage to catch him? Gustav questioned with a look of surprise. Of course I did, Miss Amy responded. Gustav's face at this moment was one that without a doubt displayed what he was thinking. Then how is he still at large? They let Axela go. My job was only to catch him and hand him over, which I did. I wasn't going to concern myself with whatever they chose to do to it. What I do remember is, despite being wanted, Axela is also protected by powerful figures all across the galaxies, so I'm sure they found a way to free him, Miss Amy explained. Gustav wouldn't have believed it if Miss Amy had failed to catch Axela. The whole scenario made more sense now. He doesn't sound like someone that would be allowed to attend Aesop, Gustav said with a look of confoundment. Because it isn't. It came here disguised as someone else. I'm not surprised it managed to sneak in undetected. One of Axela's strong suit is getting into any place he wishes to, no matter how protected or dangerous such a place is. That's why he is one of the most famous collectors all across galaxies today, Miss Amy replied with faint admiration despite the status of the Declaro. And by now you would have caught him again if it wasn't for Stark, right? Gustav tried to piece things together based on what he had heard so far. That is right. It possesses what is known as a sentient level breach artifact. This item is the stuff of legends, as many intergalactic travelers who also bear the title of collectors have tried to acquire it for themselves and failed. Turns out it succeeded and is also using that to figure out information on Aesop challenges before they are issued. He sells the information here on the 9th disc to participating planets who are able to afford it. That little critter is still as greedy as I remember, Miss Amy voiced lengthily. I identified Axela from up there and swooped down to capture him, but your friend here stopped me from taking Axela at the last minute, Saying you wouldn't have wanted things to go that way, Miss Amy added. Ah. Stark, why did you stop her? Gustav questioned while turning to face Stark. Because I have a preposition, Stark voiced with an insightful expression. Instead of capturing him and handing him over to the handlers, why don't we use him to our advantage, Stark added. Using him to our advantage would be considered cheating, which could also bring problems to use if people were to find out, Gustav responded while shaking his head. He would have given it more thought if this wasn't the case. He wasn't willing to jeopardize the Earth, especially since their current standing isn't bad. I don't mean use him like that. Stark's statement caused Miss Amy to stare with curiosity. I mean use him to sabotage the others purchasing information from him. This way we could ruin their plans and still remain free from the corruption of cheating, Stark explained. I see, that's a good one. Gustav held his chin before turning to stare in Miss Amy's direction. Can we do that? Can we make him sabotage the others? Gustav questioned. Knowing how it takes pride in its actions and reputation, Axela will definitely refuse to do such, so his credibility remains unsullied and it doesn't affect his business in the future, Miss Amy voiced in response. So we can't. No, it's fine because it won't be a request, it will be a demand. A demand he won't be able to refuse, Miss Amy spoke with a frosty tone, causing Stark to chuckle nervously. Great, then let's do this, Gustav stated with a look of excitement. I can see him right now, has currently conducting a business, Stark voiced with his eyes emitting a golden glow. So quick. The Beast Haven challenge just ended an hour ago. I guess it is to be expected since everyone is curious as to the details of the upcoming major challenge, Gustav thought. You can see it? Miss Amy questioned Stark. Yes, the same way I saw you when you were up there and knew where you'd land first. I've also had my eyes on him since I arrived on planet Osius. Stark's response caused Miss Amy to show a hint of astonishment. Stark was truly remarkable, being able to see her real body when no one could. Gustav had nearly forgotten that Stark had the all-seeing eyes till he made use of it again. He wondered how being able to see everything must feel like. If Stark was unable to control it, this was something that could definitely drive anyone crazy, since it was like having a bunch of monitors lined up in a circular format within you, giving back vivid footage of ongoing activities in both personal and public spaces. It really was like having an invisible CCTV placed everywhere. Shall we? Stark questioned after a brief silence. Lead the way, Gustav responded. Gladly, Stark mouthed off as he turned in a particular direction and leapt into the air. Fui tilde in mid-air, he transformed into a three-headed draconic figure that flew off into the distance. Gustav and Miss Amy followed behind effortlessly. Within a space with a restaurant-like setting, a bunch of individuals clad in all sorts of outfits that were unrecognizable to any Earthling, enjoyed having the meal before them and chatting away in various languages. A lot of these individuals also happened to bear different appearances, since the restaurant had different planetary species gathered within. The manner in which the interior of restaurant was structured was one that a human would most definitely find odd. The golden-colored floors happened to be triangular in shape. The floors were so steep that people and the feeding tables set before them should be falling off, yet everything was well balanced on the steep floor. To make things even more complicated, the upper floors of restaurant were shaped in an upside-down triangular format, making it look like everyone was eating upside down, yet no one fell off. At a section of this odd-looking restaurant, which was apparently normal to its inhabitants, two unknown figures sat before each other. Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1237 sat a section of this odd-looking restaurant which was apparently normal to its inhabitants, two unknown figures sat before each other. One had an armadillo-shaped face with brownish scales all over with a humanoid-structured full body. The one on the other side had a transparent-like skin that looked like a layer of water with weird reddish markings on his face. He had an extremely serious expression as he spoke, while the armadillo-shaped faced creature on the other end looked like he was in a silly goofy mood. I really need it, please help, the transparent-skinned being begged. MHOU, the armadillo-faced-like creature exclaimed pleasurably as it chewed on the contents of the plate before it. Oh mine, this dish is definitely amongst my top 10 now. It replaces de Humar Special at number 10. Planet Ozius truly lives up to its reputation as one of the leaders of the Alliance, really top-tier food quality here, it added while grabbing another piece of the purplish dripping wormy-like eyeball on the table. This is serious. It is a matter of life and death, the transparent skinned being stated with a strong tone while looking around as he tried not to speak too loud. It is a matter of life and death that I finish this dish. The armadillo-faced being exclaimed pleasurable again as it downed another mouthful of the dish before it. The transparent-skinned being did his best not to lose his temper as he sat in place for a second, watching the creature before him gobble down chunks after chunks. Sherman, you haven't gulps touched your food, the armadillo-faced being voiced amidst his chews. I am not hungry, this is a the transparent-skinned being hadn't managed to complete his sentence when the armadillo-faced being cut him off. Then can I have it? It questioned. Fine, you can have it. Sherman folded his arms and leaned backwards with a tired expression while the armadillo-faced creature kept devouring everything in sight. Thank you, Sherman, it voiced joyously. About a minute later, it had devoured every piece of food on the table completely and began cleaning its hands. Why do you have a scowl on your face? Oh, that's right, a matter of life and death, the armadillo-face creature said with an empathetic tone. Yes, will you help me now? Sherman questioned. From what you told me, it seems like you folks are the ones that wanna sentence someone to death, the armadillo-faced creature voiced with a tone of awareness. It is still life and death, the other party deserves it, Sherman responded. Haha, when you put it that way, you're not entirely wrong. I have something for your young sapling that would work, but it will work just once and can never be reused afterwards, the armadillo-faced creature stated while raising its right paw-like hand and tapping on a necklace around its chest. Ting tilde, a small trinket that looked like a mix between a ring and a necklace appeared in its grasp. The metallic edges emitted a faint magenta glow and the circular ring-like area had the carvings of the mouth of an unknown monster on its surface. Besides these details, the trinket looked quite ordinary. So long as your young sapling wears this while activating an attack, it will do the required job, but remember, it can only be used once, the armadillo-faced creature spoke while passing it to Sherman on the other side. He won't get another chance to use it. That is quite risky. What if it misses the target? Sherman questioned. It can't. Once the target is decided by the user, nothing in the entire universe will stop it from meeting the goal, the armadillo-faced creature stated with an aura of confidence that immediately erased any doubt Sherman had. Thank you, Sherman said while keeping it away. Just pay my fee and scamper off, I have another appointment soon, the armadillo-faced creature voiced with a light chuckle. However, in the next instant its facial expression suddenly changed. I have to go now. You can pay through the usual channels, it voiced quickly while standing to its feet. This change shocked Sherman as he had never seen this creature look so perturbed. It was always carefree and unbothered. It frantically tapped on one of the multiple rings on its finger which glowed brightly, but its face showed more shock as it remained in place. You cannot run from me. A loud and powerful feminine voice reverberated across the vicinity, causing its face to show even more fear. I think you should take a look at Panda's novel. Who said that? What in the world is going on? Sherman became instantly startled as he jumped to his feet as well. The armadillo-faced creature tapped on multiple buttons on its fabric very quickly as a loud whoosing sound reverberated across the vicinity. Thing tilde, a beam of light was emitted from his being as he vanished instantly. Meanwhile, two individuals arrived in place of where the armadillo-face creature had just vanished from. Sherman, who had already left the seating area when he noticed everything intensifying, could be seen leaving through the exit of the restaurant very quickly. One of the individuals with a 62 build, extremely charming face with a dirty blonde hair and well-chiseled upper body, was about to give chase when he felt a hand grab his shoulder. No need, he isn't who we're looking for, Stark voiced. Oh, I thought we might need him too, Gustav said while pausing in his tracks. Miss Amy is gone, Gustav noticed. She chased after Axela, Stark voiced. Looks like he knew we were coming, Gustav said with a tone of realization while the entirety of the individuals in the surroundings stared at them with expressions of confusion. They couldn't understand what was happening and why there was a popular ISOP participant here right now. She has core. Before Stark could complete his sentence, a figure flickered into existence right before their eyes. The powerful-looking figure in all white had the same armadillo-faced creature from before in her grasp as she floated slightly above the ground. GHT him, Stark finished his sentence after their appearance. He tried to escape in his spacecraft hovering deep in space, Miss Amy voiced while holding the armadillo-face creature above the ground effortlessly. Did both of them just bypass the planet's security in seconds, going back and forth within its orbit like it's nothing? Stark couldn't help but be astonished despite being aware that these were two legends in different fields. It was even crazier that they were undetected and he had seen Axela flying away in his spacecraft already, but Miss Amy was just too powerful. She breached it and took him out forcefully before bringing him back to the 9th disk. All in less than 5 seconds. There was no doubt that had Gustav and Stark done this themselves without the help of Miss Amy, Axela would have been long gone already. It seemed like he was ready to leave instantly at the first sign of danger. However, since this was Miss Amy, he was completely out of luck. She had caught him in the past when she still took missions for the MBO. There was no doubt that she would capture him again, especially now that she was more powerful. Ari. Amy, please spare me, Ahi. Axela shrieked in fear while begging. You shouldn't have tried to run then, Miss Amy voiced while expressing a smirk of depravity. Au. It's reflex action, you can't blame me, please let me go, I'll give you half. No, you can have all of my wealth, he begged frantically while recalling the past of how he suffered intensely in the hands of Miss Amy in the past. This woman was the devil to him. She imprinted a fear deep into his mind 5 years ago that he couldn't get rid of even till now. You know I need none of that. Even if you were to offer me your pitiful life, I wouldn't take it, Miss Amy replied while turning around. I have something else you can do for me instead, Miss Amy stated before flickering out of existence like she appeared here in the first place. This didn't mean Miss Amy had teleportation powers or anything, she was just so fast that it looked like she was vanishing when she moved. Miss Amy had grown so powerful that her rapid movements didn't have much effects on the surroundings, so everyone within the restaurant were barely affected. Panda's novel. Komfuhumshumshi tilde they sped out of the place, causing winds to blast in every direction as Osis law enforcement made their way to the location. What do you want from me this time? Please hand me over to the authorities here, Axela voiced within a secluded dark space. He preferred being far away from Miss Amy even if that meant getting locked up. Chapter 1238. He preferred being far away from Miss Amy even if that meant getting locked up. No, they will just get you out like last time. That's useless to me, Miss Amy replied while conjuring a seat before the creature. She proceeded to gracefully take her seat before Axela, who was completely bind. Gustav stood by Miss Amy's right and Stark stood by his. I heard you've been selling information on ISOP using a sentient level breach artifact, Miss Amy voiced with a frosty tone as usual. Ek. I am only trying to survive as a poor trader, Axela responded with a shaky tone. You lying rat, you're already rich enough, Miss Amy stated, causing Axela to tremble even more. Anyways, what I want is. I can't take you seriously with that look. Take, Miss Amy demanded strongly. Why, yes, Axela quickly muttered a few incoherent words after replying. Iktu shi Rakuma, the 6th ring on his right hand emitted a greenish glow. Anx in the next instant, Axela began transforming. Thriri tilde his furry skin turned smooth as the hairs on them retracted. His pointed rodent-like face, reduced in width and increased in length, turning human-like. The rest of his body changed as well, and in the next moment what stared back at them was an extremely beautiful-looking creature. Axela's face and skin were so smooth that they could be mistaken for glass. His skin was a mixture of yellow and whitish colors. There was no hair on his head, instead it was replaced with a red crown that looked like an helmet covering his entire scalp. This was surprising a part of his body and not aware. His beautiful figure and enhancingly structured body, along with his full red lips, would make anyone wonder if he was male or female. Anyone would be confused. Gustav was glad Miss Amy had informed him earlier that the Declaros were genderless and usually reproduce asexually. He couldn't imagine just how many people would be disappointed by this all across galaxies where Axela have visited in the past. Gustav had no idea that Axela also had to run from depraved and lustful male and female species who all wanted him to sate their sexual desires regardless of his origin. Better, Miss Amy voiced before resuming. First tell us who your clients have been since the start of Aesop, Gustav voiced from the side. It is not your place to ask me that, little chimp, Axela responded with a scowl. Answer him, Miss Amy stated with an authoritative tone. I'm not supposed to reveal my cly. The instant his eyes met Miss Amy's he paused. Diaperonians, Redonta, Fixic, Draconets, Zionci, Axela began to list them one after the other without adding the details of what exactly he sold to them. That's a lot. I didn't think some of these planets were rich enough to afford your services, Miss Amy said with a tone of interest. Axela had mentioned a total of 87 planets that had contacted him for one service or the other since the competition began. This meant that a lot of these planets didn't care that he was a wanted entity despite being under the alliance. Not every single one of them requested for information on the future details of Aesop. Some required cheaper services while some required services beyond just information, Axela stated. Now here is what you're going to do. When next they require your services, you will provide them with wrong information, not just wrong, information that will sabotage their participation in the future challenges. Miss Amy finally revealed her terms. But, I can't do that. It would tarnish my reputation and I could lose lots of customers in the future, Axela's eyes expressed pleading. I don't care. That is the only reason you're here right now. You will sabotage the others for me, Miss Amy stated with an intimidating expression. Axela gulped with fear and indignation in his eyes. Please anything but this, I'll leave the planet right now if you want me to please. He kept begging and laid on the ground before Miss Amy. This is the only thing I need you for, or will you like for us to take a trip down memory lane? Miss Amy's eyes emitted a mischievous glint as she stated. No. Please no. Axela's eyes widened as he wailed like a miserable new widow just by thinking about it. Just what did he experience for him to have this much fear? Stark wondered. It's been a while since I last saw anyone show this much fear for Miss Amy. She was truly a demoness back then. Gustav recalled just how much fear her name and face would put in the minds of everyone who knew her back when they would go everywhere together. Within one of the rooms in the Earth's participants' accommodation area, a figure could be seen moving from side to side on a bed. I think you should take a look at Panda's novel. His sleeping face displayed an uncomfortable expression as he rolled across the bed while dark tattoos would occasionally appear on his body. Ah, he exclaimed in discomfort once more while still unconscious as a dark mark appeared on his forehead. His eyelids twitched repeated as the mark grew until dark mist began to phase out of his head. This dark mist started to form a spiky crown which hovered above his head while his body thrashed around even more violently and uncontrollably. The moment the crown formed halfway, his eyes suddenly sprang open. "Nu!" Falco yelled at the top of his voice as mist burst forth from his pitch-black eyes. Fwoo-woo-woo-woom tilde a cloud of darkness surrounded the entire structure instantly. I don't want it, he struggled vehemently, causing the crown to stop forming. In the next moment the crown began dissipating along with the dark clouds in the vicinity. Panda's novel. Falco, are you okay? A feminine voice was heard from the other side of the door ahead. Falco recognized this voice to be Angius but didn't respond immediately because he was trying to calm himself so as not to sound strange when he did. Hey man, we just want to know if you're good. We heard screams. Voice was heard next from the other end of the door after there was no response for a couple of seconds. Falco stood to his feet and walked towards his room door. He breathed in deeply once more to calm himself before sliding the door open. I'm fine guys, I was just training, Falco said with a smile as he stared at the three before his door. Angie, and Timi. The trio had a look of relief on their faces as they heard that. Man, we have a place for training, haha. We were worried when the entire building got covered with darkness, said while tapping Falco's shoulder. My bad, Falco chuckled wryly, but in the next instant his facial expression changed. What is that? He questioned with a look of horror while pointing forward. What is what? He hadn't managed to complete his question when a strong wave of dadness spread from up ahead. Falco's eyes widened and his legs began trembling as the trio in front of him fell to the floor with their body parts splattering all across the place. Angie's smiling face rolled to a corner as her head was cleanly decapitated. Her limbs looked like the props of a horror movie lined up before him as a pool of blood was formed on the floor. His mouth slowly began to open as his eyes widened even more. His chest had a hole in it as his torso kissed the floor up ahead. His heart was still falling from the air, sending splutters of blood across the place. His two legs remained straightened on the ground as blood poured from his tip of his knees area, which was missing along with the rest of his body. Ow! Timmy's head stamped to the other end of the wall, missing eyeballs which upon closer look were rolling across the floor, right behind EE. The rest of his body parts along with his intestines and bowels turned into a carpet behind EE, making the floor look even more sophisticated as a stench of death spread across the air. A gritty and long arm made from pitch darkness held onto Angie's head, lifting it off the ground. Ow! Falco's knees continues to tremble intensely as he watched the horror that had unfolded before him powerlessly. The long arm brought Angie's decapitated head to his face, holding it before him like it was trying to make a point. Her smiling decapitated head showed no pain or discomfort, like she had died before she could realize what was going on. Ow! Falco's eyes turned completely red as he slumped to his knees while tears began streaming out of his eyes uncontrollably. The dark arm brought the decapitated head down to his face level while it dripped with fresh blood continuously. Look at them. An imperial voice laced with dominance and doom voiced loudly. Chapter 1239. The dark arm brought the decapitated head down to his face level while fresh blood dripped from it continuously. Look at them. An imperial voice laced with dominance and doom reverberated loudly across the space. I said look at them. Panda's novel. Komauer. It is all your fault. You did this to them. Falco yelled. No. You did this to them. You are to blame, my son. The imperial voice boomed once more. Arga. Ah. Falco began screaming at the top of his lungs. His heart broke into tiny little pieces as he stared at the scenery of death before him. You did this to them. The voice stated once more, piercing deeper than 1,000,000 knives into Falco's chest. Falco clenched his hairs and pulled like he was trying to yank bits off his scalp as he kept screaming. No. He screamed till his voice cracked when all of a sudden the world around him changed. Foo. 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 Falco's eyes suddenly sprang open as he jolted from his bed, breathing erratically. Bang. 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 Falco. Are you okay in there? Bang. 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 We're coming in. A loud voice was heard from the other end, and what came next was a loud crash. Boom. The door was blasted open with strong force, causing it to slam onto the wall on the other side. Gaius. Falco's voice cracked as tears streamed down his face. Everyone had looks of bafflement on their faces, but Angie quickly reacted by stepping forward and pulling Falco into her embrace. You're alive. His voice trailed off as Angie placed his face on her shoulder and gently stroked his hair. It's all right, it's fine. I'm sure whatever happened was just a nightmare. You're good now. Angie comforted him with her words as well. Dash, it's gonna be fine, man. Dash, are you okay? Dash, do you need a glass of water? Dash, if you want to talk about it, we're here. The others gathered around Falco and comforted him as well, taking a seat beside Angie except for Endrick, who still stood at the entrance. Husarius, what did you notice? Endrick questioned internally as he watched the scenery before him with a suspicious expression. A presence out of order. I have never sensed anything like it before, but it's gone now, Husarius responded internally. Is it one of them? Because I recall you've only described them in a similar way before this, Endrick questioned internally. The possibility is high, but at the same time, I do not understand what they would want with this kid. Unless, this kid isn't what everyone thinks he is, Husarius answered with a conflicted tone. What do you mean by that? Endrick brows furrowed. I mean, You might have to start considering him to be a threat, Husarius stated. Can't you just see into the fates again and confirm if he is going to be trouble or not? Endrick questioned. Not when it might directly connect to them. Such an act bears immense risk, and we could be setting your brother back with such. As a time candidate, you know very well we cannot use the power of the fates loosely. Husarius cautioned, knowing well that Endrick was currently capable of doing it himself. You just have to be observant, keep your eyes on the kid, he added. All right, Endrick responded internally before stepping forward. I lost Darko, Falco voiced in the living room of the accommodation area. Lost him? How is that even possible? Timi questioned with a look of confusion. I don't know. I just did. Since after I had that fight with the captain of the Draconettes, I could no longer feel him. Has gone, Falco voiced in response. So all this time, you've been fighting by yourself? You've been the one using your dark bloodline abilities without his help? Matilda questioned with a look of surprise. I think you should take a look at Panda's novel. Yes, Falco answered. Everyone was stunned because they didn't notice this. They hadn't realized that it was Falco all this time because barely anything changed. His fighting was just as brutal. Dark Falco lives within you like a second personality, so doesn't that mean that your current personality might have gained dominance? Eldris voiced with a logical tone. He isn't a second personality. He was a part of me. How can I bring him back? Falco said with a dejected expression. Have you tried speaking to Hai? I've tried everything that there is to try. No response. I can't feel or sense him. He just vanished. Falco leaned his face onto the palm of his hands in frustration. He hated Dark Falco's existence in the part and how he would slaughter mindlessly whenever he took over his body. However, over time Falco had come to understand that despite how much Dark Falco insulted him, he was always doing all he could to protect. Falco was losing his mind since Dark Falco vanished, but he tried his best to be cool-headed. He couldn't handle what came with the power of darkness, the continuous urge to commit heinous acts and subject living beings to experiences of torture. It was driving him insane. Dark Falco seemed to handle it well, but he couldn't. It was even crazier now that he was having realistic nightmares. Realistic nightmares. Falco's mind went back to earlier. You did this to them. You are to blame, my son. Falco had thought his nightmares was from the Crown of Darkness, but the words from that imperial voice plagued him. He recalled his father on Earth, who was a business mogul with billions of rads. Although he was a mixed blood, he wasn't even close to being as powerful as Falco currently was. Dad couldn't even manage to pull something like this off even if he tried. Why would that voice call me son? Is it another manipulation tactic? Whatever it was, Falco was surrounded that he was losing his mind. He didn't know what to do at this point. The others were still speaking in the background and expressing ideas, but Falco was already lost in deep thought, so he wasn't listening. The door at the entrance made a low noise as it slid open. Falco looked up as this little sound brought him out of his reverie. What's with the look on you guys' faces? Gustav questioned as he walked in. It's Falco, EE said from the side. He's having really intense nightmares, Angie said while rubbing Falco's back gently. Gustav's mind was instantly plagued with a myriad of thoughts as he picked one and centered on it. This all started with that incident in Arabia City. I'm sure it has something to do with what Dark Falco told me, Gustav thought. He said Dark Falco is gone, he can't sense him anymore, Eldris voiced as well. I know, Gustav responded. You do. The others were quite surprised that he was already aware. I sensed it from the time Falco got badly injured in the fight against Strum, Gustav stated. Nothing really gets past his eyes. Similar thoughts ran through their mind. Just as stated, Gustav was indeed aware that Falco had been battling all this time by himself. Despite all of Falco's actions to hide it, Gustav could still spot little differences between how they made use of the darkness bloodline. Why didn't you say anything? Angie questioned. I figured he'd ask when he needed help. I didn't want to pry, Gustav didn't add that he had closely watched over Falco as well so he could act if things ever got to a level where Falco needed his help. The others were not too glad with the fact that Gustav was aware of this and didn't do anything to help. "Has gone." Falco's voice trailed off as he spoke with a dejected tone. "Falco, are you aware that you're not who you think you are?" Gustav voiced as he stepped forward. Everyone's faces instantly lit up with confusion as they heard this while Endrick's eyes emitted a glint of suspicion. "It sounds like Big Brother knows something," Endrick thought. "What do you mean? Are you talking about the crown?" Falco asked while looking up. "Crown? What are you two talking about?" Timmy asked the question on everyone's mind. "I do recall the crown, but Dark Falco had also mentioned something back then when you were unconscious," Gustav stated. Everyone was still lost at the moment, not understanding what the two were talking about, and this was because none of them were present at the time. Even Falco was unconscious at the time. "Dark Falco mentioned a couple of things back then which I am not very clear on yet, but I am sure you know more by now. Another thing I'm sure of is that Dark Falco is not gone," Gustav said with a tone of certainty. "Do you mean I can get him back?" Chapter 1240 Dark Falco mentioned a couple of things back then which I am not very clear on yet, but I am sure you know more by now. Another thing I'm sure of is that Dark Falco is not gone, Gustav said with a tone of certainty. "Do you mean I can get him back?" Falco's expression brightened up with a hint of hope. "Yes, he isn't a personality. From my observations, he is a different entity that just so happens to share a body with you. You stopped sensing him after the battle with Strum, right?" Gustav voiced. "Yes, when I regained consciousness, I could no longer sense him," Falco replied. "When did you awaken your bloodline?" Gustav questioned. I was 10 at the time," Falco answered with a contemplative expression. "When did Dark Falco appear and start taking over your body?" Gustav asked. "About a year later. I was always unable to control my bloodline abilities before then," Falco recalled. "Then, it is just as I thought," Gustav voiced with a tone of realization. "What do you mean by that?" Falco inquired. "God eyes have been activated. Some abilities have damages that are irreversible regardless of the applications of high-grade meds. Even if a person survives and gets treated, the side effects of getting hit with such an attack still remains." Gustav's explanation caused everyone to perk their ears up as they focused their attention on him. "You should have died when Strum's spear struck you, or more like your entire existence should have been reversed to the point where you become inexistent." As Gustav mentioned this, Falco's eyes widened slightly in realization. "Captain Strum's spear ability is time-related," he voiced as his brain began piecing things together. "Exactly. Dark Falco took most of the damage from that spear, and despite the fact that you've completely recovered, the effects still linger. Dark Falco will come back, but it will take time," Gustav voiced with a tone of certainty. It was now apparent to everyone that this was a time reversal effect that was untreatable. So he should be back in a year since it took that long for him to manifest in the first place. Falco had a look of relief for a split second before it turned back to despair. "I can't handle this by myself for a whole year," Falco thought. "It should be less than a year. That time your abilities were just manifesting, they were in no way as powerful as now. You should be able to bring him back faster," Gustav voiced in response. "How?" "I've tried everything." Falco's hand turned shaky as he stretched the right forward. "You haven't tried everything," Gustav said while shooting Falco a knowing glance. Falco's eyes widened in realization. "I am not trying that. I am never trying that," he yelled in fear. "What is it?" Everyone was still confused even if they had a little grasp on the current predicament. "Dark Falco said you'll become someone else if you were to transition completely and was against it at the time, but it is your power after all. You don't have to accept it completely, maybe you can tap enough from it to bring Dark Falco back," Gustav voiced lengthily. "No. I am never going to accept the crown," Falco yelled while holding his head as he recalled all that had happened in his nightmare prior to this. "Maybe this too isn't real. You're fake, right? You're showing me another nightmare, ha ha ha, you psycho. I won't," Falco voiced like he was deranged while standing up and grabbing Gustav. "You're not the real Gustav, are you?" "Who? Stop it," Gustav said while grabbing Falco's hands. I'm still in a nightmare. What's next, her? Ha ha ha, I won't accept the crown. I won't accept it. I won't accept. I won't accept it. Arth. Falco kept screaming and pushing Gustav forward. Everyone had jumped to their feet at this point. Dash Falco, calm down. Dash it, I sent a nightmare. Dash has only trying to help. Dash, this is real. I won't accept it. Don't you dare hurt my friends. Falco began screaming and crying at the same time. Okay Falco, it's fine, you do not have to accept it, Gustav said while tapping on Falco's arms gently. Falco paused as he heard that and began letting out heavy breaths. I can't just. Tears began rolling out of his eyes once more. The situation seemed dire than expected since this was something that weighed heavy on Falco's mental state. I think you should take a look at Panda's novel. Komanji moved forward to console Falco again and get him to calm down. Almost Iriwan assisted in getting him into his room to rest. Gustav stayed back with a couple others. They all had disturbed expressions on their faces. Big brother, we need to talk, Endrik voiced after approaching Gustav. And Dasnaval times Omthi moved out of the accommodation area to the passageway so as to discuss privately. What is it? Gustav inquired. Falco. The instant Endrik mentioned his name, Gustav let out a sigh that depicted he knew this was what the conversation was going to be about. He is a threat, Endrik added. He is a friend, Gustav stated. A friend who is a threat to your well-being as well as that of the others, Endrik said with a strong tone. I can handle myself and he hasn't done anything that makes him a threat yet, so there is no reason to see him as one. Yet, Gustav responded. You're letting your emotional attachments blind your logical sense of reasoning. I know you saw something that everyone didn't and you know more than we do, and I'm very sure that whatever you saw doesn't paint him in a very positive light, yet, you don't see him as a threat because of your emotions, Endrik pointed out with a strong tone once more. Stop it. You don't know Falco. He has the best interests of the people he loves in his heart, that is enough to give him the benefit of the doubt. Like I said, he hasn't done any wrong, Gustav stated. Yet. He hasn't done any wrong yet. Are you going to wait till he puts everyone at risk before considering him to be a threat? Endrik inquired with knitted eyebrows. And what do you suggest should be done? I should walk in there and slaughter him just because of your suspicions? And then tell the others what? Endrik said he was a threat, so I killed him? Gustav stated with a slightly ridiculing tone. What is this really about? Gustav questioned. Is there something you figured out that you're not telling me? He added with a suspicious look. I am not sure yet, but I think he has managed to fall asleep. Angie approached from the accommodation area, interrupting Endrik's speech. We'll talk about this later, Gustav voiced before turning to the side. Gustav, everyone is worried. We want to understand what is going on, Angie said. Gustav's face displayed a contemplative look before he began walking back to the accommodation area. Are you sure it is a good idea for Falco to fall asleep at the moment? Gustav questioned as they walked back into the accommodation area. There's nothing else we can do to make him calm down. Mara administered some medications to dampen brain activity and bloodline circulation, so it is very unlikely he'd have another nightmare, Angie explained. Gustav was still concerned, but he just had to let it be. With the current state of things, Falco seems unfit to join the next challenge. I'll be picking a substitute to fill his shoes tomorrow, Gustav announced to everyone. Who are you gonna pick? Timi asked. I haven't decided yet, Gustav responded. I believe we have a right to understand what's going on fully before we think of replacing him, Matilda chimed in while flaying her arms. Even I do not fully understand what is going on, so I suppose we will just have to wait and see, Gustav answered. But you do know more than we do, you just don't want to tell us, Glade stated. We have every right to know, Hez our friend too, Rhea voiced. I hate to say it, but I agree with them, man. What ain't you telling us? EE added. Gustav moved to the side and took his seat before everyone. They all stared at him with looks of curiosity, waiting to hear what he had to say. I cannot speak on matters that I haven't fully grasped. I had kept what happened from you all because I haven't fully uncovered it as well, Gustav explained. Just tell us what happened in Arabia City, man. You seem to have witnessed something that we didn't, EE voiced with a pleading tone. Alright then, I don't want any stupid speculations from any of you after this. I will only tell you what happened when I found Falco in the upper district and what Dark Falco told me. Be careful with that. Within another accommodation area, a transparent-skinned individual with red markings on his forehead could be seen handing an item over to another transparent-skinned individual who looked comparably younger. Chapter 1241. This other individual happened to also be transparent-skinned but okayed comparably younger. He acquired the trinket from the older individual and put it on one of his fingers. Make sure you don't activate it until you have your target before you. It wasn't easy to acquire this, Sherman stated. Thank you, Master Sherman. Now I can finally take revenge for my brother, the younger individual voiced. One more thing. You can only use it once, so pick your target carefully, Sherman instructed. What? Just one? But there's two of them, the younger individual said with a tone of dissatisfaction. You will have to pick one of them. You can't use it twice, Sherman shook his head. But Master Sherman, can't you just get another one? I want to take them both out, the younger individual voiced once more. Did you miss the part where I mentioned that I went to great lengths to get this? You can only pick one target and that is it, Sherman elucidated with a strong tone of warning. Sigh. Alright then. I'll pick the one directly responsible for his condition. The younger individual finally gave in with a slightly defeated expression. It's better not to be too covetous if we wish to get sway with it and avoid getting a capital punishment. Take caution, Oromon, Sherman said. Yes, Master Sherman. How is my brother? Oromon questioned. As you know, we're having trouble reversing the state of his cells, which have been rapidly sped up due to the damage from the attack of the Earthling, Master Sherman responded. That Earthling will pay, Oromon voiced, his tone seething with rage. I believe there was interference from the High Order. Within a dark vicinity, a group of 20 clad in bandage-like wares that covered the entirety of their bodies, stood in a circle. Their eyes was like a swirling abyss of darkness as black mist erupted from their beings while they discussed. Who would dare interfere, especially when this is a sacred mission? The captain voiced with a tone of suspiciousness. A pair of eyes were formed in their midst from the dark mist circulating the environment. Prime Vessel G, we were just about to contact you, the captain voiced with a respectful tone while everyone bowed their heads. About the interference and slight breach into this plane, right? A loud voice boomed from their midst, spreading across the vicinity. Yes, Prime Vessel G, the captain answered. That was the doing of our Lord, he did it because of the kid, Prime Vessel G stated. Their eyes widened as they heard it. We had thought it was an interference from another Prime Vessel. We apologize, for we had no idea it was the Lord, the captain knelt along with everyone else. The confusion is understandable. Even I never expected the Lord to try such, almost jeopardizing. Anyways, the Lord obviously has a special fondness for this one. Make sure he doesn't come to any harm till you leave this plane, Prime Vessel G instructed. But you said to kill him if he doesn't accept the crown before this competition comes to an end. I know what I said. This is my new decision. If you don't want our souls to be tortured for eternity at the hands of the Lord, Prime Vessel G voiced. I understand, the captain stated in response. Any new information on the outworldly yet? Prime Vessel G questioned. It is the same as what I mentioned the last time. I should be able to draw conclusions from the next couple major challenges, the captain responded. Then make sure you do not contact me till then. After saying this, the pair of eyes formed from mist dissipated. After dissipating, the figures slowly stood back to their feet bearing similar expressions. Our Lord has a favorite. The day went by very quickly and soon the night before the next major challenge arrived. Earth participants were gathered in the main room of their accommodation area, discussing on the coming major challenge. Like I said, since it is related to versus battles, I won't send any of you out unless I am sure you can't defeat the opposition paired with us. However, if the versus challenge has a different mode to it, we really can't tell who will be paired with who, Gustav voiced in concern. That is true. The pairing system could be random and end up not favoring us, Eldris chimed. This is the worst time to have main team member replacement. I do not have much faith in a substitute, Gustav voiced. Yeah man, he really seems like a strong guy, EE added. No. He didn't train with us, he is unaware of our fighting methods if we were to move as a group. There are many factors to consider, Gustav shook his head. You didn't train with us, dimwit. What are you on? Fildhor yelled from the side. He has a point, Timi shrugged. More than half of the team have joined me on one MBO mission or the other. I didn't need to train with you guys. I already understand what working as a team is. I can't say the same for him, Gustav explained with a calm tone. Guys. It's fine, I'm join enough to participate in the challenge. Falco's voice was suddenly heard from the other end. Everyone watched Falco step out from his room with expressions of pity. No Falco, you're sitting this one out, Gustav shook his head. I want to help now more than ever. I can't let you guys go off with an inadequate substitute, Falco argued. Well, be okay. You need to rest, Eldris said with a smile. I'm fine really, Falco smiled back while raising his hands. I have made my decision, Falco, and everyone stands by it. You're sitting this one out. If you're deemed to be in top condition after this challenge, then I can consider letting you join the next one. If not, you'll keep sitting them out till you're all good, Gustav stated with a strong tone that left no room for argument. But you guys are really unbelievable. Do you not believe in my capabilities anymore? Falco took a step back as he suddenly felt stigmatized. That's not it, Falco, we just want you to be fine. Angie stood up while speaking with a soft tone. Falco moved to the side and walked out of the gathering with an expression of betrayal. Falco, everyone called out but to no avail. I'll go after him, Angie said while moving out of the gathering as well. Should we just let him participate? I don't like seeing Falco get upset, Timi voiced from the side. Gustav shook his head. Him reacting this way is proof that he needs to truly sit it out. He just wants to participate because he doesn't want to seem unreliable to us. Completely ignoring his current state won't make it disappear. Gustav's response caused everyone to simmer down for a moment. Have you decided on the substitute to pick? Eldris questioned. Will it be Wong? EE asked as well. No, this time I have someone else in mind. She shouldn't do too bad, I think, Gustav responded with a look of contemplation. She? Fildhor muttered with a tone of suspiciousness. Yes, she. Yuhiko, you can come in, Gustav called out. Her. In the next instant, everyone turned towards the entrance to stare at the figure that had just arrived. Their jaws nearly dropped as they stared at one of the most breathtaking beauties they had ever seen in their lives. She looked like a real-life doll with an extremely enchanting heart-shaped face and slanted eyes. Her body was the true depiction of perfection as her curvy hips swayed from side to side while she walked in. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down her back like beautiful waves as her full pink lips pouted nervously. "CA, Captain Gustav," she voiced out with sexiest tone they had ever heard in their lives. I don't recognize her from the ship, Timi thought, but then realized that with their numbers it would be easy for her to be hidden amongst the crowd of substitutes who were even higher than main team members. Out of everyone here, only 3 people recognized her. Endrick, Matilda, and Eldris. Eldris had senses recalled her exact appearance from the spacecraft on their way here, while Endrick and Matilda remembered her from school. I didn't even know she was one of the substitutes, Matilda voiced with a low tone. Hello, Matilda. Hello, Endrick. Yuhiko avoided making eye contact as she greeted them. What, do you guys know each other before? EE questioned with a look of surprise. That doesn't matter, Gustav cut in before any one of them could respond. Yuhiko will be joining us for the next major challenge. You guys can try to get accustomed to her and ask her questions if you want, Gustav said before standing to his feet. I'll add an illustration of Gustav in MBO outfit as a paragraph comment. If you wanna see more illustrations, you can join my Discord channel Discord. GGRNVCAJY9 Chapter 1242 The Versus Battle Challenge. Yuhiko will be joining us for the next major challenge. You guys can try to get accustomed to her and ask her questions if you want, Gustav said before standing to his feet. She is damn hot. This thought was running through a number of the boys' minds as they stared at her. Matilda was all too familiar with the gazes of some of the male teammates here and roll her eyes at them. If only they knew, she thought before walking towards her bedroom. Hendrik stood to his feet as well and followed after Gustav. He had never been the type to concern himself about a girl's look. The last thing on his mind was a girl right now. Are you finally going to tell me or what? Gustav voiced as he paused his movement in the passageway. Hendrik paused his footsteps as Gustav's back remained turned to him. He was silent for a few before speaking. It is a sensitive issue since we suspect it is related to that. That is why I cannot speak freely on this matter, Hendrik stated. Now you're like the system, choosing to withhold information from me. Gustav was instantly able to tell what Hendrik was hinting at. That's not it. I will reveal more when I am sure of my assumptions, which is why I said to watch out for Falco, Hendrik voiced while stretching his hand forward in the direction of Gustav's shoulder. If you're not gonna say anything, then don't say anything, Gustav stated before walking away without turning around. Hendrik's hand paused in mid-air as he stared at Gustav's departing figure with a conflicted expression. He let out a heavy sigh before turning around. The next day arrived very quickly. At this time, both the citizens of the planet Osius as well as all the guests gathered from across galaxies had gathered in the arena. The ISOP participants were currently in their waiting quarters as the time of the next challenge drew closer. The arena was currently undergoing a change that had everyone's faces brimming with interest as well as astonishment. The grounds were getting covered in a layer of gold that spread all across the area, which was well over 100,000 feet radius. Unlike the time of other challenges that occurred on the ninth disk, within this area, the vicinity wasn't expanding in size. It would seem that the next challenge did not require it to be outrageously massive. As the grounds turned completely gold, purplish-plated layers suddenly began to extend in certain area. These purplish-plated areas elevated, forming stages that covered radiuses of 5,000 feet each. Each purplish-plated layered platform was at least 100 feet away from the next, and by the time they had finished appearing all over the arena, there was up to 150 of them. At this point everyone was well aware that these were battle stages. The challenge being versus battle made it quite obvious. However, they didn't realize that this wasn't the end. After the stages had been formed, different kinds of structures began to appear on them. Some of them started forming streets with buildings on them. Some formed a forestry kind of area with beautiful terrains. On some, very weird terrains with active volcanic mountains had been formed. These stages weren't just stages anymore, they were practically locations at this point. Each stage being over 5 times larger than a football field made it so that it was possible for them to contain natural environments. After the stages had turned to natural environments stationed for battles, beams shot down from the sky upon every one of them. A dome of sorts instantly appeared all around the terrains that these stages had formed. This of course was to make sure any battle that happened with any of the stages would not disturb the spectators or others in the surrounding stages. When it was finally time for the challenge to begin, the podium where Handler 1 was stationed began to elevate. Hello once again everyone. He began speaking as the floating screens above displayed the different battle stages well as a design that showed the name of the challenge. As mentioned earlier, today's challenge is a versus battle challenge. Let us welcome the participants to the arena first of all, he declared, causing the participants to walk out of their waiting rooms in droves. Although the arena was very much packed due to the stages that housed multiple terrains, there was still enough space for the participants to move in between. Cheers dash yar, dash earth, 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 dash draconettes, 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 dash Indulus Prime. We are the greatest. Dash Osis Tupo. Osis Tup. The spectators went bonkers cheering in support for their respective planets. In the midst of the cheers, Glowing numbers began to appear above the heads of every participant on the arena like a holographic display. "Huh. You have some number on your head," Glade said to Timmy. "You have it too," Timmy responded. "I think we all do," Angie voiced while looking around with a confused expression. What are these numbers?" Everyone instantly became curious upon the appearance of the numbers. It would have been easy to figure out if everyone had the same numbers, however, the numbers varied. Some participants happened to have way higher numbers than others. I shall now explain the versus battle challenge in detail. Handler 1 stated, causing the arena to quieten. The numbers hovering above each one of you displays your points for the current challenge. I believe you lots are wondering why everyone has a different point. Well, that's because the points happen to have been extracted from each planet total accumulation since ISOP began. Gasp tilde woe tilde waya tilde. The spectators had different reactions upon hearing this, and the arena soon turned noisy again, but Handler 1 continued. The points each planet has gathered since the start have been unequally shared amongst teammates. Our systems have randomly shared these points, which is why some teammates have way lesser than the others. The combined number of points displayed above the heads of teammates still remains equal to the total number of points that the group has gathered since the start of the competition. However, with the setting of the versus battle, this could change. The crowd went up in a frenzy again as Handler 1 continued to explain. "You have 1,000 points. I wonder what this means," Angie said to Gustav. "I guess we're about to find out," Gustav responded while staring at the 5,050 points, hovering above Angie. He had made a quick calculation of how many points it amounted to after tallying the numbers hovering above everyone and confirmed that truly it was the number of points they had gathered since the start. He was surprisingly given the lowest points out of everyone. Upon the system's generation of 150 participants from different planets, each of them would head to the respective battle location and pick a planet to face. After picking the planet, they'd have the chance to pick an opponent as well from that planet. This is where the points come into play. Handler 1 went on to mention that if a participant picked an opponent from the group of 20 who had a lesser number of points than them, the opponent would have no choice but to agree to the battle and move to the battle location. However, if the participant picked an individual who had a higher point than they did, the selected opposition could choose to decline battling them. Then they'd have to pick someone else till their next turn. If after being picked, you lose to your opponent, 500 points will be deducted from you and added to your opponent. If you have less than 500 points, you will incur a minus which will of course be debited from the rest of your teammates, Handler 1 kept explaining. A participant with an higher point can decline battling another participant with lower points, 3 times. At the 4th decline, the computerized artificial intelligence will deduct a random number of points and add it to the opposing participant who issued the battle. At this point the arena was very loud. The versus battle was really going to be more intense than they anticipated. It was practically a point-stealing challenge since participants who get picked to choose their opponents could pick someone that they were sure they could defeat. To top it off, a participant couldn't refuse if their points were lesser. The ones with higher points really had more advantages. The captains didn't even have the power to choose who to send out or anything like that. The only thing that offered a medium of protection against more powerful opponents was points. So long as they had higher points, they could protect themselves from stronger opponents. "This will be much more interesting than I expected," a smirk appeared on Gustav's face as he muttered. Chapter 1243. This will be much more interesting than I expected. A smirk appeared on Gustav's face as he muttered. Although he had the lowest point accredited to him amongst all of his teammates, this point was still considered pretty high generally since the planetary groups each had different points they had acquired since the start of ISOP. She just happens to have the highest number of points, Gustav voiced while staring at Yuhiko, who had the number 8,300 floating above her head. "Should we be worried?" Adris questioned from the side. "No, she can handle herself except she gets challenged by the more powerful participants from stronger planets. Also she has higher points than almost everyone, so it's quite beneficial since she can turn down fights from stronger oppositions," Gustav voiced without a tone of worry. Lastly, the deduction of points vary based on participants. Handler 1 happened to still be explaining. Gustav's eyebrows furrowed as he heard this. 500 points is the minimum amount deducted after a loss, however, if the participant who lost has up to 1,500 points then the deduction will be higher. As Handler 1 got to this point, the details were displayed on the floating screens above. 1,500 points equals 600 points deduction, 2,000 points equals 700 points deduction, 2,500 points equals 800 points deduction, 3,000 points equals 900 points deduction, 3,500 points equals 1,000 points deduction, 4,000 points equals 1,100 points deduction. The points deduction kept rising till it reached 10,000, displaying the number of points that would be deducted if a participant with that amount of point loses to an opponent. This is not good. Gustav's eyebrows furrowed even more. Now there will be more reason to target those with higher points, Eldris voiced with a concerned tone. While Eldris and Gustav was concerned about this, a lot of other participants were peachy about this new announcement and began looking around for a target. It was unknown who would be picked for the first batch, but there was no doubt that everyone would get a turn, so it was best to set their sights on someone they knew they could beat and also acquire a good number of points from. Yuhiko, Gustav called out. Captain Crimson? She voiced with a respectful and shy look as she turned around. And Dasnaval times Ohm do not accept any challenge unless I tell you to, no matter what you think or how many points you lose, except it's unavoidable like another participant having a higher number of points than you, Gustav voiced with a cautionary tone. Understood, Yuhiko answered with a tone of total obedience. It is unlikely you'll get challenged by anyone with higher points since only a single participant has higher points than you do. Anyway, even if you feel you can defeat a challenging participant, do not accept unless I ask you to, Gustav elucidated once more. Yuhiko nodded meekly in response, causing the males around to stare with blissful expressions. I wish she'd act this way with me. More than one of them bore this thought in mind. She sure has become quite humble compared to what I remember, Matilda voiced from the side. That is only because of the person my big brother is right now. It is normal for people to try to bootlick him to get in his good graces, Endrik chipped in from the side. But she seems to have changed. Shouldn't we at least give her the benefit of the doubt? Matilda said with a contemplative expression. That's for my brother to decide. We didn't experience what he did at her hands, and don't be fooled by appearances. People don't easily change, Endrik concluded with a look of disapproval. He still hated himself for what he made his brother go through all those years, just as much as he hated the others who were included in Gustav's torment as well. Yuhiko included. Handler 1 mentioned a few more things and highlighted some already mentioned information before finally declaring the start of the next challenge. The Versus Challenge shall now commence. The participants were told to move to a part of the arena as they waited for the computerized artificial intelligence system to pick out the first batch of 150 participants. 3 groups sat together waiting as digital images of hundreds of the participants were run through on the screens floating above. Participants' names and faces began to line up one after the other as the system picked out the first batch. Yes. In one of the first, I think you should take a look at Panda's novel. I see myself up there, haha. I'm going in. I know who to challenge first. Multiple participants' voices laced with excitement and vigor could be heard all over. Captain, it looks like him going first. On the side of the Klaxosapes, one of them with a brownish rocky figure voiced as he stood to his feet. Who should I pick? He proceeded to question. Anyone you can defeat. Squash them. The captain of the Klaxosapes gave his team member full authority to pick who he wanted to fight. Akt hum savai tunem, the team member voiced with a tone of respect before heading forward. The participants that were picked had the location they'd be battling tagged to their names and pictures up there. This made it easy for them to head to their various battle stages. After arriving within his battle stage, which was a location with a stream and multiple seamount scattered across, the Klaxosape proceeded to head to the middle. The computerized screen before him displayed the different planets he could pick to challenge. He proceeded to scroll through them and tap on the planet he had interest in. The members were displayed before him along with their various points. A chuckling expression appeared on his rocky face as he stared at the person with the highest number of points. 3 Corgi of planet Klaxosape has challenged FV12 of planet Fixic. Doquisol of planet Kindulia's challenged Cletoville of planet Talk. Different challenges began appearing on the screens above as the 150 participants picked their opponents. Planet Klaxosape, Corgi vs FV12, planet Fixic, planet Sil, Treewindy Tarbolt vs Saruda Alls, planet Foridal, planet Kindulias, Doquisol vs Cletoville, planet Talk. For participants with lesser points that were challenged, they had no choice but to move on to the required stage to battle the opponent who picked them. While those with higher points contemplated whether or not to accept the challenge they had been issued. The whole arena erupted into loud cheers and dialogues of excitement as the Versus Challenge kicked off. With the number of participants currently battling, it was impossible to watch every single one of them, so spectators stuck to their fellow species participating or another participant they found interest in. Minutes later, the sounds of blasts and collisions continuously rang out as participants faced each other. The Versus Challenge had a no-hold-bars battle, so anyone could fight as they pleased without holding back. There were handlers who were set to swoop in and declare the loss of a participant if their opponent unleashed an inescapable attack that would deal fatal damage. Within one of the stages where the environment happened to be a forestry type, an individual with glowing red markings all over her body could be seen leaving the stage. It had only been a few minutes, yet she had already defeated her opponents. It is finally our time to shine, this individual who happened to possess a double shoe-shaped head and rhombus white eyes voiced with delight. Arfiana, Planet Ruse, wins 500 points. Attained. The screens showed a playback of her battle with her opponent which had ended with just 3 hits. Arfiana had moved very swiftly, the instant the battle began, dealing a strike on her opponent's back before they could realize what was going on. The moment she did, the red markings appeared on her body and she moved even faster, delivering a fiercer blow the next time. Her opponent was a team member from the planet VA who had performed really good since ISOP began, so they weren't weak. She just happened to have dealt damage too high and quickly before they were able to retaliate, which brought about her win. Watch out for those ones if they ever challenge you, they're battle freaks, Gustav voiced to his teammates. Planet Ruse hadn't done very well since ISOP began due to not specializing in anything beyond battle. Since not every ISOP challenge was battle-oriented, it was expected that they wouldn't perform their best there, but now, the perfect opportunity had presented itself. Bang! 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 One another of the floating screens, a participant who was shaped like a humanoid bug was continuously getting smashed into a mountain. As his face planted into a side of a mountain, he would be aggressively pulled out and smashed into another before he could retaliate. Corgi, Planet Klaxosape, wins 600 points. Attained. I don't need to tell you guys how physically strong the Klaxosapes are, Gustav voiced as they stared at the screens. Chapter 1244 Earth's First Challenge. I don't need to tell you guys how physically strong the Klaxosapes are, Gustav voiced as they stared at the screens. But strength is the only thing they have going for them. I'll squash any one of them, Yonder stated from the side. Don't underestimate them just because they only have immense physical strength. They also have very high defense and are not in any way slow. Not to mention that each of them vary in strength. Their captain is an opponent I trust only 3 amongst all of you to be able to deal with, and you Yonder are not amongst that 3, Gustav explained with a candid expression. TCH, you overestimate them and underestimate me, Yonder responded with an irritated expression. Do not go against the Klaxosapes unless I tell you to, Gustav stated. Yonder responded by looking away. It was unclear if this was a reaction of agreement or defiance. Gustav overlooked it and kept his eyes on the battles ongoing all across other stages. With perception, he could have a sensory view of all the battles ongoing at the same time, but Gustav still decided to activate God Eyes occasionally. God Eyes have been activated. With God Eyes he was taking note of the internal strength of participants he found spectacular and comparing them to his teammates. He had initially gauged the strength of planets based on the information he read about them and how they had performed since the start of ISOP. Now gauging individual strengths, since this was a versus battle and wouldn't want any of his teammates taking on participants that they couldn't defeat. As the versus battle challenge continued, more participants who were initially unknown rose to prominence. They hadn't gotten the chance to display their real capabilities due to the initial challenges, but now the spectators could see that they had truly been sleeping on a number of participants. Teverk, Planet Roidenstack, wins 500 points attained Yikiwo, Planet Eustenbid, wins 500 points attained Destom, Planet Ezratil, wins 700 points attained Gorim, Planet Rees, loses 500 points deducted. The first batch happened to be very intense as more than 50 participants won as well as lost fights in 20 minutes. Gustav kept pointing out things to take note of to the group as the numbers kept reducing. The battles were so intense that the terrains within the stages were getting destroyed. Fortunately, the environment would repair itself after a fight ended, so there was no doubt that these stages would be reused for the next batch regardless of how much it was destroyed. After another 30 minutes had gone by, only 3 sets of participants seemed to remain. At this time, everyone could properly focus on the fights since there was a lesser number left. Who do you think is winning between Zia and Rumphold? I'm going with Rumphold even though Hez from Planet Ilk, I'm going with Zia. Planet Thrista has done well so far, but they've been fighting for nearly an hour already, they seem to be evenly matched. The battle between Zia of Planet Thrista and Rumphold of Ilk seemed to be more interesting to the spectators than the other two. This was mostly because Planet Thrista happened to be top 100 overall in ISOP, whereas Planet Ilk was ranked around the 400s based on their differences in total points. Yet, Zia and Rumphold had been going at it for nearly an hour without anyone really getting the upper hand. What made this even more interesting was the similarities between both parties. They were both using weapons and dressed like warriors. Zia was a female with completely red skin and blue helmet covering her face. Her skin-tight white jumpsuit-like wear made it so her fluid movements were undiluted as she swung a glowing green blade repeatedly. Randolph on the other side, who was clad in metallic black-like wear that covered his entire being like a giant knight, also retaliated by parrying her attacks with a broadsword-like weapon in his grasp. The blade emitted a bright red glow as they clashed, repeatedly blasting shockwaves across the vicinity. Trees were uprooted as every swing of their blade, evaded by the other, sent sharp energy ripping through the environment. While their battle continued, the other two had already concluded their battles, leaving only Zia and Rumphold as the last participants left in the arena. I think you should take a look at who do you think will win, Gus? Questioned from the side. Randolph, Gustav answered with a look of certainty. But Planet Thrista seems to be more powerful overall, Matilda voiced in surprise. They are, but not in the case of these two battle. They are almost evenly matched, but Randolph had been chipping away her energy all this time by slightly holding back. This isn't his full strength. He plans to unleash his full strength and take her by surprise when she is nearly out of energy, so she will be unable to evade. While she also has a few tricks up her sleeves that she hasn't tried, Rumphold has a higher chance of evasion that she does, Gustav analyzed lengthily, causing everyone around him to slightly open their mouths in disbelief. You're able to tell just from watching? Since this was Yuhiko's first time of witnessing Gustav do something like this, SHS was more shocked than the others. He is definitely wrong, a team member of Planet Thrista yelled from the east. It seemed they had heard Gustav. He had a bet with an Osiris due a similar occurrence and won. I don't think he is wrong, another participant from a different planetary group voiced. Shut it, clown, Zia would never lose to that. Just as they were speaking, a loud yell was heard from the middle of the arena. Rumphold, who had been on the defensive for some time, had suddenly turned aggressive, charging at Zia recklessly, or so it seemed. 1,000 searing falls. Rumphold leapt into the air, spinning repeatedly with his red blade swinging forth. The sky suddenly darkened above like a storm was coming, and what appeared next was a rain of thousands upon thousands of red blades. Theing tilde, Zia swung repeatedly with as much strength and speed as she could muster, repeatedly hitting away the hundreds of blades shooting at her. Rumphold suddenly appeared behind her while she was busy with this. Stretching his blade sideways and swinging forward with all of his might, Zia noticed the attack almost too late. She turned to the side to parry, but the instant their blades collided, an insurmountable force rocked her entire being. She only realized that this attack was 10 times more powerful than normal when her entire body was spiraling across the air with blood oozing out of body. Rumphold charged forward and leapt upwards with his blade raised once more. "Yah!" he roared as he swung the blade downwards with intensity at the spiraling body. "Rumphold, Planet Ilk wins, 700 points attained." The announcement rang loudly, causing cheers to ring out from a particular part of the spectators' area. Gustav didn't even need to say, "I told you so." The look of defeat on the faces of Planet Thrista team members as their eyes widened was a pleasant enough sight. He didn't really care and was glad that the first batch had finally ended. Not a single Earthling was challenged during this or even picked, so he was already looking forward to the next. The screens above displayed the highlights of the first batch for about a minute before showing the list of all the winners as well as the points they had acquired. In about a minute more, the computerized system had begun picking out participants for the next batch. Soon a new set of 150 participants were picked once more, and unsurprisingly not a single Earth participant could be spotted. However, this time there were a few participants from planets who were top 50, and amongst them was Planet Gundabalt. Gustav recognized the exact participant that had been picked amongst them. The Gundabalts were relatively small-sized in structure. The biggest amongst them was only a little over 3 feet tall, yet they were very powerful. Due to size, no one had noticed the glare that the Gundabalt participant had shot in the direction of the Earthlings, but Gustav spotted it. "Looks like we finally have an opposition." His face nearly broke a smirk as the small structure female with a multicolored hair floating above her head moved towards the stage with streets and multiple high-rise buildings. She wasted no time in heading to the middle to pick out her opponent, and soon enough the beam of light that appeared in the area where Earth's participants were seated confirmed Gustav's theory. "Someone challenged one of us." Angie was the first to voice out as they stared at the person who had been challenged with looks of astonishment. On the side of the Gundabalt, their captain displayed an expression of disbelief as she stood to her feet. "Is Navarre stupid? How could she challenge him of all people?" she voiced with a tone of anguish. There is a new feature that lets readers vote for their favorite characters, which will in turn help the character get a proper character art illustration. Go to the front of my books page and vote for your favorite character. I will be adding Miss Amy, Falco, Aeldris, Young Joe, Boss Danzo, and so many other characters soon. Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1245. I did it. Is Navarre stupid? How could she challenge him of all people? Gundabalt's captain voiced with a tone of anguish. "Oh. I sent this a sight. We will finally get to see him in a proper 1v1 fight." Multiple voices could be heard from background as an Earth participant slowly made his way towards the middle of the arena. He accepted the challenge. I don't think he could have refused it. They both have 1,000 points. Who do you think will win? The discussions about this particular battle happened to be way more than the others despite the fact that it hadn't began. The dirty blonde hair Earthling with an extremely enchanting look as well as demeanor, calmly made his way to the city-like environment. "I will have to end this as quickly as possible without activating more than 1 or 2 abilities," Gustav thought as he arrived before the stage and slowly took steps upwards. His thought process was due to the fact that he didn't want to display much of his fighting prowess in a 1v1 battle. He didn't want the more powerful opponents taking note of his cards and coming up with ways to counter them in future challenges. Although he knew he had many abilities to juggle and pick from, he still didn't want to spend much time in the stage with this Gundabalt participant. The dome opened up for him and he walked right through. He casually and nonchalantly strolled in the middle of the streets, towards the 3 feet tall figure up ahead. Her black root-like hair floated above her with reddish tips. She looked like a chibi human with cute cheeks in a warrior-like outfit. Gustav remembered her to be the one he battled against in the river-splitting challenge. While they hadn't battled each other physically, it was still a contest between the two of them and she lost. "I will defeat you and take back my honor," Navarre swore with a serious expression, but her cute high-pitched voice made it difficult to take her seriously. "You would have been better off challenging a different person or a different planet altogether," Gustav voiced from up ahead. Although they were hundreds of feet away from each other, she could still hear him clearly. "I will wipe that look of confidence off your face," Navarre stated as her energy began climbing. Sorry, but I'll be ending this battle very quickly and I'm afraid you have a 0% chance of winning. Gustav actually felt bad for her. Naviere seemed to be a person of strong character, but she had made a wrong choice of challenging Gustav because she wanted to prove she would win in a 1v1 battle. G8. We shall see about that, she gritted her teeth before charging forward. Naviere Onyval, Planet Gundabalt, vs Gustav Crimson, Planet Earth. Thwoosh tilde Naviere closed the gap between them instantly and leapt into the air while swinging her hand forward. A wall of silver energy pushed forward intensely, following her entire moving frame. Gustav thrusted his right palm forward while maintaining his unbothered expression. Bang! A loud collision rang out as a wave of energy spread forth. Crash chaos conquer the high-rise buildings on the sides quaked intensely as cracks appeared all over them and glass rained from the sky due to the panes getting blasted open. The silver wall that had slammed into Gustav's palm did not even manage to successfully push him back in the slightest, causing Naviere's face to scrunch up in disbelief. Gustav clenched the silver wall, which looked like a wave that had covered the entirety of the street. Chaos cracks appeared all over it as it blasted into smithereens in the next instant. Gustav reached out and grabbed Naviere's wrist before turning around with intense speed and flinging her forward. Ooh! Naviere groaned as her figure instantly arrived before one of the buildings up ahead. She pushed her palm forward, blasting a massive hole through the building as her fuga catapulted through it. Although Gustav's counter had been faster than she could handle, she managed to stabilize herself quickly and blasted holes through the building instead of crashing into it with her body. Bang! 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 She continuously blasted through the walls within the high-rise building as her body kept speeding forward with intensity. Bang! The instant she blasted through the last wall that would give her access out of the building, she spotted a figure floating in mid-air right after the wall like he had been waiting for her. Repressio! She screamed out while trying to activate an attack very quickly, but unfortunately, the figure had already moved. You need to go to sleep now, Gustav voiced with a calm expression, but the fist that he drove into Naviere's gut was quite the opposite of calm. I think you should take a look at boom. It sounded like an explosion had gone off as Naviere felt like the force of a moving planet slammed vigorously onto her entire being. A trail of blue blood was left across the air as her body blasted shot backwards with intense speed. Bang! 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 Her figure blasted through several buildings this time, crashing from wall to wall and creating holes within them. I hope that wasn't too much, Gustav muttered as he slowly dropped his hand. The force behind this punch was several times weaker compared to when he punched Captain Strum, but he knew well that they had quite the difference in strength, which was why he held back for Naviere. He only hoped that this wouldn't be too much for her. Hover has been deactivated, his figure descended from above and he proceeded to land in the middle of the street. Gustav could hear the sound of the handlers flying into the stage to check on Naviere, who had the last building collapse onto her after she crashed into it. The announcement for his win was supposed to have gone off by now, but they needed to confirm her status first. Gustav nonchalantly dusted his wares and turned around to head to the point where he had entered the dome from. He was close to reaching the entry point when the entire vicinity suddenly began quaking intensely. I am not finished, Gustav Crimson. A loud and aggrieved scream was heard as the grounds suddenly ruptured. Gustav exclaimed as the grounds in the entire vicinity crumbled, causing him to start falling. He looked up and could see all the high-rise buildings floating into the air. Oh! Gustav exclaimed as he noticed Naviere hundreds of feet northwards, floating in the air with her entire figure drenched in her own blood. Her eyes glowed intensely with her arms spread sideways as a silver energy emitted from her being was wrapped around the hundreds of high-rise buildings floating above the ground. Grrvvvv before anyone could understand what was happening, these buildings, which numbered in around 300, floated towards Gustav's position and began descending. Bang! 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 Boom! Loud and continuous crashes that sounded similar to earthquakes reverberated across the arena as these buildings fell intensely onto Gustav. Debris and rocks blasted across the vicinity as the crashes continued for the next minute until Gustav's being was completely buried underneath. Half. Naviere breathed heavily as her blood-soaked figure descended from the air. The entire vicinity had been completely desecrated from her ability, and she was also worn out as well as injured. However, a feeling of gratification welled from within as she smiled amidst the fatigue. "I did it," she voiced. "No, you didn't," a familiar voice resounded behind her, causing a chill to run down her entire body. The instant she turned around, a kick was already inches away from her face. Bang! The sole of Gustav's feet crashed into her face with force, causing the already destroyed stage to cave even more as she shot across the air, bleeding even more intensely than before. All Naviere felt was a high-pitched sound go off in her head before it forcefully turned light out. Bang! Her figure slammed into the other end of the dome and slowly slid down across it as she completely passed out. "You weren't fast enough," Gustav muttered with a slightly pitiful look. However, he knew that he would barely be affected by her attack even if he had gotten caught in it. The handlers who had initially paused their interference earlier swooped down as quickly as they could to give Naviere medical attention. Gustav dusted his skin-tight outfit once more as he began to make his way out of the stage. Gustav, Planet Earth, wins 500 points. Attained. The screens above showed playback of specific parts of Gustav and Naviere's battle. The part that left a lot of spectators curious as to how Gustav was unscathed was also showed in slow motion for the weaker spectators who couldn't figure out what happened. It showed Gustav placing a small circular item on his forehead the moment the ground around him got destroyed and he began falling. There is a new feature that lets readers vote for their favorite characters, which will in turn help the character get a proper character art illustration. Go to the front of my books page and vote for your favorite character. I will be adding Boss Danzo and other characters soon. More votes determine how fast a character will get illustrated. Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1246 Sit showed Gustav placing a small circular item on his forehead the moment the ground around him got destroyed and he began falling. As the buildings descended and covered up his entire figure, or so they thought at the time, he had already vanished. He turned invisible, activated speed skills along with hover and used his wings. He immediately became fast enough to escape the descending buildings, and appeared behind Naviere, who was still dropping the buildings in a frenzy. The power in the invisibility button depleted after she finished dropping the buildings, and Gustav just happened to wait patiently till she was done so he could tell her she failed. That was. He ended the battle in less than 5 minutes. It looked so easy for him. Crimson. The spectators were still immensely shocked watching Gustav approach the area where other participants were cooped up. A lot of them didn't think Naviere would win from the start, but they hadn't expected Gustav to take care of her so easily. To Gustav, this battle had lasted longer than he wanted it to, but he was glad he didn't display much of his battle prowess just like he wanted. "Yo man, that was cold," EE voiced with a smile as he raised his hand for a high five. "Pa." Gustav returned the high five as he returned to the midst of his teammates. Ealdris, Teamy, and the others as well also basked in joy at their first win. It was almost like the win had come to them with open arms asking to be taken. A couple of participants shot Gustav a not-so-friendly glance from all across the place, but Gustav wasn't bothered. He knew he would still be challenged regardless of how things had gone down this time. He just didn't think he would have been challenged so early into the start. The second batch continued without a hitch as the spectators focused on other battles that were currently ongoing. The sound of battles continuously echoed across the vicinity as things turned even more intense in some locations. The place where Gustav had battled with Naviere began slowly repairing itself. There was no doubt that it would be ready before the next batch began. "We just have to maintain our current accumulated number of points to be fine in the long run. I estimate the second disqualification will be in 2 days, and this time a higher number of planets won't make the cut," Gustav calculated as he took note of the ongoing battles on every single stage. Handler 1 had mentioned that the Versus Battle Challenge would go on for about a week, and during this time, there would be disqualifications. Gustav could already tell when the disqualification would first happen, and it was obvious that a specific amount of total points for a planet would be decided upon. The planets who fail to meet up with the required points will of course be disqualified. Gustav could tell there will be more getting disqualified this time since the current challenge was practically a point-stealing challenge. There was no doubt that before this ended, some planets might not be left with any points. There was also the unspoken rule that should a planet lose all of their points, they were automatically disqualified. It would still take some time to get to this point since there were still over 1,800 planets left in the competition. As time went by, the third batch began and still not a single Earth participant was picked amongst the 150. This time no one challenged a single Earthling, as well, making Gustav wonder if he did too good in the last battle. He of course didn't want to completely scare participants off since he still wanted them to gather some more points for themselves. He already had someone in mind that he was interested in challenging, but he wanted to make sure he gathered enough points so the person wouldn't be able to refuse his challenge. Right now he had the number 1,500 foot floating above his head, but it wasn't enough, so he was hoping more people would challenge him. Am I the only one who thinks that dude powers are awfully similar to Falco's? Timmy voiced from the side. You're actually right. I'm noticing the similarities as well, Matilda added from the side. Following their gazes, there was no doubt that they were referring to the 7-foot figure wrapped up in black bandage-like outfit from head to toe while emitting an aura of darkness. His eyes were pitch black as well, and he just happened to be battling with an opponent with the dark claws that had formed on his hands. Whenever he swung his arms, dark sharp crescent-shaped energy would shoot forward, dissecting everything in its path. It isn't just him. The team members from Indulus Prime as a whole seemed to bear similar abilities with Falco, Eldris chimed in from the side. So I wasn't the only one who noticed then, Timmy voiced with a hint of suspiciousness. Well, I think it should be a little normal to find one or two persons across the universe with similar abilities with yourself. There aren't a lot to go around, EE said with a contemplative tone as he tethered on whether this was something to be suspicious of or not. Right, Gustav? EE asked. They haven't performed any suspicious acts that have caught my eyes yet, Gustav responded. You see guys, y'all are worried about nothing. EE didn't get to complete his statement when Gustav interrupted. That doesn't mean I don't find them suspicious, Gustav stated. Oh, EE turned to stare back at one of the screens above with squinted eyes. While you are correct, some things are just too similar to be merely coincidental. You guys should keep an eye out and tell me if you spot anything suspicious, Gustav added with a serious tone. They all responded affirmatively and kept watching the ongoing third batch. The team members from Indulus Prime were all dressed the same way and each gave off the same form of presence and energy. They all emitted dark mist like Falco recently would from his forehead whenever he activated his bloodline. It was hard to tell teammate from teammate since they all pretty much looked the same except for their differences in height. Gustav already had a few suspicions since he witnessed the prowess of their captain, Ironed, during the river-splitting challenge. After observing them he noticed that they didn't seem to have human-like skin since all God eyes showed to him was ink black and multiple hollow parts that on their bodies that were hidden by the bandage-like wraps covering them. There was no doubt that they weren't humans. However, in some instances their application of the power of darkness was very similar to Falco's. Whilst this had put them on Gustav's radar, it wasn't enough to have any suspicions about them. Gustav had thrown them to the back of his mind till Falco began acting up recently. At this point, everything and everyone was suspicious to him, so he wouldn't mind holding on to the littlest of strands. Somehow their accommodation center is always shrouded in a layer of darkness. Gustav knew he was unable to see through other planets' accommodation area using God eyes unless he didn't care about setting off alarms. However, he had noticed that the Indulus Prime accommodation area would be shrouded in an extra layer of darkness. Almost like they couldn't trust the protection measures set in place by the Osis. Were they trying to keep eyes out? Or were they trying to keep something in? Either way, Gustav found this to be a little bit more suspicious. The sacred jewel should also be able to see through, but it would be the same as God eyes. Alarms would go off. I need something, or rather someone who can do it naturally, like it doesn't have to be an ability that should be activated. At this point only one person came to mind. Gustav made his decision at this point. After 2 more batches, an Earth participant was finally picked to be amongst the next 150 participants. Finally, Timmy voiced from the side as one of them stood to their feet. Haha, Eldris show 'em who's boss, EE yelled from the side as the silver-haired 71 member in Thea midst wore a faint smile. Do you have someone in mind? Eldris turned to Gustav's position with his eyes still shut as usual. No, I trust in your judgment. Pick any opponent you wish to, Gustav responded. All right then, Eldris nodded before stepping forward elegantly and confidently. Chapter 1247 H&M. All right then, Eldris nodded before stepping forward elegantly and confidently. One major difference between Eldris' air of confidence and that of Gustav's was that there was no ounce of pride in the way he carried himself. Eldris looked kind as well as charismatic and confident to anyone. It would be difficult to have any bone to pick with him. Eldris soon arrived at the stage that was decided for him and began checking out his options for selection. At the same time Eldris was busy with this, loud beeps rang out deciphering that a couple of participants had already picked their opponents. A look of surprise appeared on the faces of many spectators as they noticed a beam of light in the Earth participants area. One of them had been challenged by a participant from this batch. The Earth group turned to stare at the long dark-haired female with a doll-like face who had a holographic panel floating before her. They turned to stare at Gustav as well with speculative expressions. Yuhiko gazed upon the panel that displayed the name of the participant who had issued the challenge as well as the planet they represented. Itrus, planet Zillion, has challenged you to a battle except Furious Smiley declined due to her points being way higher than that of Itrus. The option to either accept or decline the battle had been presented to her. Yuhiko turned to stare at Gustav, waiting for him to give her an instruction. Gustav, on the other hand, had his gaze fixated in a particular direction. His vision had phased past 47 different stages before arriving at the one he was aiming for. A reddish-skinned figure clad in yellow robes-like outfit stood on a white platform with spiky tips scattered across the place. It looked like the figure was staring in the direction of Earth participants as well. The Zillions happened to all have red skins with very slim figures, onion-shaped heads and fiery grass-like hair. Despite their similar appearances, their red skins had fingerprint-like markings all over. This made each of them possess unique appearances since these carvings came in different styles, like how every human had a different fingerprint from others. Itrus recalled what his captain had mentioned earlier as he stood in place. It's time to probe them now. They may look untouchable due to their performance since the start of the competition, but there's a loophole now, Captain Phlox voiced. The new member. Itrus mumbled with a questioning tone. Yes. The one she was used to replaced is considered to be amongst the strongest. If he was a part of today's challenge we would have to consider our options carefully. How are we sure the replacement isn't as strong as he is? Itrus questioned. That is why this is a probe. If you win, we gain 1900 points and become the first to chip out of Earth's points, Captain Phlox responded. What if they turn down the challenge? That Earthling has over 8,000 points while I only have 3,000, Itrus added. Then that tells us all we need to know. The replacement is not powerful enough, Captain Phlox stated as a plan began formulating in his mind. Now, what will you do, Earthlings? Will you decline or accept? Itrus' voice boomed loudly, causing the spectators' area to turn even noisier. Scared of my strength? Come on, face me, Earthling, Itrus voiced once more. Why are they hesitating? Maybe that replacement truly isn't strong enough. Haha, the Earthlings are a joke for replacing one of their strongests with this weakling. As Yuhiko heard the voices of the spectators in the background, her forehead scrunched up in frustration. These bastards. She yelled internally but did her best to keep her composure on the outside. Can I accept? She questioned. Decline. Gustav's response was like a hot knife piercing through her pupils. But, decline, Gustav left no room for arguments as his tone commanded compliance. Yuhiko's fingers trembled slightly as she reached out to tap the decline panel area. Planet Earth has declined the battle challenge. Woe tilde the entire arena erupted into loud exchange of dialogues. Yuhiko wasn't the first person with a higher number of points declining a battle challenge, but she was the first from Earth. This warranted discussions in different parts of the arena. So that replacement truly isn't powerful. They should have just left the Falco guy in the team. Who knows what happened that they had to switch to a weaker member. What a pity. The Earth is the biggest joke right now. Ridiculing glares were piercing into Yuhiko from every direction as she clenched her fist in silent anguish. I could have won that battle. Is he just trying to humiliate me? She wondered internally. I think you should take a look at. Meanwhile, Eldris had picked his opponent from planet Foheng. His opponent couldn't decline the match since Eldris had more points. Other participants in this batch had also picked their opponents who were approaching their locations or was already on stage. Only Itris was left having to pick another opponent either from Earth or from another planet. He couldn't try to challenge Yuhiko again as this wasn't allowed due to the rules. He clicked on another planet and picked someone who had lesser points than he did this time. Captain Phlox had mentioned that he could pick anyone else if he was declined. On Eldris' end, he stood before an opponent with a white cloak and emerald glowing eyes. Your eyes are pretty, Eldris complimented. Yours are, shut, you must be blind. The opponent had a look of confusion as he stood in place. How are you able to tell that my eyes are pretty if you can't see? The participant from planet Foheng questioned. That's my secret, Eldris smiled. Eldris, planet Earth, vs Rodrativ, planet Foheng. The instant the go-ahead was given, Rodrativ charged at Eldris as glowing nail-sized gems appeared around him. He grabbed one of the glowing gems and flung at Eldris while charging at him. Eldris swerved to the side to dodge the nail-sized gem when it suddenly expanded, covering up his entire line of sight in an instant. Eldris swiftly leapt upwards, dodging the collision of the massive green-shaped gem. Fwy tilde fuhu y tilde. Multiple of the small-sized gems floating around Rodrativ flew upwards, chasing after Eldris' ascending figure. One of them sped past Eldris in mid-air, while two others arrived on both sides of his body. The last gem followed from below speedily as well. G. The four small-sized gems suddenly expanded in mid-air surround Eldris' figure from all sides. Rodrativ, who was below, raised his hand and clenched it tightly. All four massive balls instantly got attracted to each other, with Eldris being the only obstacle in their midst. Eldris suddenly pulled his arms back and spun his body in mid-air, causing himself to begin descending fast. Fwy tilde. His feet collided with the big gem below first as he descended, while all the rest of the three balls were only 1 feet away from making contact and smudging his entire body in between. Twihui tilde boom. The four balls collided heavily in mid-air, causing the vicinity to tremble violently as they immediately separated from one another. Bang! 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 They ricocheted across the vicinity, topping trees and leaving holes in mountains as even their creator struggled to keep up. Rodrativ quickly made them lessen and swung his palm backwards to make them retract in his direction. Eldris landed on a mountain ahead in the next instant, and stretched his arm forward, making a V shape with his thumb and index finger inches from his eyes, which still remained shut. A smile appeared on his face as he sped forward in the next moment. Fuhui tilde. At the instant, SSS underneath his armpit area were 2 Viandu eggs which he held with a slight look of dissatisfaction despite being unbothered about his injuries. I ran into some trouble, Gustav voiced before turning to face Eldris. Eldris nodded and handed the storage button in his possession to Gustav. As Gustav made use of gravitational manipulation, the eggs in his grasp floated while he passed Eldris' storage button back to him as well. Zing! Zing! The 2 Viandu eggs vanished from sight at the same moment. All of Gustav's burns and cuts healed up completely. His skin returned to its usual rosy color along with his dirty blonde hair exuding an enchanting allure. All captains are required to place the eggs they have acquired into any of the flaming cauldrons for proper calculation. Handler 1's voice reverberated across the entire vicinity as flaming cauldrons began rising from the ground at the corners of the arena. Each cauldron was as large as a full-grown human, so there wouldn't be any issues with putting the Viandu eggs in. The captains began heading to the cauldrons to place their eggs in. At the moment, The screens floating above displayed the scoreboards without scores. Only the planet names were visible. Each time a captain placed a Viandu egg in one of the cauldrons, scores would appear before their planet name on the screens and their position would move up. Chapter 1248. Rodrativ pushed his palm forward, causing over 40 gems to fly upwards at insane speed in Aeldris' direction. The moment they expanded, the entire air was covered in massive gem-like balls without a single channel of escape for Aeldris. It looked like Aeldris was going to be heavy crushed by the lineup of massive gems shooting across the air at this moment. Aeldris suddenly opened his eyes. Rodrativ, who was below, felt like time had come to a standstill at this instant as the world was suddenly drained of colors. The sound of astonishment from the spectators' area showed that they were just as shocked as the color drain was spreading beyond the stage these two were battling within. Bam! Aeldris stretched his hand forth to touch the massive gem before him, which had turned from green to gray. The gem suddenly crumbled to dust particles upon contact as Aeldris descended from the air. Such beautiful eyes! Rodrativ entered a state of temporary awe as he stared at Aeldris' eyes, which possessed a spectrum of unknown number of colors. Rodrativ wasn't the only one who was awed. The spectators and participants who had never witnessed Aeldris open his eyes before were extremely stunned as well. These colors were like rings in his eyes, which were all blended in perfectly, making them look like a different dimension where only colors existed. Rodrativ felt like he was in a swampy location as his movements turned sluggish. His gems had lost almost all power when their color got drained. The vicinity had turned into Aeldris' domain as he was the only being who retained color in this world of black and white. Aeldris landed before Rodrativ and thrust his left palm forward. Rodrativ had wanted to counter, but with his sluggish movement and the reduction in strength of his gems, he was unable to react quickly. Bam! Aeldris' fist slammed into Rodrativ's chest, sending his entire body shooting across the air. Spectrum bind, Aeldris muttered as he locked his thumbs together, casing circular multicolored strings to appear around Rodrativ in mid-air. The glowing multicolored strings wrapped around Rodrativ's entire body from top to bottom, making him look like he was clad in a new type of fabric as his body spiraled repeatedly in mid-air. Aeldris raised his right index finger, causing Rodrativ to be suspended in mid-air. At this point, he was struggling to escape the binds, but to no avail. He couldn't control his gems in this state, neither was he strong enough to rip through the spectrum bind. His body wriggled continuously in mid-air while Aeldris stood in place for a bit before making a backwards motion with his index finger. Rodrativ's completely bound body flew towards Aeldris and stopped when it arrived before him. Aeldris made another small motion, causing Rodrativ's mouth area to be freed. "I've lost, haven't I?" Rodrativ voiced with a look of defeat. "Unless you throw in the match, you haven't, but you did good," Aeldris smiled while responding. "The moment you opened your eyes, it was over for me. You are a great opponent," Rodrativ voiced with a respectful tone before yelling out a declaration. "I give up." Aeldris, planet Earth, wins 500 points attained. Chatter, 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 chatter. Some of the spectators' area, especially where Earth was located, went bonkers. Cheers and all sorts of remarks erupted, causing the place to turn super noisy. "Aeldris! Aeldris! Aeldris! Aeldris!" They cheered for Aeldris as he closed his eyes, causing the vicinity to return to tranquility. Rodrativ was freed and regained his color. His body fell from mid-air after the spectrum bind disappeared. "Good one." Aeldris reached out his arm to help him up. "Thank you." Rodrativ took Aeldris' arm and got pulled up. This gesture solicited cheers from the spectators from both planet Earth and Foheng's positions. Aeldris and Rodrativ each left the stage with barely any injuries and newfound respect for each other. This made the atmosphere warm and peaceful compared to other locations in the arena. "Hes right. The battle ended the moment Aeldris opened his eyes," Gustav muttered. "I think you should take a look at with the new strength his teammates had gained before Aesop. Some of them still had abilities they had never displayed and probably would never display in some situations." Eldris happened to have a combination of new abilities he couldn't even make use of in this battle since it would cause death if the opponent was unable to counter. He had to play it safe so as not to get branded with a penalty. "He's getting real close," the system voiced in Gustav's mind. "Yeah, I noticed. That spectrum bind he made use of was almost similar." Gustav responded internally as Eldris arrived back in their midst. Usually it is meant to go with the abilities of the being who unlocks it, so this little unexpected energy emissions are normal. Only your case was different because your cosmic superiority is kinda abnormal, the system voiced. "You don't need to keep reminding me that I'm a freak in every given opportunity." Gustav squinted his eyes. "Yes I do, as always, F you, fuck you too, you're a virtual being, you will never know how it feels to do that. How long till he unlocks it?" Gustav questioned. "It depends, could be months or could be what? So this is why you stopped her. I'll hand it to you, you're pretty smart little earthling," a humanoid-looking being with an armadillo-structured face said with a tone of amusement. "I care not for your thoughts or unnecessary remarks. Do you have it, yes or no?" The dark-skinned male with beautiful-looking dreadlocks voiced from across the table. "Don't be in such a rush, join me for a meal first," the armadillo-faced creature suggested. "Do I look like I am in the mood for any of your antics?" "This is a business transaction. I am not your friend, neither am I an accomplice of yours. Do you have the item?" The dark-skinned young male voiced with seriousness, his face lacking any form of friendliness. "Ace, just look at that big scowl on your face, you almost reminded me of her." The armadillo-faced creature was about rambling away again when he noticed the sharp gaze from across the table and stopped. "All right, young Mr. Stark, the item you're asking for, Koshka shot, is currently unavailable," the armadillo-faced creature stated. "And frankly, I am unaware of how you came to know of that item in the first place. Not only is it amongst the most difficult to obtain, it is also illegal in most planets under the Alliance, including yours," the creature added. "What is with all this long talk? I thought they said you were the greatest collector in the universe," Stark voiced with a ridiculing tone. "No, you're not. Since you're not willing to do the needful, I'll find a collector who can," Stark blurted out while standing to his feet. "Hold on. I didn't say I couldn't get it, I only said it was unavailable right now." Axela quickly stopped him before he could storm off. "Then why are you boring me with unnecessary details? Are you going to get it? Or do I need to use a different collector?" Stark questioned while squinting his eyes. "I will get it. Damn, you're so uptight compared to how you acted around that other kid and Amy." Axela felt like he was speaking to a different person. "Neither of them must hear of this. It has to be confidential between the two of us," Stark chimed in. "No problem. I also have to leave here since I already gave wrong information to all of my clients anyways. Things will get messy if they come for me," Axela voiced in defeat. Miss Amy had given him quite the work. He knew he would definitely acquire enemies after this. "It will take some time to get the item. I most likely won't get back till after IYS, or rather after that crazy occurrence has passed," Axela announced. "Crazy occurrence? What do you mean?" Stark inquired with a look of confusion. "It doesn't matter. I will contact you once I have acquired it and tell you where to meet because it won't be on this planet," Axela voiced before walking away. Stark still had a look of confusion on his face, but he soon threw that aside as he stared at the screen within the restaurant that displayed the ongoing versus battle challenge. Gustav made that new replacement decline another challenge. "He must be playing at something," Stark muttered as he turned around. "I should probably head back to the arena to witness this in person," he added while walking out of the place. She-ish tilde, two figures who were undoubtedly powerful, appeared behind him the moment he stepped out of the structure. "Family head, how did the negotiations go?" Chapter 1249. Two figures who were undoubtedly powerful, appeared behind him the moment he stepped out of the structure. "Family head, how did the negotiations go?" one of them questioned. "He'll contact us when he acquires it," Stark responded as they walked away together. "I can't believe he made me decline another one," Yuhiko stared at Gustav from the corner of her eyes with annoyance building from within her. Currently the 8 batch was ongoing. Yuhiko had been challenged again by a participant from planet Orion this time. Gustav made Yuhiko decline and this made it her second time. This meant that Yuhiko only had a single declining chance left and points would start getting deducted after that. Didn't think that dude would challenge someone else in our group after Yuhiko declined, Timmy voiced from the side. And he went after Vera, TSK. Matilda shook her head in pity. He probably thought she was weak, Ria chimed in. Vera is usually silent most of the times and can easily be unnoticeable. It is understandable why he thinks she's weak, Elders stated. But she is gonna win, right? Ria voiced with a slightly worried expression. Gustav watched the ongoing battle with an observant expression as usual. Her opponent was a being with glowing silver wings and a halo floating above his radish-shaped head. A world of dense forestry surrounded them as the Orion participant sped across the air, swerving repeatedly to dodge thick vines shooting from below with speed. These vines were each almost as thick as a grown adult with all sorts of prickly thorns surrounding them. It seemed like they could lengthen infinitely and were flexible enough to twist as well as curve in mid-air to the manipulator's desire. These vines snapped at the Orion participant repeatedly, trying swat him down from the air like a fly to no avail. He managed to evade about 4 of them as he spun across the air while reaching out to grab the glowing halo floating above his head. Vera, whose body was hidden within the thickness of Tear's forestry below and many vines surrounding her, stretched forth her arm. The instant she performed this action, 4 more thick vines shot upwards with immense speed, surrounding the Orion participant in nearly an instant. Seeing the 8 thick vines surrounding him, he flung the halo he was holding onto, causing it to spin furiously as it cut across the air with intense speed. The first 2 vines swatting at him were instantly cleaved in 2 before they could make contact with him. Greenish liquid spurted out in a frenzy as the Orion participant swerved to the side in the next instant, dodging the 3rd vine that had just swerved forward. He spun to the side while swinging one of his hoof-like legs forward. Bang! A forceful kick slammed into the side of the 3rd vine, causing it to shoot forward uncontrollably. The Orion participant's silver wings flapped intensely, sending a burst of wind across the vicinity as he swept upwards with speed. One of the vines was fast enough to follow after his ascending figure, wrapping around his foot first. As this vine held onto him strongly, his figure uncontrollably halted in the sky. He was about to attack the vine when 2 others snapped from the east and west, wrapping around his figure very quickly. "Aya!" The Orion participant groaned as his figure got completely entangled within the massive vines that had wrapped around him. What everyone had thought would be an easy win for the Orion participant was starting to unexpectedly drag out, and it seemed to be in the favor of Vera. They have no idea that this battle could be ended instantly if Vera willed it. Gustav nearly shook his head in pity for the ignorant fools who thought Vera were a mixed blood. "She is definitely the most dangerous living creature here right now," the system chipped in. "I've told her to be cautious of how she uses it so she hasn't implanted in anyone in cute some time. This much is okay so long as he doesn't get close to her," Gustav said internally as he kept his eyes on the battle. The glow of the participant's silver wings had been completely hidden within the entrapment of the vines as he struggled to free himself. A loud whirring sound pierced through the air as a glowing spinning circle cut across the sky at high speed. The halo cut through the thickness of 3 vines in the next moment, finding its way to the hand of its owner. Didion. The Orion participant grabbed his halo after getting a little breathing space and quickly swung upwards with speed. His hands moved very quickly as he slashed repeatedly, causing pieces of the vines to rain from the air. The instant he was freed, he swept downwards with speed. "I think you should take a look at 3-3-3-3-3-3-3. Smaller vines shot upwards to deter him once more, but his figure spun very quickly, slicing every single vine that approached him into multiple pieces. Bang! "She is definitely in there," he thought as he slashed his way forward quickly, ready to deal the winning blow to his opponent who had tormented him for long enough. Sui tilde the glow of the spinning halo encompassed the environment as he flung it at the lazy massive tree-like vegetation that stood in his path. A sharp energy tore through the vicinity as many other trees and vines were cleaved easily without as much as a contact from the glowing halo. He exclaimed in confusion after his line of sight had been cleared of vegetation. There was not a single person in sight like he had expected. No one except him is allowed to hurt me. A soft feminine voice rang out from behind. Pa. The Orion participant suddenly felt a soft hand clasp onto his left shoulder, causing him to wince as he tried to quickly turn around. Unfortunately, he felt his sense of self fading as the world around him turned white. What is going on? These were his last thoughts as he fell to his knees with the hand still positioned on his left shoulder. Tilde the entire spectator area erupted with voices of disbelief and confusion as they stared at the girl with green and white hair standing behind her opponent who she had subjected to his knees. They couldn't understand what was going on as what happened next was Vera muttering some words that were too low in volume for them to hear. What did she do? I have to admit, I didn't see that coming. We had such a participant. How come we never knew her capabilities till now? Even in the Earth spectators area, they were greatly shocked. Vera had just performed a feat that put her amongst the strongest. A few seconds later, the Orion participant fell face flat onto the ground and passed out. It was unknown what damage had been caused, but there was no doubt that Vera had won. Vera, planet Earth, wins 1100 points attained. This was one of Titus' largest points that had been acquired since the Versus Battle Challenge began. No one had expected Vera to win, and even if she had lost, it would have only been a 600 points deduction. Planet Orion had truly lost more than they had bargained for in this one. Vera began walking back to the Earth's participants area with a straight expression while other battles continued. She really won just by touching him? She definitely has a very dangerous touch. She is to be avoided in future battles. An obsessive smile appeared on Vera's face as she arrived at the Earth's participants area. She ignored everyone else praising her for a job well done and stood before Gustav. Did I do well? She questioned with puppy eyes. You did a great job, Gustav smiled while rubbing her hair affectionately. She jumped into his embrace in the next instant, giggling like her face didn't just look scary a while ago with the straight expression she initially wore. Ahem. Angie grabbed Vera's hair from behind and pulled her from Gustav's embrace. SSO, but then, wouldn't it be delusional to think you could win against an opponent that is clearly more powerful than you are? Wong had an expression of confusion as he questioned. If the disparity in strength is immense, then yes, but if not, then there is definitely a chance of winning. Loss or win in a battle cannot be decided by strength alone. Uncertain and unexpected factors can lead to a completely turn of events during a battle, Gustav responded. Do you think you can defeat him? Wong asked. A smile appeared on Gustav's face after hearing this question. I guess we'll find out soon enough. The group also followed side by side with Gustav as they headed towards their accommodation area. As the participants witnessing the initial events by the side dispersed, two figures with transparent skin, green-eyed and white radish-shaped head, glared in the direction of the Earth participants leaving. We shall revenge the humiliation they brought upon my brother. That human must die by our hands. Chapter 1250 Misinformation spreads. 1250 Misinformation spreads. He praise me again. Vera was acting like a happy little girl before Gustav. Some of them weren't surprised since they knew only Gustav could bring out this side of her, but the others were genuinely shocked as this was the first time they saw Vera had a proper dialogue with anyone. You've really made good progress. I'm proud. Gustav patted her head again while the vicinity remained loud from battles. Bang! Bang! Boom! 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 Some of the most intense battles were ensuing in about 5 different stages. The most intensive battles were participants from planets who were top 20. The spectators were even more fired up at this moment as participants they had always wanted to see in a fight were finally battling. Galazer, throw in the towel before I beat you to a pulp. I'm giving you the same offer. Melthu, 2 figures, one with a large hole in his chest and the other structured like a mechanical bot voiced out before charging towards each other. On another stage, two participants from planet Kivendale and Torin were also facing each other and had laid waste to the surroundings. Since planet's participants had been mostly challenging weaker opponents so as to steal points easily, there had only been a few rare cases where the matchup were two powerful opponents of nearly equal standing. This time there were 5 of them, making the versus battle challenge way more entertaining than it had been at the start. Gustav was sure the handlers didn't expect this yet, since the turn of events so far would have led to weaker planets continuously getting picked on till all of their points were lost, which would eventually lead to the disqualification of weaker ones. No doubt this was how things would still unfold, but it was surprising that stronger planets had begun challenging one another already. The Fixic are one of the dark horses this year. Yeah, by this time in the last ISOP they were already disqualified. Not just them, albeit weird, the Diaperonians are still in the game. Let's not forget Indulus Prime, they were not even close to being this powerful in the last ISOP. Gustav could hear a group of oldies chattering away on the far end of the arena. It turned out Earth wasn't the only planet who had major improvements. What caught his ears was mostly the mention of planet Indulus Prime. Them again truly getting more suspicious, Gustav thought. Other planets high on the ranking currently were usually amongst those who made it to the last stage. Earth always made it to the last stage as well but never won. This was the first time they had ever attained such a high rank. The planet that had won the last time were also currently the hosts, the Osis. The Draconettes had come second the last time, but now things were different. Planet Osius was currently in 3rd position. Almost like the places had been reversed. This time more powerful participants had come from different planets. Captain Strum was an anomaly himself, and so many other participants who were considered to be amongst the strongest. Earth was leading now, but it was still unknown who would win. Things could take a turn at any time. As time went by, the expectation of the handlers played out. At E27th batch, up to 80 different planets had already lost the last of their points. Up to 100 others were slowly closing in on the brink of disqualification as well. Even if some didn't lose all of their points, they were still very troubled as the number of points needed to remain in ISOP was still unknown. Today was the 2nd day and everyone would still have to wait till the 3rd day before the required points would be announced. In a particular part of the ISOP participants area, a group with horns on their necks seemed to be engaging in a small dialogue. "Captain, are you sure we're going to be fine? We only have 11,000 points left." The information he gave mentioned that only planets with less than 10,000 points would be disqualified, so yes, we will be fine, Epsilon. If that is the case, then we don't need to worry much, but we should try not to lose more points. Indeed, the information is credible, but we shouldn't lag behind. In another area. "Captain, we have only 9,000 points, we have to make sure we acquire up to 10,000 points before tomorrow. It will be one hell of a problem if we're less than 10,000 points at the end of today." In another area. "Jumin just won her battle, she has acquired 600 extra points, this means we're in the clear now with 10,100 points, what a relief." These were all different planetary group having different dialogues, but one similar aspect was repeatedly emphasized. Less than 10,000 points these teammates were discussing in very low tones, so no one would be able to pick up on what they were talking about. However, even if anyone did manage to pick up on their discussion, it would be difficult to understand what they were talking about unless one was given the full gist of things. Gustav had heard the mention of 10,000 points and was instantly able to tell what it was all about. Axela wasn't kidding when he mentioned that over 80 planets came to him for information. He thought internally while fighting the urge to smirk. Some of them still have beyond it though, so they might not get disqualified based on the number required, the system voiced. "I know, but a good number of them have relaxed after reaching 10,000 point, not knowing what is coming. They probably won't give it their all in the coming versus battles till after the disqualification period, which they think they will ace." Gustav was really fighting the urge to break out in maniacal laughter right now. Seeing the effects of what Stark had suggested and Miss Amy implemented by scaring Axela into submission, he was glad he didn't refuse the suggestion. The misinformation would truly cause issues for those who purchased it. Time went by very quickly and another 10 batches had been concluded. During this time frame Yuhiko had been challenged a couple more times and Gustav had her decline all of them. At this point she already looked cranky and gashed her teeth from time to time as her fists remained clenched. Now I'm sure he just wants to humiliate me, Yuhiko thought as she clenched so hard that her fingers sunk into the skin of her palms. Tree. Pat. Droplets of blood trickled down the gloves of her battle suit. Her body trembled slightly as she tried to hold in her anger. Pat. A small pat on the shoulder brought her out of her reverie as a warm masculine voice followed. You're bleeding, Endrick said while passing her a small piece of handkerchief-like clothing. Endrick THA. Just as she was about to show appreciation, Endrick's face closed in on her left ear. Trust me, you deserve worse than just simply bleeding, he whispered in her ear coldly, causing shivers to run down her spine. I knew it. They truly had it out for me. Yuhiko froze in place as color left her face. They could both easily kill me if they want but didn't, they must want to. Torture me. Endrick turned around after the small whisper and began heading forward. Where are you going? Eldris questioned with a slightly confused expression seeing as the batch just ended and the computerized systems were still picking out the next 150 participants. It's my turn now, Endrick replied. Immediately after he said this, the list of 150 participants for the next batch appeared on the screens above and Endrick's name as well as his face was included. How did you? He was about to question how in the world Endrick was aware that it was his turn but Endrick was already far gone. How the hell did he know? He stared at Endrick then stared in Gustav's direction with a befuddled expression. Gustav just displayed a clueless smile without responding. You two are really something else. He had tears urge to scream this out. They were two monstrous brothers after all. I guess that time candidate thingy does come in handy for him, Gustav said internally while staring at Endrick enter a stage. You have no idea. The way your perception works on detecting things where you can practically see the actions of an enemy a split second before they perform it during a battle, Endrick has something similar as a time candidate. The difference is, he can perceive things before they happen not just in battle but overall in any event or scenario, the system explained. Update on characters. Gustav, most voted and current reader's favorite male character. Angie, second most voted and current reader's favorite female character. Miss Amy, third most voted and second reader's favorite female character. Fourth place and second reader's favorite male character. Eldris, fifth place and third reader's favorite male character. Falco, sixth place and fourth reader's favorite male character. As for other characters, I haven't added them yet so I apologize if your favorite character is not on the list. Comment the characters you wish to be added. Also remember, more votes decide how fast a character will be illustrated. Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1251. Are you saying he can see the future? Gustav was a bit surprised as he wasn't aware of this. Not entirely, no. He can just sense and tell how certain events will play out seconds or maybe minutes before they do. I'm not completely sure about the time frame but since he doesn't really see images or anything like that in his mind, it isn't that he sees the future. It's just prediction of sorts, the system added. If anyone heard this explanation they would only understand vaguely but Gustav completely understood what the system was talking about. On the stage, Endrick stood before what looked like a pavilion as multiple other pavilions could be seen scattered across the vicinity. They caused Big Brother some trouble, it's only fair if I return the favor, he muttered while picking a planet to challenge. Dash him. Dash someone challenged us. Dash who is it? Who dares? In the area where the draconets were situated, a glowing panel had appeared before one of them which obviously meant they had gotten challenged. Dash an earthling. Dash it is that boy. Dash they say he is the captain of Earth little brother. Upon discovering that the challenge had been issued by Endrick, their expressions turned less prideful. This was no weak or ordinary foe. And Dasnaval times the food between them and Earth participants hadn't been settled. It seemed like one was waiting for the other to challenge them first and now that Endrick had broken the ice, things were about to get crazy soon. Muviad. He challenged you. Are you too cowardly to accept? Captain Strum voiced from the side with a solemn tone. I will make him regret taking this action, Muviad stated while reaching out to accept the challenge. That's more like it, Captain Strum voiced with a light chuckle. Muveard was just as tall as Captain Strum but had green-shaped star patterns all across his body with a black and white face. He also had 4 legs and 6 arms. This was another aspect that made him looking different from Captain Strum, since Strum had only 2 legs. Muveard was a little more muscular, but no one doubted who was more powerful amongst both of them. Muveard was considered to be the 3rd strongest amongst all 20 teammates. Muveard accepted the challenge. I'm glad we're getting to see more battles between powerful youngsters. Who do you think will win? Muveard is very strong, but so is that Endrick kid, so it is hard to say. The acceptance of the challenge caused discussions to break out amongst spectators, especially in Earth and Draconet area. The Draconet spectators area just happened to be opposite Earth's on the other end of the arena. Bronze Midili, do you think Muveard will win? At the first row of the Draconet's area, a spectator questioned a female Draken who had red star-shaped marks all over with a calm demeanor. He knows he will be punished if he fails, so I will not doubt that he shall give this battle his all, the female Draken answered with a slight hint of intimation in her multiple eyes. Little Strum won't be too brutal now, will he? You seem to have given him a lot of leeway, the Draken on her right voiced with a dignified expression. He only does what is needed to bring home the title of champion, Bronze Midili answered, her tone giving off a hint of pride. The Draken at the side scoffed after hearing that but didn't utter a response. They stared at Muveard moving up to the stage where Endrick was situated. Endrick stood before the massive triangular structured golden pavilion with his back facing it. He was waiting for Muveard's appearance. Fuwum tilde, a loud whooshing sound reverberated across the air as a body appeared in the sky. As Endrick bent his neck to stare upwards, Muveard descended with great speed. Thump tilde, he landed before Endrick, causing a small ripple of dust to spread across the vicinity upon his descent. Endrick's neck remained bent as he stared back at Muveard, who was looking down on him due to their height difference. Muveard was taller than Ealdris, who happened to be the tallest in their group, so it was no surprise Endrick had to look up. It was like standing before a giant, but situations like this was all too familiar to Endrick. Muveard gazed down upon him, obviously trying to show intimidation, and was starting to get furious when Endrick's expression remained calm. Endrick Oslov, Planet Earth, vs Muveard Hittel, Planet Draconet, bang. Muveard suddenly launched 3 fists at Endrick the instant the go-ahead for battle was given. The attack had been so sudden and unexpected since spectators had thought they would at least give each other some distance before getting into it. I think you should take a look at Endrick's body flew across the air, passing through the spaces in between the pavilion after receiving the unexpected and devastatingly powerful fists. Muveard flew after him instantaneously, joining the fists from his 3 arms together. He arrived above Endrick's body and swung the 6 fists combined downwards. Bang! A loud collision rang out once more as shockwaves spread across the vicinity. Endrick's body could be seen catapulting downwards, but the moment he was close to hitting the ground, he did a flip. Beam! Endrick landed on his feet without a single scratch on him. He saw the attacks coming and had protected himself with layers of telekinetic energy before contact was made. Besides this, Endrick always had a standby layer of telekinetic energy less than an inch from his skin, but not a single person was aware of this. Nobody had touched Endrick's real skin in a long time because this layer was active every second of the day. Endrick stared upwards to see Muveard descending at impressive speed with his arms arched backwards. Endrick's eyes emitted a silvery blue glow as he raised his right hand and swept it upwards forcefully. A strange energy spread from his figure as an invisible force shot upwards with intensity. That's his power. I am aware. Muveard threw fists forward the instant he sensed the energy. Bang! 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 Heavy collisions rang out like explosions going off as Muveard clashed repeatedly with Endrick's telekinetic force before managing to land a couple of feet ahead of him. Muveard charged forward, sending out a flurry of punches that were so swift, leaving the spectators to witness multiple blurs. Pa! Endrick snapped his fingers, causing telekinetic walls to appear before him as he stepped backwards. Endrick appeared hundreds of feet away as these telekinetic walls appeared before him like layers. Bang! 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 Muviad continuously moved with speed and vigor, smashing through the telekinetic walls with barrages of fists. Fuhush tilde Endrick's body swerved to the side as he circled around the approaching opponents. Throwing his fist forward, a telekinetic force shot at Muviad, in an approach to tackle him from the side while he was dealing with the walls. Muviad spared an arm to throw a fist at the approaching force of energy that was forcefully ripping through the air. Bang! Upon contact, Muviad's entire body was sent flying intensely. Ugh! He groaned as the fist he had spared to counter wasn't powerful enough. His telekinetic energy is stronger than a while ago. Muviad came to a realization as his giant body spiraled across the air. Endrick stood in the same position and snapped his fingers again. Moondrop. Just as Muviad was about to stabilize his body in midair, he felt a great pressure descend from above. His body paused for a brief instant before he shot down at extremely high speed. Bang! The stage across a radius of 5,000 feet instantly caved the moment he hit the ground. From the spectator's point of view, it looked as like Muviad's body slamming onto the stage was the reason for this. However, people like Gustav knew there were other factors involved. Endrick had dropped a telekinetic attack shaped like the moon on Muviad. The weight, force, and speed at it which descended were all factors that caused the entire stage to cave. Muviad, who was now bleeding from his head and some parts of his body, tried to get up when he felt another powerful force descending. This time he quickly reacted by raising his 6 arms to stop it. Bang! The sound of collision rang out once more as a small ripple of wind spread forth across the vicinity. However, this time Muviad had managed to catch the telekinetic attack. His 4 legs planted firmly into the ground as his body was positioned in an arch while his hands trembled from the weight. Muviad gritted his teeth as he stopped Endrick's moondrop this time. However, before he could take any action, he spotted Endrick up ahead snapping his fingers from his left hand. Muviad's 7 eyes widened as his face scrunched up. 3 Zs tilde. Chapter 1252 Muviad's 7 eyes widened as his face scrunched up. 3 Zs tilde. The familiar pressure he felt a while ago doubled as Endrick activated another moondrop while the current one was still active. Boom! Another shockwave spread across the entire vicinity as dust particles and debris was formed from the force of collision. The visibility from the stage was greatly hindered, leaving a lot of the spectators with looks of intrigue and awe. Amongst the many stages where battles were ongoing, this happened to be one that had experienced the most destruction in a very short duration. The debris that covered the air hadn't even cleared when the sound of collisions began to ring out again. The less powerful spectators couldn't see through all of that, but Gustav and many others knew exactly what was going on. Endrick leapt backwards within the debris-covered environment. Bang! In the next instant, a massive dark arm fisted a hole through the ground of the area he just evaded as the massive arm swung across the air, wind spread from it, clearing the entire vicinity. The moment clarity was regained, everyone spotted a massive shadowy figure hovering above the area where Muviad was positioned. It turned out that Muviad had summoned his Encore at the last split second to bear the weight of the Endrick's second moon drop. After the visibility of the environment reduced immensely, the Encore tried attacking Endrick. Fortunately, Endrick could see clearly, so he was aware that his second attack had gotten flanked. He immediately released his energy and swerved to the side to dodge the attack of the Encore. The Draconet Encores always varied in sizes, and Muviad's happened to be larger than that of Captain Strum's, but it still wasn't the largest in the group. The Encore looked like it was wearing a pointy hat, but that was just the shape of its head. The rest of its body looked like it was in a shadowy gown as it stood over 120 feet tall. Muviad raised 2 of his arms and pushed 2 others forward while letting the last 2 face the ground. The instant he performed this action, 3 green rings emitting bright glows appeared in midair before the massive Encore. These green rings each had different sizes and were positioned around separate heights in midair before the Encore. The Encore stood proudly with arms extended, ready to follow whatever command its conjurer gave. Endrick channeled his bloodline intensely at this point, causing his black curly hair to flutter as wind began gathering around him. Muviad moved at this instant. Fwy tilde. The moment he sped forward, he closed in the distance between himself and Endrick. It was almost like summoning his encore had given him a boost in speed. Endrick's body fluidly moved sideways as he tried evading the furious swings of Muviad, who still had a bloody face. Freeing Tilda, one of the green glowing circles suddenly descended with speed, appearing in between Endrick and Muviad. Endrick's eyes widened in realization as he swiftly leapt backwards and pushed his right hand forward, conjuring telekinetic barriers before him in successions. The moment Muviad's fists went through the glowing green ring, hundreds of fists suddenly appeared on the other side. Bang! 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 The combined forces of these hundreds of fists blasted through the telekinetic barriers Endrick had conjured, arriving before him in powerful waves. Bam! Endrick conjured one last telekinetic covering over his entire figure as he got blasted across the air intensely. The stage grounds had forcefully split into multiple cracks despite its already decimated state due to the multiplication of Muviad's fist. As Endrick's body shot across the air, the encore thrusted its palms in his direction. Endrick reacted by quickly pushing his palms upwards to conjure a telekinetic wall that would protect him. However, in the last instant he noticed that one of the green glowing circles had appeared between his body and the palms of the giant encore. Blink! Endrick blinked while pointing east. In the next instant, the shadowy large palms phased through the glowing green ring, and hundreds of them suddenly appeared all across the vicinity. Bang! 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 If it wasn't for the barrier covering the circumference of the stage, the entire arena would no doubt have been affected by this battle. I think you should take a look at Endrick reappeared about 3,000 feet away from his initial location right before the dome that covered the stage, since there wasn't any more room for him to teleport to. A rectangular-shaped telekinetic barrier surrounded his figure as the shockwaves from the barrages of the massive shadowy palms continuously descended upon the ground. Bang! It heavily slammed into the barrier he used in surrounding himself, causing Endrick to pour even more energy into it. Fwaihish Tilda, a green circle suddenly appeared before him, and from the other end came 6 fists shooting forward at the same time. Blink Tilda. Endrick used blink again the instant Muviad's fist phased through the glowing green ring that had just appeared before him. Swihi Tilda. His figure emitted a silver glow as he vanished the moment hundreds of fists tore through the telekinetic barrier he had just conjured. Bang! 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 The dome covering the stage flickered repeatedly upon the powerful collisions from hundreds of Muviad's fists. However, it still managed to hold as Muviad retracted his fist after missing Endrick. "You can't run forever, weakling," Muviad yelled as he turned around and began flying in the direction Endrick had just reappeared in. On the Earth spectators area, they watched with tensed expressions. This Muviad person is giving our Endrick a tough time. He became stronger after that thing appeared on the stage. It is called an encore, and yes, it is meant to boost the abilities of the Drakens. They exchanged dialogues, wondering how Endrick would get the chance to counterattack. Talk more of winning. Gustav watched from his position with an indifferent expression as usual. While the Earth spectators were worried and the Drakens were cheering Muviad on, he analyzed the ongoing battle. The rings multiplies anything that goes through it. Gustav wasn't the only one that figured this out. However, besides the Drakens, he was the only one that knew it actually multiplied everything that went through it and not just Muviad attacks alone. It would be very difficult for Endrick to get the chance to counterattack. The shockwaves are too powerful, so even if he doesn't get hit directly by any of the attacks, the shockwaves are still enough to cause a lot of damage, the system analyzed as well. Gustav's eyes emitted a scarlet and green glow with a hint of gold as his vision remained fixated on the battle. Readings from God Eyes put the strength of these attacks to be capable of destroying a moon, Gustav said internally. Yeah, but will Endrick, oh hell, win all right? I have no doubts about that. Gustav was still the only one who knew Endrick was currently not using all he had. Endrick was the time candidate after all. The places he had ventured into were legendary locations that would scare the powers currently spectating Aesop. He had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Currently on the stage, Endrick was starting to take damage as he couldn't keep evading the onslaught of attacks that gave him not a single moment of breathing space. His telekinetic barriers cracked multiple times as he was running out of space to blink to. Can I activate my universe here? Endrick asked internally as he kept getting tossed from place to place. The barrier covering the stage prevents anyone from leaving till the battle is over. Activating your universe will be hindered because it is just like leaving. Of course you could overpower it, but we are unaware if that will lead to any disqualification or not, so I do not advise it, Husarius answered from within. That's quite problematic, Endrick thought, but he wasn't too bothered. I'll just need to win some other way then, he thought as he activated Blink again. Endrick vanished the moment fists approached from the left and right simultaneously. Muveard and his Encore missed Endrick again as he appeared thousands of feet at the east. The moment he reappeared in another location, they moved like it had already been predicted. However, in that split second of freedom, a purplish gauntlet appeared in Endrick's grasp. The instant he wore it on his right arm, energy built up around him very quickly. Telekinetic charge, Endrick voiced as Muveard appeared before him while a silvery blue wave of energy burst forth from his being, immensely spreading across the entirety of the stage in an instant. Muveard as well as his Encore got pushed backwards, but at this same instant something noticeable happened. The moment part of the telekinetic charge phased through the green glowing rings, its intensity multiplied. Bang! The massive Encore was blasted back intensely as the wave bore a hole into the ground that was thousands of feet deep. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.